welcome to sunny Queensland Raceway, the latest battleground for the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series, with a headline act, TA2 Muscle Cars. We're about 60 kilometres to the southwest of Brisbane. Beautiful winter conditions, not a breath of air in the sky, and we're predicting around 27 degrees to be our maximum temperature today. No real massive issues in terms of tyre degradation on this surface, freshly resurfaced not too long ago. And we are here in pit lane, getting closer and closer to qualifying. Matty, a stacked field here.
This is the biggest field of racing cars for the last 10 years at Queensland Raceway, Jared. We've got over 230 entries, which is just an outstanding result for the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. The cars behind us are starting to warm up, getting ready for qualifying in the TFH TA2 Muscle Car Series, but we have got so many categories here. Legends, RX8, Rod Sport, Queensland Production Touring. It's a jam-packed calendar.
A calendar to look out for. We're moving on to the Bend for round 4 and then on to Winton Motor Raceway before we head to One Raceway. It's going to be absolutely awesome. I tell you what, I hope you have your entire weekend cleared because we have got so much on the go.
Absolutely, and all the categories are back to back to back to back. So the entertainment factor for this weekend is enormous.
Of course, qualifying for TA2 Muscle Cars about to come on up. Make sure you lock these times in. Check it all out on the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series webpage. That is your go-to to find all your live timing and an updated schedule as it all happens. Well, I got to say, what can we look forward to here in TA2? Qualifying about to come out.
Well, the boys will now be, after practicing yesterday, they'll be ready to go. They'll have bolted on all of their green tyres. If we look back to Morgan Park, Brad Gardner was really dominant that weekend. He took 3 race wins and he won the round. But this weekend, it's Josh Haynes. Josh has put some serious times together in practice yesterday. But you've got Jared Hughes returning. He was dominant at Calder Park as well, so I'll have to wait and see how he goes as well. We've got some of the Speedway guys have come on in Jason Pride from Western Australia, and so it's going to be massive. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, I know there's one other member of our commentary team looking forward to it. Melinda Price joining us here on broadcast. Melinda, whereabouts are you?
Thanks, guys. I'm down at the TFH pits with Britt here. And if anybody's got an interest in this TA2 session, it's her. Her father owns the team. She's got a brother driving in TA2, another one in the Mazda, and a husband in TA2 as well. So how do you feel when they're all out there?
It's good to watch them, but I'm more nervous about them being on the track together and running into each other than them actually being out there. I love this category and how safe it is, so it's all okay to watch.
So is their biggest competition within the team, or is it everybody else?
It's definitely within the team. We actually have this internal thing called the TFH Cup. So luckily Des is in the lead for this weekend, but it's a very, very competitive family.
So one last question. Do you barrack for your husband or your brother?
I have to say my husband. Every now and then. Josh has got the more rounds under his belt for this one, so I'm looking forward to Des maybe getting a leg up on him here.
We'll go Des then. Back to you, Jared.
Coming back off the last round of racing, you mentioned Brad Gardner. So far with a practice time that nets him a top 3 position. He is still half a second off the pace. But tell me some of the stuff here about Queensland Raceway. Is it time to be made up in the straights or in the corners, Matt?
It's a simple layout, isn't it? It's only 6 corners, but it's actually really deceptive. You can lose a lot of time here. Usually between 4 and 5, they're the ones. If you screw those up, your lap is going to be all done. But you've also got 2 really long straights, so you've got to make sure that 6 and 3, you come off those, 6 and 2, you come off those well, because that's going to determine what your terminal pace is down on those straights. So whilst it looks deceptive, Jared, it is not. This is quite a technical place.
Well, let's check it out from the hot seat. Brad Gardner out here at Queensland Raceway. This was one to watch.
Hi guys, it's Brad Gardner with TA2 Hi-Tec Oil Chevy Camaro. Come for a lap around Queensland Raceway. Up to 4th gear on the line, check the brakes, down to 3rd gear, big slide through turn 1, like right out to the exit curve, stay in 3rd gear, turning late for turn 2, same again, big slide out of turn 2, bottom the apex, let it come out all the way when you pull the track here, straight on the gas in second. Up to third gear again, up here, all the way up to fourth gear to a big brake on the first gear. Double check the brakes. Late turning, you want to use the apron on the right hand side to get it in here for all the exit curve, big slide through, try and hold the throttle on the 5. All the exit curve up here, get ready for another big brake on the last corner, turn 6 here. Up around the 100 metre board, big brake. Back down the second. Want to try and get a good run back on the straight. All the exit curve, all the way out. That's the Love Queensland Raceway on the weekend.
Well, Brad Gardner throwing down here at Queensland Raceway. Let's check out the highlights from round 2 at Morgan Park.
About to go green. Here we go. Look at this. We get the start.
Look at these front two putting the gap down. Brad Gardner in the lead from Josh Haynes in the Herzog Steel Mustang. And look at the onboard vision here. There is no vision, really. But
wow.
Look at there's the slide from Josh Haynes. The overconfidence just bit him a little bit there. Here's the pass to Main. Sends it to the outside. That's allowed Cheney to get sneak under the inside. Oh, no! Josh Haynes! He's off the road and he's going to meet the fence. In he goes. He goes deep under brakes. Will Hayden hold him out? Oh, he saw him coming. That was a brilliant move from both of the boys. Can Jackson hold the inside line and keep Haynes to the outside? Contact again as we now head towards turn 5 and 6 T-junction.
Brad Gardner, though, will go from pole position to take the win here for the first race this weekend. Oh, we're going to hear the V8s rumble too. The DFA's high muscle cars are underway for race number 2. The big run up over 3 to the left. Oh, look at that. Jackson on the outside.
Mark Crutcher through the sweeper at 170 plus k's an hour. Josh Haynes down the inside, down into turn 6, and he's got the pass done. He's got the blowtorch from Jet Johnson all over him. Here we go, he's overcooked it. In through 7, we go down towards 8, side by side through the high-speed sweeper. Look at this, he made the pass. Oh, Devane Ramsey fires off the road. Josh Haynes,
Fires on.
he's done a tyre on the right rear. The Hi-Tec Oils Camaro takes the checkered flag at race 2.
Brad Gardner, can he go 3 from 3? And here we go. This is on already.
He's slow again. He's been turned again through the sweeper underneath the bridge. Does everyone avoid him? Devane Ramsey, that was weird. A big lock-up. Steve Wilson almost gets one through the door. Oh,
slide.
Brad Gardner is going to take the flag. It is a lights the flag victory.
And the noise is on. Here we go.
Bounce from one side, bounce to the other, get on the throttle. Oh, and it's a little wide. He almost takes the Hi-Tec side with him. This is where Jet's quick. Big lock-up previously in the previous lap here. He's done the over-under. Is there going to be contact between the two? Jeff Johnson just has slight contact with Graham Cheney.
Here we go. And it's 4 from 4. A clean sweep. He's going to get the broom out. What a weekend for Brad Gardner as he fights back in this championship after Sydney Motorsport Park, and he will be super happy about this weekend. What's happening? There we go. Does Jeff Johnson get it, mate? No. I 12 hundredths of a second over the finish line. He just missed out on second, and Haynes gets there. A round win before. A clean sweep. Timmy Brooks in his corner, and look how happy the team are.
Well, from the rain and the sun at Morgan Park a few weeks ago, thankfully we have some sunshine here at Queensland Raceway. This is the Queensland I know and love, become to love. And qualifying session here, I'm Jamie McCarthy, Maddie Mack, and beside me in commentary, fresh out of the seat from the production sports race this morning, mate. Not like you're going to be too busy, but look, I think this, and we can't say it enough, this qualifying session is going to be very, very important. Track position, especially here at QR, is so very, very important.
Yeah, Jamie, good morning to you. Good morning to everybody. Qualifying is always super important in the TA2 muscle cars, as we just see Russell Wright there, former series champion, just getting pushed out through pit lane there. We'll just see, keep an eye on that. But qualifying is super important. You've got to get it done in the first 2 to 3 laps, Jamie. If you're still out there banging around after, 5 or 10 minutes, you're just going to hurt your tyres. So the good guys will get it done in 1 lap. Most of them will get it done in 3 or 4.
All right, so it is a split qualifying session with 2 15-minute sessions. Melinda Price is down on pit lane, and she's got Todd Hazelwood with us from the TFH racing team.
Welcome, Todd. A very anxious-looking Todd Hazelwood, engineering driver coaching for Josh, who's out there now. What are your expectations from this session?
Yeah, we're hoping Josh can obviously have a really good run. We had a few dramas yesterday with the engine, but the boys did an amazing job overnight and worked all night trying to get that all sorted. And I'm sure he's got the pace to be comfortably in the 10th. So we've got 2 TFH cars running this weekend with Josh obviously in the 169, and Des is new to TA2 Racing, making his debut this weekend. So it's a busy weekend for TFH Racing, but really enjoying it.
So what's your plan for this session? Bank a lap, come in, go again? What's the strategy?
Yeah, we got brand new tyres, brand new brakes on the car, and 15 minutes to try and put a lap in. So obviously only 1 lap counts, so we're trying to make sure Josh can obviously maximise the new tyre set that we've got on the car right now. So I'm pretty keen to see how he's going. And we'll probably come in, do a tyre pressure bleed, and then send him out and try and see if he can go a little bit faster again.
Well, I'll let you get back on the radio so you can make him go faster. Thanks, Todd.
Thanks, Melinda. Well, I was just about to cover that off, Maddie Mac, but Todd's just so eloquently told us exactly what's happening out on the racetrack. I would say probably not for all of the teams. So this is the slower 50% of our practice drivers from yesterday. 15 minutes to have a go, and then the top 50% will come out for their 15-minute session to see who will decide the Kubota Pole Awards. So what would you be doing? Go out on some scrubs, get it warmed up, throw some greens at it, go straight out on greens, or then go straight out on greens and do a tyre bleed. Because really, talking to the guys yesterday, you've only got like a 3-lap window to try and get that time in. Basically, 1 out, go, and that's it.
I would always find when I went out to do qualifying, as we ride on board with Josh Thomas in the TFH Mustang, that I just needed to see who was around there. I needed to see what traffic I had, whether I'd been released out into traffic or I had a clear run. As I said before, really, you got about 3 laps to be able to get this done. Any time after that, all you're doing is taking the goodness out of your tyre. Or Josh fighting the car down into turn 3. You've got to get back to the throttle here as we look at the legend Glenn Seaton, just working in pit lane. Very familiar with these cars. He'll just be watching live timing there. Back to 3rd and then back to 2nd for Josh in turn 4. Up to turn 5. Really important, as I said in the opener there, Jamie, that you get the runs, you get the exits off these corners absolutely spot on, because you've got that distance in between the corners. And if you mess up your exit, it's just going to mess up your terminal speed. So Jason Pride, our competitor from Western Australia, currently at the top of the timesheets. That's a good effort for him. He's never been here before. He's come over from the TA2 category in Western Australia. Of course, TA2, you can compete in Trans Am, TA2, and also TA2 over in Perth, New Zealand. It is a global category, taking Australian motorsport by storm. But Josh Thomas, as we were talking to Hazelwood before, just lays down the first of the purple sectors for his run. We'll see if he can maintain that and head on. The marker right now is a 1:12.93. That is an outstanding time.
That's a good effort,
That's
Jason.
a great time,
Yeah.
Jason.
So we saw 12.4s in practice yesterday with Josh Haynes on older rubber.
Yep.
And Josh's last run in practice 3 was a race simulation to try and get. They want to be consistent over that race pace. So Melinda Price looks like. Oh no, I was going to say Melinda's about to interview Mark Crutcher, but no, I think this Mark getting ready to go out and do his qualifying session, and Mark in the top 50%.
Yeah, absolutely. Mark's sort of improved out of sight.
Improved
in the last 2 to 3 years.
How many laps did he hold off Jet Johnson and Morgan Park?
His efforts at Morgan Park were absolutely outstanding. He's got Jordan Cox working on the car for him this weekend. Of course, we know Jordan Cox from the TCR category, and everyone calls him internet sensation Jordan Cox. His antics in a
Geez, that was a long time ago now.
Absolutely. So Crutcher getting ready to have a run. Connor Roberts is on screen at the moment in the Aero Car Sales Dodge Challenger.
One of our rookies has made the very, very substantial step up from XL Racing. Front-wheel drive, 90-odd horsepower, to rear-wheel drive purpose-built race car with well over 500.
and not easy to drive. These are not easy cars to drive. You've got to muscle them as we look at Anthony 10K, the showman, in the number 69.
Probably just a touch too much exit oversteer out of 6.
And that's going to hurt his run down the main straight, of course, because if you're going sideways, you're not going forward. It looks spectacular for us and for the crowd, but it is not fast. And if we look at his times at the moment, he's currently in P5. Domain Ramsey in the CNH trucking entry, number 71, just locked an inside front right there. I spoke to him just before qualifying. He had really good practice times together, and on his predictor lap, if he actually put all of his sectors together, he was actually in the low 12. So starting to pick up a little bit of pace for Domain Ramsey. Of course, he's being engineered by Nathan Hearn.
Not a bad...
another big lose.
Well, Domain does have a speedway background.
He is a
sprint cars, late models, midget cars, so he'll be used to the sideways thing, not the fast way around QR. Oh, and neither is that with, again, that same pickup point for that brake lock. And then mid-corner oversteer. So he's got his hands full right there. He is currently second behind Jason Pride. So the Speedway boys showing the circuit boys the way around at the moment.
Absolutely. You just got to watch that IFR, inside front locking, because that will hurt that tyre, obviously.
IFR?
Yeah, IFR.
That's motor racing terminology, Matty.
I should have said IFL. Inside front locking. So you've got to watch that because it will harm the tyre and it will also hurt your terminal speeds down the back. John Hollinger in the Hollinger Gearboxes Camaro on screen now, the number 23. He does a lot of his racing in the Trans Am field, but joining us here at TA2, doing a good job. Currently in 5th, remembering that this is the slower of the 50% in practice times from yesterday. We'll just cover off the top 9. Jason Pride right now on the marker of a 1:12.93 from Domain Ramsey. Josh Thomas in the TFH entry from Colin Roberts. John Hollinger, Anthony 10K, Danny Reedy, Paul Hadley and Steve Wilson in 9th position on a 1:16. So he's got some time to make up.
Melinda Price down on pit lane. Who have you got?
Down here with the legend himself, Tim Brooks, driver coaching for Brad Gardner this year. You won the championship driver coaching last year, coming from a clean sweep in the last round. How's quali going to go?
Yeah, hoping for the same, to be honest. We're on pole at Morgan Park and Brad won all 4 races, so it'd be nice to be there, but we're only P3 yesterday in practice, so a bit of work to do in this quali session coming up, but yeah, we'll find out pretty soon where we stand.
And what's your plan for this session? 4 new tyres on, I presume?
Yeah, so we've got 4 greens and 2 used tyres to make use of this weekend, so we'll throw 4 at it in quali and try and get as best starting position as we can for the race.
Okay, well, have a good one.
Thanks.
Back to you, Jamie. Sorry, that was a bit awkward.
Down here with Jared Hughes, and Jared firmly in the top 3 throughout the 2 practice sessions that I watched yesterday. Feeling good in the car, made some setup changes overnight.
Yeah, it was a good day yesterday. Obviously this car was on fire last year, so it was the first sort of running that we've been able to get in the car to test it. So no, really happy. We're sitting in the top 2 for the end of the 2 practice sessions. So no, we're happy. Just made a few changes overnight to hopefully find a little bit more car speed, but yeah, now looking forward to qualifying.
I got to say, the American Muscle Trucks livery on this, freshly debuted on Friday. This thing is banging, man.
Yeah, it looks awesome. I can't thank Josh Dremel enough for doing the wrap, and Tony Sewell down south for doing the design. It looks absolutely unbelievable, and the fact that we sort of got all this ready this week and it looks this cool is just unbelievable, and I can't thank all the local people that have come on board enough for wanting to come on board for this weekend. So got a few cool things here, a couple stalls and everything, so it's going to be an awesome weekend.
Well, you're suited and booted. Let's get you in the zone, mate.
Let's send it.
Thank you, Jared. Yeah, Jared.
There's a sunglass.
So the reference to the car was on fire last year. We know it was very, very fast, but it literally did catch fire and nearly burnt to the ground at Sydney Motorsport Park.
In front of me at Sydney Motorsport Park.
It was scary.
Coming out of turn 2, all of a sudden pulled off to the left-hand side. He had a fuel fire in that car, and as you rightly say, almost burnt down to the ground. But what impressed me there were the shades. They're almost like Star Wars blast shields.
I had a little whisper that the young team out at Norwell got given some new glasses.
Yeah,
and
right.
I don't think they're safety glasses.
Not entirely sure I'd wear them.
Everyone's
anyway.
down in the pits calling each other Chaz Mostert at the moment.
Absolutely, just riding on board with Josh Thomas here, the number 69 Mustang, just fighting that car just to try and get it turned in a little bit there. He's actually buttoned off there.
Warm up. Yeah,
so
they've obviously gone on and done that lead that Todd Hazel was talking about. So Josh currently 3rd. Now, I've managed to catch up with Josh briefly this weekend, and doesn't really have that sort of normal background of motor racing, coming from karts with the youngsters to maybe XLs or the open wheel path going into the bigger category cars. He's really undone a little bit of stadium truck stuff, which is so different to one of these things.
And that's the wonderful thing about TA2 is that if you look up and down the grid, we have a big background and a diverse background of drivers. We've got, as you rightly say, Josh Thomas in the stadium super trucks. We've got Supercar with Hughes as well, because he's stepping out of Super 2. We've got guys getting out of Hyundais as well. Look at that inside front lock.
He did
that
well.
is going to hurt that lap, and it's going to hurt that tyre. He did well to just unlock it. You've got to become the human ABS to be able to stop the locking and get the car turned. But that, as you can see, he's buttoned out of that lap as well, because that would absolutely ruin it and torch the tyre. So Josh fighting that car a little bit, currently sitting on a 1:13.15. So he's got about 2.5 tenths to make up, as we have a little look at Jared Hughes' helmet there.
Car does look spectacular. Anthony 10K getting
He's
out of the car. He's doesn't like practice and qualifying, does Anthony? Let's go out there and race, have a bit of fun.
These cars are hot, Jamie. There's when you get in these cars, they're about 20 degrees above ambient temperature. So Anthony there, he's had enough. He's gotten out. He's not going to get any faster. Whereas Thomas now lines up. Let's see if he can put a lap together. We've got 2 minutes and 42 seconds left in this session.
Jason Pride is still quickest. Very good lap at a 1:12.9, which he pretty much did an outlap and his first flyer, and he's literally parked it.
Absolutely.
That's done. I'm good. I'm happy.
And that's what you've got to do, right? He's done it in, what did you say, 2 laps there.
Pretty much.
That's what you've got to do for the rest of the weekend to keep the juice left in the tyres, so to speak. So Jason Pride flying the flag for the Western Australian crew here at the TFH TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec.
And the sprint car boys.
Absolutely.
So Jason's actually had a little bit more experience than Danny Reedy and Domain Ramsey in these cars. He's pretty much done the full season over Western Australia in that car.
Yep.
So he's had a little bit more seat time than some of the others now, and that's really showing with that lap in this first qualifying session.
I tell you who I am impressed with, Connor Roberts in the Arrow Car Sales entry at currently in 4th position. As you say, he is a rookie in the Dodge Challenger, currently on a 1:13.52. He has been putting together a fantastic season, had his first DNF at our last round at Morgan Park, but up to that point he was third in the championship, James.
He was in the mix for a podium at Morgan Park, and you can only say 2 totally different ends of the spectrum day-wise, Saturday to Sunday with the win.
Yeah, absolutely. But you've got to be consistent. If you're consistent in this category and you continue to get points, I know it sounds silly, but if you've just got to finish every single race, and you will be in that mix of the sort of 5 or 6 at the end of the championship.
We're going to be very busy down on pit lane this weekend. Jared McLean up next. Who have you got, mate?
Anthony 10K with some considerable gains over your time yesterday. How are you feeling out there in the car?
I'm feeling pretty good, actually. Quite positive this morning, better than I was feeling mentally yesterday. I've just knocked 2.5 seconds off yesterday's practice times, down to the new tyres and thinking a bit better, but feeling really good. The weather's perfect for racing. Track feels good, plenty of grip.
Now, obviously running with around 10 cars out there, how did you find track position and space?
Oh, spot on. In qualifying, spot on. I know my position on track. Pretty good for an old geriatric like myself. But no, mate, I love this TA2 racing. It's the closest thing I'm ever going to get to the big time. So I'll take it while I can.
Well, you look good while you're out there doing it. Best of luck.
Thanks very much. I know the car looks good out there. Everyone keeps telling me.
The ever understated Anthony 10K, but look,
love the Mustang.
He's definitely got a soft spot. He's got a beautiful Trans Am Australia Mustang 1969 fastback. It is a gorgeous car, and as we go on board here with the 5 of Danny Reedy, all the way from the Northern Territory. Now, I'm pretty sure this weekend across over 200 entries across all of our categories.
230.
230. So I'm pretty sure, and the only state I'm not sure that we've got coverage from is Tasmania. Every other state from around Australia has a driver here this weekend. And Danny, of course, with the Desert Palms sponsorship on the car. That's the family business up in the Northern Territory.
Had a bit of an issue yesterday in practice. Had a harmonic balancer on the car just come loose. The shaft on that came loose, so he wasn't able to compete in the third of the practice sessions yesterday. That's obviously been fixed overnight here. Of course, TA2 based here in Queensland, southeast Queensland. So we just sent one of our technical guys up to the workshop and picked up all of the parts. Of course, TA2 is a category that is supported with a full parts truck at every round, so you don't need to sit and store and buy a truckload of parts for your racing because they're readily available here as this session comes to an end. Just couldn't pick up too much pace there for Danny Reedy, unfortunately, but out of that one, the one that has surprised me is Jason Pride. That is an outstanding effort. I think anytime you see in the 12s, remembering, Jamie, that our lap record here is a 112.14, as we look at that final 10, Jason Pride topped that one at a 112.93 from Domain Ramsey, Josh Thomas. Connor Roberts, another good effort in fourth there. John Hollinger, Paul Hadley, that's a great effort. He's ever improving. Anthony Tenkating, seventh. Eighth was Danny Reedy. Steve Wilson will round out your top 9. Don't worry about Josh Haynes. He wasn't 10th. He was quick in practice, and he'll be quick in qualifying. Who you got for us, J-Mac?
Well, unfortunately, I don't have Brandon Madden. Unfortunately, killing a crank yesterday, not able to front for qualifying. It's a devastating blow for the rookie for TA2, who was hoping to try and gain some precious track time. Less than 20 laps on the car yesterday. Fingers crossed that we see him back sometime soon. In the meantime, let's go and have a chat to Mel.
Okay, down in pit lane with Connor Roberts. We'll try and have a chat in there. Connor, P4 in that session. Are you happy with that?
Yeah, not too bad. I think we could go better from here, I reckon, in the races, but we'll see how we go.
Okay, well, hopefully you have some good racing today. We look forward to watching your progress.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
I think Domain Ramsey would be pretty happy too with that, Matty Mack. Again, another one of the Speedway guys that I think, this will just be Domain's third ever race meeting. That was a brand new race car out of TA2 Australia at the beginning of this season. So, third ever race meeting, hasn't had a huge opportunity to be able to test. I know he did the opening test round down at Winton, but that's a good effort from Domain Ramsey as well.
Getting better and better, isn't he?
Absolutely.
He almost had a couple of major shunts at Morgan Park, but it was able to escape them as we look at our championship leader, Graham Cheney, on the screen there.
Leaders?
Yes, leaders.
Actually, no, that's Gardner.
Dual leaders. So Brad Gardner, who was dominant at Morgan Park, in fact...
so he jumped up to third in the points.
He did, and he needed that because, of course, at round 1 at Sydney Motorsport Park, he was involved with a very, very heavy accident, that brand new... Hi-Tec Oils
I didn't
Camaro.
believe how much damage the boys were talking about. I just got told it got a rear clip replaced. It literally had the whole right-hand side of that race car repaired locally here. It didn't have to go back to the States with Howard Enterprises.
No, we do that all here. As I say, TA2 is based here in southeast Queensland, so we have all of the ability, if you banana a car, we can get it straightened for you. So Graham Cheney on screen there. Brad Gardner, who was dominant at Morgan Park. This is the point in time when you go through, you know you're going out, you know you've got 2 or 3 laps, Jamie. You've just got to take a deep breath, got to work out what's going to happen, feel the car, and see if you can get that lap put down.
Back down onto pit lane with Jared McLean.
Domain Ramsey, you know how to get the elbows up. At the moment, you are provisional P2, but the fast guy's about to head out now. How did you feel out there in the car?
Really good. The new tyres made a big difference. We were about 0.9 second quicker than yesterday, so it's a massive improvement for us. It's pretty cool.
And we know that qualifying is one thing. How do you feel out there in the thick of it when you've got cars in front, behind, or all around you?
I really enjoy the racing part of it. The biggest thing for us learning coming from Speedway, we don't have mirrors, and I probably spend too much time looking around and worrying about everyone else around us, where in the sprint car you can't see them, so you don't worry about it. But no, it's good. Really enjoying it.
Anything to be taken away from this qualifier? Any changes to setup, getting into racing?
Nah, just the green tyres make a massive difference, and yeah, the boys tweaked the car a little bit, so we'll probably change a few more little things around now and hopefully get a little bit better again.
Back to you guys in commentary. Thanks, Domain.
Thanks, Jared. And that was the thing Domain was talking about at Morgan Park, Matty, where they were now starting to make some adjustments to the car to his suiting rather than him trying to learn the car's intricacies. So starting to get more confident, make some changes, and have him adapt to that and get to what he likes. You've been there,
absolutely. These cars, when you first jump in them, typically the car is well ahead of the driver. So the driver has to catch up to the car, if you will, to where it is at its baseline setup. But then when you start to take command of the car, get your confidence back, and start to really understand what the car wants, you can start to make some changes. And that's what we're seeing with Domain Ramsey as we ride on board with our co-championship leader, Graham Cheney.
Cheney made some huge gains at Morgan Park, like really, really impressive gains. I know it wasn't a good weekend for Josh Haynes, and Brad Gardner just dominated, but Cheney was not that far away.
And it's consistency.
Yes.
You just got to finish these races. And Graham, who's relatively new to motorsport, he's only been doing this 3 or 4 years. He's
motocross background?
Very heavy motocross background. You just got to be consistent and you've got to finish. There's no use in going out there, Jamie, putting it on pole, winning race 1, and then you're nowhere for race 2 or race 3. It'd be much better to finish in the top 5 every round. Mel, what have we got in pit lane?
Down here with Jordan Cox, TCR driver coach for Mark Crotcher, who's out on track now. P4 in the championship. What are we expecting from this one?
Hopefully just a nice, solid, reliable quality session. That's the biggest thing we work on with Mark. We just want reliability and consistency with his driving. So I've been working away at him yesterday with his braking markers and whatnot, which is pretty important here at QR. So we're hoping for top 5. If we can get there, I think he'll be doing cartwheels.
So do you talk to him the whole way through, or does he like radio silence?
When I need to. When I need to rein him in a little bit, I'll get on the radio, but he knows what to do, so we'll let him do his thing.
Okay, thanks. Have a good one.
Cheers, thanks.
Maddie, he's not going to be a bad co-driver to have at the bend. I'm hearing talks about a 2-driver deal for the TFH Hire TA2 framed by Hi-Tec.
I believe
for round 4.
I believe there is discussions about that. And of course,
have you signed any contracts? I would assume that you are highly sought after.
I'm not entirely sure. I'm highly sought after, but I have.
I'm hearing some zeros at the end of the contract, mate. Come on, don't
I have
be shy.
committed to a team. I will be driving if we do go down that track and have that confirmed. Steve Haynes on camera there. Josh Haynes' father, just starting to get some temperature into the tyres. But yes, if we do have a 2-driver race at Taylor Bend, mate, I have committed to a team. So get out there and have another skid. So the boys now will just be starting to work out exactly what they want. If you remember, if you cast your mind back to Morgan Park, Brad Gardner did it on the first lap and then parked the car. Then he went and put another set of tyres on, or the other 2, just to scrub them. So
I thought he was going to go and have another run, and then I thought about it before I talked to Tim on pit lane and went, hang on, these boys, and Tim told me what was going on. They rode at a set of greens because they didn't think they'd get the game. Oh, geez, Gardner was big time sideways down at turn 6 onto the front straight. So you've got to get it done and get it done quick. Haynes already with a 12.10. The current racetrack record for TA2, from what I could find, is a 12.1499 in race conditions. I don't know. Oh, and he's got off.
Fired it off down at turn 1.
Between 1 and 2. Between 1 and 2. Now, I was going to talk about that, Maddie. The 3 crucial places of this racetrack, 1, 3 and 6.
This is massive. He's thrown it off the track, and if you cause a red flag during qualifying,
your lap is gone. Your
delete the lap,
gone.
And you go back to the back of the grid.
And he's only done 1.
So, I mean, he's done 1, and it's good at a 12.1, but he would have been, I would have thought he would have been gathering a little bit more pace. So
red flag.
That's a story that we're going to watch. Josh Haynes, our co-championship leader.
That 12.1 now does not exist.
Correct.
So Tom Heyman, just to that point, went P2 with a 12.42. Gardner at a 12.57. And there is the beached number 37 Herzog Steel Mustang. Josh Haynes was on a second flyer potentially, and that's between 1 and 2. As Hayden Jackson and the 63 of Des Collier are on pit lane. So turn 1, get it wrong, that's where you end up, all right, in between 1 and 2.
And it's risk and reward, right? Because you fire it down there into turn 1, and you've got to make sure that you are as far as you possibly can be to the right-hand side. Just skimming that front right wheel through the apex there, but then typically you run it right out wide to the exit of the corner. If you drop a wheel, you've got so much lateral momentum, it will often just take you off the road. So we'll wait to see if we can get a replay from Josh. But
and that can translate to 2 off the exit 2, because that narrows up dramatically onto the back straight.
Absolutely.
Then you've got the biggest stop here at QR at turn 3. You get turn 3 wrong, you're in the gravel.
And this is what I said in the opener, is that it looks like a simple layout, but in fact, you can make it go wrong very, very quickly.
It's
here,
a lot more technical.
Multiple times throughout the lap. So
I know some supercar guys that still can't get their head around joint. And
yeah, but you've got to find the limits, right? You've got to push and you've got to find the limits.
Being relatively short, there's only 6 corners. From some of the guys that I've spoken to, and I don't know how your feelings are on it, you've actually got to concede one section of the racetrack where you're not going to be so good at to make the rest of the circuit good for you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, but we do that.
And that
in
may
track,
be
right?
that may be in different spots here, but you wouldn't think with it being so short at only 2.3 kilometres, 3.12 kilometres long.
Yeah.
So the other crucial point, as hard as 4 and 5 is to negotiate through the centre of the paperclip, is turn 6. Again, you get that breaking point, you lock up a tyre into turn 6. Guess where you are?
Absolutely, you're in the
gravel.
beach. Yeah, absolutely. And you've got to get that right, as I say, because you've got that terminal speed all the way down that front straight. Lots of rocks coming out of the bottom of the Herzog Steel Mustang. He won't be happy with that. He's a bit of a perfectionist, Josh Haynes. So you could see his mum walking around on top of the pit lane garage there with her hands in her head. We've probably seen that a little bit too much this year. J-Mac, what have you got down in pit lane?
I've got Jason Pride, couple of WA boys kicking it over on the East Coast. Jason, here, fresh to QR. How are you finding the car?
Yeah, it's obviously a lot different setup to what we've usually been running, but I'm really enjoying it. The Hi-Tec Motorsport guys are really looking after us and making sure we're comfortable in the car, which is pretty cool. But just every lap we do out here, we seem to go quicker, so we're just more track time the better, and looking forward to the racing this afternoon.
Fresh tyres for this session. You say that is what got you your gains in your times?
Yeah, definitely, but if I'm really honest, we probably underutilised the green tyre, just not getting used to how much additional grip that they provide these cars, so we have to try and pick that up in rounds to come.
You're sharing the pit garage with some pretty quick drivers out here. Joshy Haynes just goes a sub-record in his qualifier. How's that make you feel?
Yeah, it's awesome. It's cool to see Josh and the rest of the guys get a big result, and yeah, benefits of being next to him. I get to have a sneaky look over their shoulder and see the data and see what he is and isn't doing. So yeah, pretty lucky to work alongside these guys.
Well, don't look now, but it looks like Josh fancies himself as a bit of a dirt track racer as well. A little bit of an off-track incident there. Hopefully it's not too bad.
No, they'll be right. They'll get it sorted.
In the meantime, back to you guys in commentary.
Thank you, Jared. Yeah, the problem with that, as we spoke about, Matty, is that fastest lap currently will not stand because he caused the red flag. So, does he have the ability with the tyre that's been compromised? You're nodding your head. I know you're going to say it.
He's good enough.
I'm playing devil's advocate here. Has he got enough speed to be able to get back out there on track and get enough? So, at the moment, he has to go better than a 12.42 set by Tom Heyman, who we knew was going to be fast coming in here this weekend. He was very, very quick at Sydney Motorsport Park with us late last year.
Yep, also competes in the GT4 category with Chaz Mostert's team.
He does too.
Yeah, in the McLarens there. So, and a great guy, Tom Heyman. Very welcome to TA2. He's done a little bit of work in Trans Am, but has decided that TA2 is the world that he wants to be in. Just watching Jared Hughes in the mobile American flag there.
Oh, that was a big four-wheel drift. So he hasn't actually got a lap banked in, so you would think he is now on what would be a rotor tyre.
Yes.
Because he would have been on an out lap or on a lap potentially when Haynes went off. Just a little pinch with the right front, little pinch with the right front.
You just hear the tyres protesting in the background there. They take a little bit of time to come up in temperature and heat as well. You need that opening lap just to try and build some heat into it. Also through your braking, you can do, of course, the big brake stops. That builds quite a bit of heat through the carcass. But he was dominant at Calder Park last year on debut in his first time with TA2. As we watch Brad Gartner now just laid down the first of the magenta sectors, so that's the fastest.
Purple first sector for Gartner. He's on a lap. He struggled a little bit in practice yesterday, but I think between him and Tim, they were being a little bit cagey and maybe not showing everything they had on the older tyre set. But PB's the second sector. Gartner down to the line. Improves to a 12.23, which just eclipses Heyman. Hughes, 12.24. Heyman back with a 12.22. all in the space of about 15 seconds.
So, and what we'll see here is that a lot of these guys now are more than likely not going to go out and rag it too much. Geordie Cox said that if we can get Mark Crutcher in the top 5 there, he'll be doing cartwheels. That's where he currently stands.
Geordie Cox, Nostradamus.
Absolutely. He's currently sitting at a 1:12.85. So everyone's
sorry, Cheney. I'm doing
Cheney,
it now.
Not Cheney. It is Cheney. You'll get in trouble. He'll catch you.
No, say Cheney. Now, are they doing a wheel alignment?
No, they're just taping something up there, but I was also just looking on the front of that car there. There was
I've never seen that
a blocker over the wheel there to try and keep the brake temperature in the tyre, which will also heat the carcass of the tyre and give you a little bit more grab. Jared Hughes with the big oversteer slide. That's what we call lift-off oversteer as he came off the throttle there. The back wanted to overtake the front. Again, spectacular, but not fast, Jamie.
No.
Still sitting in that 4th position at a 1:12.2.
Yeah, he definitely bombed that last sector like it's grey, like he wasn't even close to a PB.
Heyman dropping PBs at the moment too. Just comes up a little bit at
1:12.15.
So close.
As it is on corrected time, that is effectively provisional pole right now. So is Gardner or Hughes got another lap left in them? Gardner on board with him now, and it's grey, so he might have just backed out for a lap and lining one back up now.
And what we're going to see here, Josh Haynes, I just saw leaving pit lane as well. So will Josh be able to put that off behind him, eyes forward, and see whether he can get back up to the top there as we ride on board with Brad Gardner. Now watch his foot there. He's pumping the brakes. So there's the left foot braker. Goes down the 4-speed gearbox to second. Just gives a bit of a blip. Still in second. Gets the nose turned in. Eyes up, and he'll now go from second up to third.
Heyman's gone purple in the second sector. PB to 1, purple in the second sector. He is about to go quicker potentially. Needs to get the last corner right, which Gardner just did not quite get right there with some exit oversteer. But I think this will be the start of potentially a last lap here with 2.5 minutes left to go in the session.
Well, this is
Eyes are on Heyman.
Eyes
are on Heyman. And he goes fastest with a 12.099. It's just taken the Josh Haynes equation out of it, but Haynes is back out on track now, right here in front of Mark Crutcher, who's currently P6.
And following Haynes as well. Now, we'll just have to watch this because Mark will be learning some things from young Josh. He's typically just a little bit faster. It'll be interesting to see if he can hold that together. I know Geordie Cox will be on the radio saying, follow him, follow him, follow him. See if you can learn a few things, see if you can get in that draft and put down a lap as well. But Josh now ragging the number 37 Herzog Steel Mustang. This is going to be his banker lap if he can do it.
Well, he needs to because he doesn't have another lap from what I've seen with it. That his second lap was it.
So he PB'd that first sector.
Okay.
Gets it down turn nicely into turn 3. Back onto the throttle there. A little bit of an oversteer slide. Runs quite wide off the exit of 3 there.
So
Crutcher also went personal best there, following Josh Haynes as well. So, as I say, Geordie Cox will be on the radio, and Mark Crutcher is doing exactly the right thing here. Josh hasn't got time to muck around. If this was 10 minutes to go, he'd probably pull out of that lap and not give it to, not give any intel to Mark Crutcher. But
Haynes goes purple second sector. Here's another lap from Haynes.
And beautiful off 6 as well.
Yeah, no, got that right.
That was gorgeous.
A little bit of a four-wheel drift off, but he is hustling. Can he go quicker than a 12.0? Is there an 11 in it?
It's
there. What?
Whoa!
11.95. We heard about some 11s in testing here 2 weeks ago.
Steve, his
I think
father.
he's happy. I think he's happy. He wasn't happy about 10 minutes ago.
Well, and that's the marker, isn't it, of a great driver? When you can have an off like that, it can disturb your rhythm. Then you're up against it under the pressure. You've got to be able to go out and lay a marker down. And if the only driver right now at an 11.9, Gardner is in the pits. Russell Wright is in the pits, our returning champion. He was a poacher, then became the gamekeeper, our DSO at the last round, and we've dragged him back into a car. So he's in 9th position. I tell you what, though, Jason Pride, how good was that? That time has held up. He will be in the top 10. And his debut in the National TA2 Racing Series. So well done, the pride of Western Australia there.
So what stands out for me, apart from what we just saw from Josh Haynes, and look, I was just sort of building up a little bit of drama whether or not he could do it. Inside, I knew he could because we know he's been fast all weekend. Heyman's best lap was probably set on lap 6 or 7. So a lot longer on that tyre run than what we sort of talked about, that 3-lap window to try and get it done. So Heyman's definitely got some longer pace.
There will be an invoice for doing 6 or 7 laps on that qualifying tyre.
Okay, that's going to translate at the other end of the weekend?
Absolutely, categorically as we go through the weekend. But what an outstanding effort for Josh Haynes. And look at that crowd.
Wow.
All on pit lane, overlooking the excitement of the TFH TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec. It's Josh Haynes for the Kubota Pole Award. Mel, who's in the pits?
I'm here with Paul Hadley, running a 3-car team here this weekend. Paul, we're anxiously watching on NatSoft for the final results. Tell us about your session and the rest of the guys in the team.
Yeah, wasn't too bad. I've been having trouble, even yesterday in practice, I'm having trouble in turn 3 and turn 6 for some reason. I just can't get in and get out of the corner properly, so it's costing me a fair bit of time. So I was comfortable in that qualifying, but I'm just not getting my head around 2 corners at the moment, so it's a bit frustrating. Yeah.
So you're happy with the other lads in that session?
Yeah, well, Graham's 5th at the moment, and Jared Hughes is 4th. Yeah, so yeah, yep. So that's a pretty good result.
Yeah, well, you've all got some good points in the chat.
So there's some fast here this weekend. So yeah.
Yeah, the times have been scorching fast. Hopefully you can pass a few and move up.
Yeah, I can stay pretty consistent in the race, so that's my plan for this weekend.
Okay, back to commentary. Thank you.
Thanks, Mel. I'd love to see Paul Hadley get excited. Was that actually him excited, Matty?
you don't get too many words out of Paul Hadley, but what you do get, they're crackers. He's a great man, Paul Hadley, committed very heavily as we look at our pole sitter, our Kubota Pole Sitter Award winner, as he dons the Kubota hat. That was an outstanding effort from Josh Haynes to be the only driver in the 11s after that situation of going off between 1 and 2. We look at the top 10. Tom Heyman, P2 from Brad Gartner. I think Brad will be disappointed with that. Jared Hughes, I know, will be disappointed with 4th. Graham Cheney, our championship leader, co-championship leader in 5th. Des Collier on debut for TFH. That is an outstanding effort in 6th position. Mark Crotcher in P7. Jason Pride, that's man of the match for me, all the way from WA. Russell Wright in P9 and Mark Bailey. And hey, Russell Wright, 72 years of age. P11, Domain Ramsey, he'll be happy with that. Josh Thomas in 12th. 13th was Connor Roberts. Hayden Jackson, he'll be disappointed with 14th. John Hollinger in 15th. Paul Hadley 16th. Anthony Tenkate, he got out of the car pretty early in his qualifying session. He'll qualify in 17th. 18th was Danny Reedy and Steve Wilson in 19th. But with our pole sitter is Jared, and it's Josh Haynes.
Congratulations, Josh. $1,000 richer thanks to Kubota.
Thank you.
The Kubota Pole Award, hard fought, well earned. You thought it was all over in turn 1, didn't you?
Yeah, we had a good first lap, and then obviously I went for my second fly, which was definitely going to be the quick one. And unfortunately, I made a mistake. I don't know, but my foot genuinely just slipped off the pedal. So my mistake, but yeah, it was pretty scary. I was a bit of a passenger going into one. So luckily we got it out and managed to get back out there to do another lap, which happened to be quicker. So yeah, stoked with how the result went. I need to probably look back and look at how I can change a few things. But yeah, really happy and good start to the weekend.
Well, best of luck. It's only up from here, mate. You've got the first step done. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Definitely not a surprise, Matty. Definitely not a surprise. The way he went about it, yes. But to have Josh Haynes on pole here at QR, not a surprise.
No, not a surprise. He's putting together a very good year. Didn't have a great Morgan Park, but as we said, he's still the championship co-leader at this stage. And how do you solidify that? You put the thing on pole, and your other co-championship leader, I think, was down in 5th position in Graham Cheney. So that was the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec steel framing. If we look back at the crowd behind the Hi-Tec Oils wall, and as we said, the biggest race meeting at Queensland Raceway for 10 years, Jamie. There's over 230 entrants, lots of camping. Drifters tonight as well for the Hi-Tec boys.
Look at
and
those
the circuit
pictures.
looks fantastic. Tony Quinn should be congratulated for the amount of work he's
Had
done.
it seen that picture 3 years ago, it would not have even looked close to that.
Not even
The
close.
infrastructure improvements and just the whole facility and Tony Quinn's involvement. is quite staggering, and absolutely categorically the cleanest toilet facilities at any motor racing circuit in Australia.
Luckily, Tony's got a few bucks.
Tony prides himself on it, but that is a wonderful, wonderful shot. And this whole motorsport precinct, as you come into Willowbank Raceway, you've got the drag strip, a world-class facility.
Absolutely.
Drag strip.
Yeah, Winter Nats is held there every year.
A couple of weeks ago. You've got the Ipswich kart track. There's the Queensland champs there this weekend with probably close to 300 entries.
Yep.
As our Replica Tourers come out on track for their first race of the weekend. Next to that, you've got a little junior speedway. There's a little miniature off-road speedway track. Then there's the Ipswich Dirt Club track. They're running today as well. There'll be another 100 karts there.
Absolutely.
So we've got, 230 here? It's lots.
Try and get a hotel room around here. Not easy.
All right, Replica Tourers coming out and talk about big fields. I think there's like 35 of these cars about to come out onto the racetrack. Some fantastic racing from the previous round at Morgan Park with the Replica Tourers, and we talked about diversity. And down on pit lane we have Melinda Price.
I'm here with Kiara, who is running in Super TT this weekend, and at the age of 16, Kiara, you're not even old enough to have your licence on the road, but you'll be out there racing around in this beast. How did you come to be here?
Well, my parents have a property down the south coast, and we have a few old cars down there, and at the age of 10, Dad taught me how to drive manual, and ever since then it's just been a passion.
So no history of previous racing, no go-karts, family race?
No, just straight into cars.
So how do Mum and Dad cope with watching you out on the racetrack?
Dad's not bad. Mum's a bit of a nervous wreck, but I guess that comes with it.
I guess you'll get used to it. Yeah. I hope you have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mel. Yes, one of the many drivers to look at here at Queensland Raceway over the weekend. A massive, massive entry. We'll keep talking about it throughout the weekend, but just how different this race facility looks over the last 3 years is really quite stunning. It looks like a simple motor racing circuit. It definitely is not. Only 6 corners, but you've got to make the most of every corner, and for the horsepower guys, you've got a couple of big straights to be able to put all that horsepower down. So with our Replica Tourers about to come out onto the circuit, a huge field of over 30 cars. They qualified here yesterday afternoon. Cars to definitely look out for. Ian Woodward and the big fat ass Camaro just going through shot now. Very, very fast race car. The car was originally built for Touring Car Masters, now running a slightly bigger wheel and tyre package, actually running on a Pirelli slick tyre with that race car, not lacking for horsepower, definitely well in excess of 600 plus horsepower, as will many of these other race cars across the field. So you've got under 2 litre cars, you've got over 2 litre cars, through the mid sort of 2.5 to 3 litres as we go to the starting grid for race number 1. Woody off the pole in the big Camaro. Steve Hay will not line up out of P2, actually broke a crankshaft in qualifying. Terry Skeen will start out of P3 with Roger Pfeiffer. Rex Scholes, John Robertson, Daniel Ross, Samuel Allen and Rob Neal. Taylor Herford in the BMW out of position 11, going back to Jordan Walker. Lawrence McKinnon, Jeff Gillespie in one of the smaller category cars debuting here this weekend in the Ford Escort out of position 21. And we are going racing here at Queensland Raceway with the Replica Tourers Trophy Series. The big horsepower down on the ground from Woody and the big fat ass Camaro. I think Woody's probably built half of the race engines in this category, and he's out leading early. Oh, just a little wiggle through the middle of 1 and 2. He's really struggling, and behind him it was Skeen struggling. He's rotated in front of the field. They've scattered left and right. One went through the gravel. That was a huge moment for Skeen off the second row, and how he did not get hit by at least 30 following cars is anybody's guess. That was a massive, massive moment. Everyone else trying to get themselves sorted. There'll be a few breaths being taken after that one. Ian Woodward was in front. Pfeiffer slots into second in the Falcon, and it would have happened just ahead of Pfeiffer in the big Ford. And with the rest of the field scattering in behind, they've actually got a little bit of an advantage out in front on this first lap of 10 for the Replica Tourers here. Slightly cloudy overhead, but beautiful sunny conditions. Forecasters Jared said on pit lane for about 27 degrees. That's not bad in the middle of winter. So Rex Scholes in the Jack Daniels replica to the inside. The number 18, Daniel Ross RX-8, which featured so prominently at the previous round at Morgan Park. So lots of diversity right through this class. BMWs, Escorts, Mazda RX-8s, Commodores, Camaros, you name it, it is out there. Mustangs. Got Triple Tour Braden Walters back out there. Had a quick talk to Braden earlier on in the weekend. Broken input shaft at Morgan Park in the final race, so that's why that car was left stranded on the race circuit. Had absolutely no drive. 555 going through there. John Robinson. John's currently up in the 4th position, 5th. 49 BMW, Samuel Allen. So Ross is just getting slotted back here a little bit. Probably not the advantage here at QR that, say, some of the smaller cars had at Morgan Park, with a lot more corners and some slower to mid-range corners. Not so much of that here at Queensland Raceway. You've got to get good drive out of 3, which is not so much a hairpin. It's actually a lot wider off the exit than you think it would be. As Pfeiffer staying here with Ian Woodward. Woodward's car looks a little bit more stable on the racetrack now. Second meeting that he's run the bigger tyre package on the big Camaro, the Penske replica, and Pfeiffer's got an inside run in the Falcon and takes over the race lead. So Roger Pfeiffer, the XR6 Turbo Ford Falcon. Now this is the replay all by himself, and just watch the rest of the field. Ross had to pull anchors in the Mazda. Robinson went off track as well, so it was Robinson that ended up in the gravel off the exit. And out in front, Woody and Pfeiffer have gone, well, just what happened in behind us there. But Pfeiffer's in the race lead now in the big number 5. Sunoco Camaro looking to try and get some traction down on the outside on the run down to turn 4. Pfeiffer's got the favoured inside line. I don't think around the outside at 4 is definitely the place to be, because you'll end up running out of racetrack through the centre. Woodward looks like he's sort of tiptoeing a little bit. Smallwood number 7, VL's gone off track. That's off the exit of turn number 3, back in about the 10th, 11th, 12th position. And the number 7, Brian Smallwood. And VL Commodore having some drama. So Pfeiffer continues to lead. Here comes the horsepower, the big Camaro down the inside of the XR6 Turbo. Putting on a little bit of a show here at Queensland Raceway for the Replica Tour Trophy Series. So Ian Woodward at Morgan Park, he was leading the final race of the weekend in the drier conditions on the Sunday, and plucked the inside curb at the S's and actually broke a bolt in the steering that saw the left front not attached to the rest of the steering system. So that was the reason for Ian's DNF in the final race at Morgan Park at the previous round. Little Gemini there, number 65. It's a beautiful replica, Adrian Burgess. Very, very smart looking little Holden Gemini. Chris Solomon just in behind him in the Corolla. Line in the Civic. And then the number 73 of Daniel Moore. 82, that beautiful Ford Falcon. Lawrence McKinnon. McKinnon's up in the 13th position. Had a couple of little dramas going as Pfeiffer's back into the lead. So the lead is seesawing at the front of Replica Tourers at about the halfway mark. So we've still got a few laps left to go here. So Pfeiffer, your race leader. Here comes the big Camaro. I don't know what the XR6 Turbo's putting out horsepower-wise, but I know Woody's thing's well in excess of 600 plus. Definitely an advantage in the straight line, but I think Woody's just struggling with turn, and you can see the Camaro bouncing around there as we go back to some battles. The 195, this is 14th and 15th. 195 Taylor Herford, and at 15th, the number 24 of Darren Love. We got Falcons, BMWs, Honda Civic Type Rs, there's Escorts out there, Corollas, Geminis, Camaros, Commodores, Falcons. Where do you stop? And that's the diversity with this Replica Tourers field. Fantastic race cars, some fantastic racing, and huge fields. They've actually created another division of this category down in Victoria. Such has been the interest in getting involved in the Replica Tourers series. So Braden Walters up into the 5th position now in the 222 Ford Mustang. Back after that input shaft issue at the last race at Morgan Park at the previous round about a month ago, and he's going to pick up another position here. And that should see Walters up into, in fact that was a battle with Allen for 5th and 6th, so that should still be 5th as the 37 goes off track. Stuart Walker, another beautifully presented car. In fact, he's got a bigger drama right front. It's got a tyre down or damage to the right front wheel. 135 and 49 battling. 135 is Rob Neal in the BMW 135. That's an easy race number to remember with a BMW 135. So that's through to the 6th position. Sam Allen back to 7th in the number 49. Then it's back to Ross in the RX-8. And back up front, Rex Scholes now coming into the equation. Scholes pretty much dominated the weekend at Morgan Park, and then he got it wrong at turn 3. Just grabbed a little bit too much front brake, and it's grabbed the rears and just about rotated it at 3. But out of that, I think Pfeiffer might have had a problem, because Scholes still managed to get by him, or did he? He's to the outside on the run to 4. No, Pfeiffer. I wonder if Pfeiffer actually missed a gear. Definitely locked a brake there, and Scholes will pick his pocket and go up the inside. So Pfeiffer might be struggling with another issue full stop, because it looked like it didn't get out of 3 when Scholes had made the mistake into 3. The 37 Commodores actually stopped down on the infield grass here at QR, so that'll be a DNF with that damaged right front wheel to the number 37 Commodore. So Ian Woodward out in front. Fastest lap of the race is a 1:20.7510 for Ian Woodward. But it hasn't looked easy. The car hasn't looked 100% comfortable. Certainly not lacking in a straight line, which is very, very important here at QR. But in between those straight lines, you've got a few critical corners that you've got to get right. I think Woody's still got a little bit of work to do, maybe just getting the balance right with that race car. So that's Craig Lyon in the 45. So Craig's back in about the 23rd position. Oh, there's a big off there through the cloud of dust. There's smoke, there's dust, and it is the Commodore that went off early. 21 Skeen. Terry Skeen goes off for the 2nd time in the VT. And that's down into 1 and will bring out the Hyundai safety car with just a couple of laps left to go. So Skeen with some dramas. He rotated out of turn 2 off the race start, qualified very, very well. So that'll bring out the safety car. Ian Woodward, your race leader from Rex Scholes. Number 5 of Roger Pfeiffer. Then you go back to the 555 of John Robinson as the Hyundai safety car is out on track, and we'll pick up the race leader here with the Replica Tourers from Queensland Raceway. So Skeen's had a very eventful race. Rotated out of 2 off the race start and has ended up in the gravel between 1 and 2. So he's gone off a lot earlier. That he's tried to drive it back on by the looks of it and just buried it. So the recovery team will get that car pulled out. How many laps have we got left to go here? So I think on lap 8, so just a couple to go. Woodward, Scholes, Pfeiffer, Robinson, Walters up to 5th in the Mustang. Then the 135 BMW of Rob Neal. The 333 of Hunter Ferguson. Sam Allen in 8th in the number 49 BMW. Daniel Ross next in the RX-8 9th, and then the 371 Holden Commodore of Jordan Walker. So that's your top 10 with just a couple of laps to go here with the safety car out on the racetrack. Recovery's all already out there. Let's see what happened with Skeen. It wasn't the first time, so this is the first effort. Out of turn 2, it's just rotated the rears and just lost grip. Flicked back the other way. That was the 555 of Robinson slipping to his outside. Ross was on the grass down on the inside in the RX8, and the rest of them were scattering. And then he's had another effort, unfortunately, in between 1 and 2 later on in the race, trying to recover those spots he lost early on in the race. Great job there from the recovery team here at Queensland Raceway. We'll get that car back out on track, just waiting to hear how many laps we do have left to go in this first race of the weekend for the Replica Tourers Trophy Series. Ian Woodward, your race leader. Opportunity just to cool the tyres down. The beautiful big Penske Replica Camaro. Rex Scholes, the X-Pac Kiwi, and the Jack Daniels Replica Commodore. Roger Pfeiffer. A little bit of lap traffic in amongst there, one of the Alphas. Couple of the Alphas running here this weekend. So Woodward, Scholes, Pfeiffer, Robinson, Walters, Neil, Ferguson, Sam, Allen, Daniel, Ross, and the 371 of Jordan Walker. Your top 10. One more lap, I would say, behind the safety car here. It may be a one-lap sprint to the finish to come up. And a Toyota 86 out there. That'll be the number 96 of Tony Rowe. That's the car I was talking about yesterday with someone. I think they've just installed a supercharger on that machine. As the 37 of Walker limps back into the pits, the Dixie Holdings Commodore with a flat right front. So he's managed to make it back to pit lane. He was parked off the side of the track that didn't need to bring out the safety car, which came out in the end anyway. The 193 Alpha Stephen Siegfried, the Alfa Romeo Alfetta. So that's some lap traffic. Jeff Gillespie back there in the number 15 Race Products Escort, making his debut this weekend with Replica Tourers. I think there's a few debuting with Replica Tourers that didn't race with us at Morgan Park at the previous round. Just so cool to see such a wide range of different race cars across this category. Great shot there. Just a little bit of cloud cover overhead. Just cooled down the track conditions a little bit. Forecast certainly for the weekend. Not too much of the wet stuff that we had at Morgan Park on the Saturday, which was just atrocious. So waiting to see if the safety car lights go out here. And it should be a 1 or 2 lap dash to the finish. So Roger Pfeiffer trying to regroup. Had a couple of little issues. I thought he might have missed a gear out of 3 when Scholes had that issue into 3 and nearly rotated the number 28 Black Commodore. Then he had a big brake lock up into 4. Right, Ian Woodward. Just waiting to hear if that's going to come back up on throttle. And we go back to green. Final lap, 1 lap run, green-white checker they used to call it. Braden Walters with a huge restart. It's going to pick up the inside of the 555 of Robinson. That little Alpha in lap traffic, he's definitely going to have his hands full looking in his mirrors on this last lap. As Pfeiffer's got back around Scholes for second, Woodward's disappearing away out in front in the big Camaro. Here comes Scholes to the inside in the Black Commodore. Holden versus Ford. The XR6 is not lacking for straight line speed. See if Scholes can maybe pick him up under brakes. He's not close enough. Ian Woodward out in front. He's just purpled the first sector, so he's on a lap on the last lap. Walters through to 4th. Now, he started out of grid 16 in the Mustang. That's a massive drive in this first race, which will help him go forward on the grids going forward for the rest of the weekend. So Walters there in the green and white Mustang up into 4th. After that input shaft drama at the previous round at Morgan Park, Pfeiffer and Scholes still battling for that 2nd and 3rd positions. Woodward comfortable enough out in front in the big Camaro. He will take out the first race win for Replica Tourers as Scholes gets sideways again on entry into 6th. Last time it was 3, so Scholes might be having some rear brake issues. Woodward takes the win from Pfeiffer. Scholes salvages 3rd out of it with some braking issues. Walters in 4th in the Mustang. Go back to Robinson in the Commodore in the 5th position. Then it's the 135 of Rob Neal. And just about every other car in Queensland coming down to the line to finish race number 1 for the Replica Tourers Trophy Series. But it's a win for Ian Woody Woodward in the Fat As Camaro. Stunning looking race car, definitely not lacking for horsepower. As we go to the results here at Queensland Raceway, Ian Woodward with the win from Roger Pfeiffer. Rex Scholes in third. Braden Walters storms from grid 16 to 4th ahead of John Robinson. Rob Neal, Hunter Ferguson, Sam Allen, Daniel Ross and Jordan Walker completing the top 10 in the BMW 135. Tony Rowe, Darren Love, 11th and 12th followed by Lawrence McKinnon, Danny Turner, Chris Solomon, Taylor Herford, Adrian Burgess. It was very, very busy further back through the field. Greg Wilson, Jeff Gillespie, Duke Hoffman, and going through 21 to 29, Daniel Moore, Craig Lyon, Mark Brennan, Terry Skeen, Stephen Siegfried, Stu Walker, Brian Smallwood. Let's have a look at the highlights for race number 1, and there definitely was a few, apart from the action right through the field. There were a few going off early. Watch the car second in the queue. He was tucked right up underneath the rear wing of the Camaro. Skeen in the number 21 Commodore. Now, just watching it here, it's just lit up the rears. It wasn't even on the curves. How lucky was there not to be any contact, because that was from P2 with 33 other cars. Oh, Smallwood, that was a massive moment. That was the reason why he was coming back on track. How did that not go bowling? Very, very lucky not to take a few other cars out as the 37 went off track with what looked to be a right front puncher. And enough damage there that looks like it's plucked the inner guard liner out of it as well, and damage there underneath the right front guard. Ian Wood was out front. Pfeiffer running a little bit wide here. That opened up the door for Rex Scholes up the inside. They would drag race down the back straight. An entertaining battle between these two. And off the last late restart, Woodward with the victory from Pfeiffer, with Scholes salvaging third in the Jack Daniels Replica. Entertainment from the Replica Tourers Trophy Series, race number 1. There'll be a little bit to talk about after that one. Cool, calm, collected Ian Woodward. Getting out of the big Camaro. Seriously, seriously cool race car. Very, very cool race car. What do we got coming up next? We have the Queensland Touring Car Championship classes up next in front of what is a growing crowd here at Queensland Raceway. One of the cool things here at QR is you can park around the outside of the facility over on the back straight. There's a camping area over there. Up the top of the bank through 1 and 2, you can park up there and just base out of your cars as Ian Woodward gets out of the Sunoco Camaro, the Fat As Racing Chevrolet. So we've got Queensland Touring Cars up next. They are on the dummy grid ready to go, and they will be followed by the second round of the Australian XL Series. And that will lead us into the lunch and pit walk, and our live broadcast starts from 1 p.m. this afternoon and goes through to 5 p.m. later on this afternoon, down to the pits with Jared McLean.
We'll get there in the end, don't worry, we've got a whole weekend. Rex, congratulations, third place in the Jack Daniels Replica Tourer. How was it out there? A race in 2 parts.
It was really good. A bit greasy, but good racing with Roger. Trying to catch him at the start, so it was a good race. I enjoyed it.
What was the restart like for you?
Roger got me on the restart, but I backed off a bit. I didn't want to hit him. So it was good, though. It was a good restart. No dramas.
Fantastic stuff. A few more races yet to go. What's the plan for the weekend?
Just keep the car straight and finish every race.
Excellent stuff. Over to second place with Melissa Price.
Roger Pfeiffer, what a fantastic lunge after the safety car with 1 lap to go.
Thank you. Yeah, Rex sort of left the door open for me a bit there, so I thought that was my only chance to get it back. I knew it was going to be a 1-lap dash. I had it on him on the straights, but on the corners he sort of eats me up a bit. Anyway, look, it was a great race. Falcon went well, luckily, and yeah, pretty happy with second. I'm stoked, actually.
Yeah, P2 from P4 start. What are your plans for the rest of the weekend?
Just try and hold position, if anything. I think Woody here is a bit untouchable. I think he was too kind letting me pass there just to make it a race, but good on him. That's what Replica Tours is all about. Good fun racing.
Fantastic. Well done.
Great. Thanks very much.
Elbow to elbow racing there. A couple of good passes on your part, Woody. How do you rate that one for yourself?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, like charging around. Roger in the Falcon, I could see in the mirror Jack Daniels' car was catching up, so we better have a little bit of a serious go again. But yeah, no, it was a really good race. Shame somebody fell off and shortened her up, but a lot of fun. Great category. Love this category, and really like to thank AASA and Hi-Tec for putting such a great combination of races for everybody. It's just caters to everybody. It's magic.
I don't think there's too much more that needs to be said. You're a pro at this, mate. In the meantime, back to race control.
And then, thank you, Jared. Did I call him McLeod? Where did that come from? Crikey dick. Folks lined up here all around this beautiful facility. As I said earlier, if you had been here 3 odd years ago before Tony Quid took over as we go to the grid for the Queensland Touring Car Championship, you would not believe how good this place looks now. Peter Bray and Luke Beveridge will start off the front row for race number 2 for the Queensland Touring Car Championship. Then Malpass, Nathan March from the second row. Les Hannafin, Michael Woodcroft in that beautiful Tirana, Hudson James, Lee Gravelin, Rob Druder. Go back to Nick Linton out of 11. 12 will be Trent Rubb, Rob Ballinger. Starting a little bit further back in this one, so I'm not too sure what happened to Ballinger in qualifying, because we saw Bray and Ballinger just going to war at the previous round at Morgan Park. Joined in commentary by track commentator here, Scotty McKellar. Thank you, Scott, for helping out with us. And you'll know a little bit more about some of these guys than myself, but the racing at Morgan Park at the previous round was absolutely stunning. And Peter Bray and Rob Ballinger really went at it, but Ballinger's a little bit deeper in the field.
Yeah, he had not the best of qualifying yesterday. He did get caught up a couple of times, I did notice. But this is an 8-lap race. I'm sure he'll really start to put it in there.
So I'm pretty sure Rob was in the 16s in practice, so he was very, very quick. So again, we've got different categories, different classes in amongst QTCC with sort of up to 2 litre, 2 litre, the 3 litre, 3 litre and above, 5 litre, and then the unlimited stuff with the bigger horsepower engines and that. So classes within classes right across through this category. And another big lineup here, I think the biggest lineup at QTCC I've seen so far in the Hi-Tec Super Series.
Yeah, no, as you were just saying, there are a lot of different types of cars in here, and some of the times the smaller ones will get the handling where the bigger ones have got down the straight. But yesterday did provide some very good qualifying. One young fella, what was his name, Hudson James, did very well in his class yesterday.
Mark Hyde's just had a little off there in the little Mark II, and not too sure what happened there as Woodcroft. Yeah, so at Morgan Park, with a lot more corners, some of the smaller cars sort of came into their own, and we saw Ballinger in the BMW, and we know Rob's fast. Sequentially shifted 6-cylinder. Oh, that was a moment. Who was that? The 32 car. The 32 of Lee Gravelin, and we may have a safety car here by the looks of it, and that will probably be to retrieve that earlier off. That, I think, was Gravelin reacting to the yellows coming out on the start-finish line more than likely, because he was completely locked up, and Les Hannafin's eyes in the number 34 Valvoline VK will be like saucers right now. So, yeah, safety cars definitely out there on the racetrack. Wow.
Yeah, that was very close, very good skills there to avoid anything big. But now these guys are quite experienced in these QTCC cars. And at the moment, Bray and Milpass are out there, and they did very well yesterday also. Lovely presented cars as well.
I love that Woodcroft Tirana. That's a beautiful car. Now, just looking at the lap scoring, no Luke Beveridge and no 39 of Gary Lang. Now, there's another 2 cars that you would expect to be at the front of the field.
Well, Jamie, did they even make it out?
No, I don't think they have. I don't think they have. So Luke and Gary, definitely 2 cars. Like Gary Lang was lapping very, very quick here yesterday in practice. So a couple missing off the grid that you would expect to sort of be near the front. So a few of the faster guys have had some issues throughout the weekend. Not too sure what the issue was with Ballinger, as the safety car lights are out on the Hyundai i30. So we'll go back racing. So we've still got a lot of laps left to go here. So Peter Bray really, really dominated in the Hanno's Car Care 29 at Morgan Park. He really did not put a wheel wrong all weekend, and I don't know if you were there, Scotty, but the conditions Saturday to Sunday were just ridiculous from one extreme to the other. The local super cheap auto ran out of Rain-X or any other windscreen sort of additive to try and stop the things fogging up. People were listening to me talking about shampoo. I'm sure they were going to Woolies and Coles and buying up all the shampoo they could find. Some of it worked, some of it didn't. And apparently Bowden's Own had a product that they just about all sold out of as well. So the biggest issue on the Saturday at Morgan Park was the distinct lack of visibility, to the point that some of the cars had to pull into pit lane, and they were amazed they could even find pit lane because of how little they could see.
That's it. I've been Morgan Park in those conditions before, and I tell you what, it was very difficult. And then all of a sudden Sunday, beautiful conditions and totally different setup again for the cars. But it's at the moment, it's still Peter Bray doing the business out there as he fires it down that inside straight.
So Ballinger was starting to work his way forward, so he's back up into 7th. You're not too sure what the issue was with Ballinger in qualifying, because he definitely started a lot further back in the field than what we would expect.
That's it. His time's, well, he's in traffic at the moment. 27's just at the moment. But
well, actually,
yeah,
this is their second race of the weekend, so that's actually based on a race result from the earlier race this morning that we haven't seen. So Ballinger must have actually had an issue in the first race of the weekend. Manages to get by Les Hannafin there. Les is a campaigner that's been around a little while in QTC, made the step up from Class 2 to Class 1 in that very, very quick Commodore. That is a stunning looking race car. Fastest on track is the race leader. Peter Bray's gone fastest with a 1:18.2350. Bray's got the fastest sector 1 and 2. Ballinger's actually fastest in the last sector, which is not so much of a horsepower sector like 1 and 2. That's probably sort of the run from 5 to 6 down onto the front straight. So you've got to get out of turn number 6 to make that work. And if you can't get out of 6, that just sucks all the exit speed and the straight line speed down into 1.
Yeah, you've really got to carry it down there. You can see a great little dice going on here between these two characters, and these guys have been battling it out throughout the morning. It's been great to watch.
Yeah, Nathan Marks, and that'll be Gravel in the Commodore, who had that moment coming up to the safety car with it coming out on track and nearly clambered into the back of Les Hannafin. So Peter Bray is your race leader. You've got the number 116 Ben Malpass BMW in second, Gravelin in third. Here comes Ballinger, and that'll be for fourth. Goes to the outside of Marks. Marks is going to try and keep there on the inside on the run down onto the Dick Johnson straight, and they're side by side through 6. Ballinger with a little bit more momentum in the Class A number 72. I think that'll be a combination running in Class A of the bigger capacity BMW 6-cylinder as he bounces his way into turn 1, and the fact that I'm pretty sure he runs a sequential gearbox in that car.
Yeah, doing a great job there as he moves his way through traffic. Up into 4th, as you said, and I think it's not going to be too long till we see him up there giving Gravelin and Malpass a bit of a hurry along. We've still got, 3 laps to go, so it's still anything's possible.
16th and 17th, so this is Dean Wart. And the 76 is that Matt Devitt. Yep, Matt Devitt. So that is for 16th and 17th positions in QTC Race 2. So second race of the weekend for QTCC. And like the Replica Tourers, lots of diversity through the category. But certainly over the last sort of 18 months, dominated by the likes of Peter Bray and Rob Ballinger. Ballinger now back up into 4th. So this is for 3rd. Malpass and Gravelin. Gravelin in the Monaro. Well, I don't think he's done a lot of racing lately. That's a sort of a debut for that car this year.
Doing a good job. Have a look at Ballinger. He is on a mission.
Just did the fastest lap of the race at a 17.1. Bray's gone 18.2. Right. So he's a full second faster than the race leader as Gravel looks to the inside of Malpass. Malpass in the Bastos. Super Tourer Replica. And here's Rob.
Yeah, that's it. He can only be happy that these guys are battling it out in front of them.
3-way battle. The Monaro's got some straight line horsepower advantage over the Malpass BMW. Here comes Ballinger. I think the Malpass car will be a little bit lighter than Ballinger, but Ballinger very, very good under brakes. Malpass is going to try and live there on the outside, but Ballinger's already got the overlap and the advantage. He is to the outside, should have overlap to take the natural line into 4. Oh, no, Malpass launched it down the inside. That was a definitely close your eyes and hope one, but he got away with it. Bellinger's like, yeah, I'll just open the wheel up and let you on by here, because that was from a long way back.
Here he goes again, another crack at it, down into 6.
Yeah, Bellinger to the outside, so that's taken a little bit of pressure off Gravelin. Still with a couple of laps left to go here, so Bray in control out in front. He's got about a 4-second advantage over this battle group for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Bellinger now clears Malpass. I don't think Malpass will try the dive down into 1. If you approach that line into 1 too narrow, you just end up firing out right there in the middle of 1 and 2, and you'll end up out in the gravel where we saw in that previous race.
That's
with
right.
The skiing Replica Tourer.
There is a couple of still bumps back into that turn 1 and 2. I've had a couple of shabs around here, and man, it was very, very difficult through turn 1 and 2 at pace. I'll give you the tip.
Tony Quinn won't let us call them bums, they're called character.
That's it. But hasn't he done a great job
That's the cool thing about QR. And look, there's been a little bit of resealing around the place, but you can't take all that character out of the racetrack. And we'll talk about it all weekend. It's only 6 corners. They call it the paperclip, but you've sort of almost got to concede in a few places to make the rest of the lap better. So you're never ever going to be completely perfect around this racetrack, because you've got an emphasis on mid-corner speed, high corner speed, and then, well, basically 3 pretty big straights, over the back, through the middle, and on the front side, the Dick Johnson straight. So as simple as it looks, it's not.
No, that's right. I think that, with my experiences, turn 4 and 5, you've probably the 2 hardest corners on the circuit. You've got to get right. You've got to get it out of 5, and as you say, down into 6 correct sort of thing. So those 2 corners, even though they're fairly close together, once again, if you're out wide, you're on the ripple strip, you can drive it down into 6.
Oh, Bellinger on pit lane. Bellinger's on pit lane, so he's got some dramas.
In the last lap too.
What's gone on there? So Bray controlling things out in front. Gravelin's actually chasing him down. He's taken a second out of him in the last lap and a half. Woodcroft here in the beautiful Brock Replica Tirana in the 5th position. So Bray, Gravelin, Malpass, March, Woodcroft, Hanovan in the top 6 in the VK Commodore, just in back a shot there. So Woodcroft continues to do a good job. We just about cried at Morgan Park last year when that car was involved in a crash and there were panels hanging off it, and because those Tiranas are getting even more expensive these days.
Very rare indeed. And it's great to see them out on track as well.
Absolutely. All right, here is Peter Bray. In the end, he's done this pretty easily with the Hanos car care number 29. Bray will win it. Gravelin definitely closed the gap in the last couple of laps in the Monaro for a Holden 1 and 2. Battle for 4th, Marks and Woodcroft. Malpass will take 3rd. This is 4th, 5th and 6th. Marks will get it on the line from Woodcroft. Hannafin in 6th. Then it'll be a big gap to the AFS number 68 of Hudson James.
He goes all right, that young fella. He does a lot with the V8 experiences out here.
Did Ballinger get a drive-through? He's come back out on track. Okay. Don't know what happened there with Mr. Ballinger.
Yeah.
Scotty, might be something if you get a chance to shoot down there and go and ask the question, because it was definitely on pit lane.
Yeah.
He's salvaged 11th out of it. I don't know how he's done that with a trip down pit lane, so I wonder if there was a drive-through there potentially. Who knows?
Yeah, that's it.
I'm just a commentator.
Yeah, we sort of like get left to the last sort of thing, but no, good race there, and it's great to see them. Nice finish there for Bray there.
Continuing on with his momentum from Morgan Park. Absolutely, Peter Bray was the class of the field. Ballinger just didn't really have anything for him, and Ballinger with issues here in race number 2. Peter Bray with the victory from Ben Malpass. Actually, Gravelin. Now, did Gravelin... I have no idea, because Gravelin crossed the line in 2nd, so there may have been a penalty there. Marks, Woodcroft, Hudson James, Rod Droder, Trent Rudd, Gravelin back in 8th, so he might have got a time penalty. Maybe some jump starts. We'll have to come back to that for race number 3. Nick Linton, Les Hannafin. Likewise, Hannafin crossed the line in 6th, so was there a jump start or maybe some penalties down to that safety car? We'll have to try and find that out. Here's a look at the highlights, because there's been some stuff going on here that I cannot explain. I'm thinking there will be some penalties that have been applied through that race, looking at those results. So Peter Bray got away out in front early. and it was a lead he would not lose. Ballinger was working his way through the field, having some issues in the race earlier on in the day, and he worked his way back up towards the front of the field. Had a great battle going there with Marks in the number 9. Jägermeister Replica BMW. Malpass was locking up brakes in that battle with Ballinger. And then we'd see Ballinger disappear off into pit lane for some reason. So more on that later. Still was going on before Ballinger went off into pit lane. Gravelin was definitely in the mix there as well. And he was down the order on the results that were posted, with Gray just continuing to lead and dominate out in front. So there's Ballinger on pit lane. I can only think that was a drive-through. As Gray went on to take victory in the Hanos car gear number 29, the ex-Commodore did it pretty easily. Gravelin definitely crossed the line in second, but in the results he was further back down the order. So we'll try and cover that off before the third race of the weekend. Nonetheless, some fantastic racing from the Queensland Touring Car Championship here at Queensland Raceway, round number 3 of the Hi-Tec Super Series. At QR, look at that. A full pits here at Queensland Raceway, and down on pit lane, Jared McLean.
Nathan, congratulations, third step on the podium. Describe the race to me. How was your start?
Mate, start was good. Start was real good, actually. I thought some of the big horsepower V8s would be coming through and get in front of me, but, mate, it was a good start. I was able to hold off a couple of guys, and I think I'm just lucky that some of the faster guys have been having some car troubles, to be honest, so, but I'll take the win.
Congratulations, mate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ben Malpass here in P2. You qualified 6th, you finished 3rd in race 1. It seems like you're heading in the right direction.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was great to be out there. The track field's fantastic. Plenty of cars racing this weekend, which is truly awesome. Getting ahead of the BMW, the Commodores and the BMW is always a really good thing, so got to be happy with that.
Only one more car to pass. Good luck.
Yeah, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Peter, down here, we're just having a chat about the race. You had a bit of a lucky one there, but starting from first, taking it all the way through.
100%. No, the car's going great. Unfortunately, some of the other faster guys have had a few issues and are stuck in the paddock or got penalised. So, no, it was good to be start the front and finish up the front, definitely. So,
what's the plan for the weekend?
Just keep it on going. The biggest thing with these cars is because they're amateur cars, is keeping the things running for the weekend. So, if we can stay up the front, that's all you can hope for, 100%. So, yeah, no, perfect.
Great stuff. Back to commentary, guys.
Thank you, Jared and Melinda. XL's out on track for the second round of the Australian XL Series, and the commentary roundabout continues as I welcome and sitting alongside to me, Jared Hughes. I've never heard of you. Sorry, can you tell me who you are, sir?
Oh, don't be like that. we go way back, don't we?
TA2 driver for the second round ever. But look, you've had a little bit of seat time in these cars, Jared, and your car's actually been running around there over the last couple of rounds of the XL Track Attack stuff out of Queensland.
Yeah, it is. It has actually. It's cool to see my car running around. I did XLs for, I think it was about 2.5 years. Absolutely loved the category, and Paul Morris at Norwell, who I work for, he was big on me hopping into the XLs because you just learn all the essentials and everything you need to know. So no, I'm looking forward to actually watching it from a different point of view.
This will be cool. You'll enjoy this, and I'm going to enjoy commentating it next year. All right, Matthew Boylett, certainly one of the front runners. He qualified on pole, Edward Mitchell alongside in P2. Brett Parrish, he'll be pretty happy with P3, former series champion. Tyler Collins, the reigning Australian XL Series champ out of 4. Alex Hay, Jane Simpson, Darren Whittington, Brett Sheriff, Cody Tucker and Caleb Patterson. This field is full of youngsters trying to make their next steps up. Toby Waghorn, Josh Richards, Luke Winaldi, Blake Tracy, who'll be one to watch, Michael Smith, Brad Verica out of Victoria, Kate Davey, Josh Trafford, Lincoln Evans, Mick McLeod returning after a few seasons off, Pat Traffic, Misty Grimsley, Carlo Warner, Cody Grimsley, Caleb Heffron, Jake, Jared, there's so many of them out there, mate. There are so many new names out there, but it is a great category, mate. Your background, you came through karts?
Yeah, started off with go-karts,
Did you go straight to XLs after karts?
Yeah, so straight after go-karts, went to Norwell, and Paul was like, you need to hop on the XL, so that's what we did. We built up an XL, and and began racing it. And this is actually probably what you call a small field, isn't it? You can go to Bathurst and there's 60 of them. It's absolutely crazy.
That's just crazy.
This is crazy, isn't it?
XLs around Bathurst are crazy. Look, we've had a track attack round here averages 35 to 40 cars. So very, very strong out of here. I don't know how many of these cars are racing around Australia, and there's been a little bit of a chat recently across the different divisions around Australia about getting some commonality. I think more to do with maybe tyre packages and things like that, and to get everyone on the same page. So for the Australian Championship, everyone's running on the Nankangs. For the Track Attack Series, locally out here at QR with AASA, they also run on the Nankang tyre as well. I think some of the other divisions around the country run on a different tyre. And how different can the tyres be across the rest of the car, where they're all pretty much the same as we go green?
Yeah, as we go green, This is always interesting on the first lap of an XL race. Oh, good start by Edward Mitchell.
Always, hold your breath, hold your breath, hold your breath.
Oh, we got a bit of a problem there.
That was a huge amount of understeer from the yellow car there as we're on board with Verica. So talking to him yesterday, he'd never been here before. 1 and 2 was the initial one to try and get through with the approaches, because it's not just get in low, get out late. The approach to one is so much different as we're going 3 wide.
Now this is normal. This is normal.
Here we go.
Brett
Parrish, where's Brett Parrish come from? Grid position 3. Tyler's in there. Boylan's got shuffled back to 4th, maybe 5th now. Edward Mitchell's in there.
He's the biggest loser out of that.
This is just going to be the thing. We're not going to be able to stop talking here.
No.
It'll just be constantly,
I don't see this much action while I'm out there.
Mate, come back to the tyres. So how different are the different tyres in the category?
There is a big difference. There is a very big difference. And look, I can't say I have a favourite tyre. I think they're all quite good in their different aspects. But it'd be nice to see them all sort of under one banner, with what tyre they're running. And there's so many great people that are looking after this series and trying to run it. It'd be awesome if they could just sort of unite with each other, work something out, and get this awesome category.
It is a fantastic category. And again, for Tintops, it is a great progression out of kart sport. And it's almost ironic down the road here this weekend is the Queensland Kart Championships, and there's probably close to 300 entries down there.
Crazy, isn't it?
Absolutely crazy. And crazy as XL racing at QR.
Brett Parrish has listened to my advice. I told him to pull the finger out because he was a bit slow in quality, so he's done it.
I watched the timing and qualifying for Brett, and Brett's a former Track Attack Series champion here at QR. Brett was purple in the first and second sectors. He was getting hurt in the third sector. So that's basically the run from 5, 6 and down to the start-finish line.
Start-finish line,
So that's where he was getting hurt. But he was purple in the first 2 sectors. So maybe just a little bit of lack of drive going down out of maybe 6.
Oh, maybe a lack of talent on Brett's side. No, I won't do that to him. I ran for Brett back in 2022 and we won the Queensland Championships and second in the Track Attack. So I know Brett very well. So
shots fired.
Don't worry, we're not going to hold back. No, he's doing a good job though, isn't he?
I'm glad you said it, not me. He's doing a good job for an old guy, you were about to say?
No, I'm not going that far.
No.
Not going that far.
Look, very experienced, definitely Brett Parrish. But look, whatever you said to him, he's definitely made some gains here. But we're still very, very early in this deal. And he's got the current number 1 chasing him down, Tyler Collins, who we've seen, and he's been very, very quick all over the country. That's why he's got the number 1 on the car. And Boyler, definitely do not discount the number 80 Fuchs Oils machine. Did he
was that the commentator's curse? Is that what they call it?
That was almost geez, they've stopped a little bit quicker here, and he's actually got out of the groove to sort of stop running into the back of Collins. Right, here's the classic draft battle. Side draft, tail. What's the most important thing? Because QA, can you use the wall to your advantage for a side draft?
Not really, no, you can't use the wall. And if you watch IndyCar, they don't actually run against the wall, do they? Because you actually get that dirty air coming back onto your car.
So you get a side draft onto the other car.
Yeah, side draft's massive. So Brett's pulled the 3/10 gap. He's doing a really good job, because having a car on your toe, it's very hard to pull away from, especially around a track like, hang on to it. Especially around a track like this, it's long straights. It's very easy for the car behind to catch up, even if they're lacking a bit of corner speed.
So Brett's found time in the last sector because he's gone purple. Actually, Boylan's just gone first fastest in the last one, but fastest lap 1:31.01 from Brett Parrish, 1:31.10 from Collins. Boylan 130+3. So again, just how close this category is as we go back on board with Verica. So he talked to me about struggling through 1 and 2. That's not necessarily the hardest part here, because this next sequence of corners 4 and 5, you're really going to get right.
Yeah.
And you're a driver trainer now.
Yeah, well, it's quite cool. I've actually coached Brad, and I've probably coached, to be honest, looking at the list here, 50% of this field. So it's a bit hard to have a bit of biasness on who I want to go for, but no, it's cool to see everyone doing such a good job. Awesome job by Edward Mitchell and Caleb Patterson. Like last year, they were struggling, and now look at them. They're doing an awesome job.
I think Edward replaced an engine and a couple of gearboxes the last time I was here. He was having a shock mechanically, and Darren Whittington's in the mix there as well.
Oh, the factory pilot. Yeah, he's a bit of a veteran, like Brett Parrish as well. I remember when I first came into XLs, I looked up to him.
He looks younger than you.
Oh, I don't say that.
And you're what, 15?
Need to go back to math class.
I'm a lot older than that. Some great side-by-side racing. And
together on the outside.
We're
going to be hard.
Into 2. That, definitely
smart racing
work.
by Brad there. It's hard. You don't want to be on the outside there. As you can see, the car always just been tipped out. So it's very hard to hang on the outside of turn 2. And now Brad, keep the pedal to the metal, see if he can put a move on here.
Oh, the 127 with a big cover, Rinaldi. He's
Max
definitely
running block.
Yes, there was definitely
a bit of a bump.
A little bit of a
Jamie Gisbergen would love this racing. He'd absolutely love it.
Oh, Shane would drive these things tomorrow. He'd drive anything. I know Shane very, very well. He would have loved to have done one of these races, or the endurance races where you're pairing up.
Move for second place. I think that's Boylan up for second.
Yeah, Boylan.
Yeah, he's up there.
Just sort of been laying back. He and Collins had a fantastic battle in the dry at Morgan Park. Tyler was just struggling for general pace in the wet. The wet, it was a lottery.
Yeah,
I think out of the 25 cars we had for the track attack there, as Boylan had a little wiggle under brakes.
He likes that turn 6 wiggle, doesn't he? But he's got a purple in the last sector, so we can't discount it.
Out of the 25 plus cars that were at Morgan Park, I think only 3 didn't go off in the first race in the wet.
Really?
And Brett Parrish went off about 6 times.
Yeah, no, that's normal.
They could not see a thing, mate. They could not see a thing. Back on board with America. Would you normally be on the radio with him now? What would you be telling him?
Well, who would I be telling Brett? No, it's such a mental game, this, because there's so many cars and in such close proximity. And to be fair, they haven't got power steering, but they are a little bit harder to drive than a lot of people think. So
well, the Americans call it moving day, all right? So NASCAR and golf.
Yeah.
You don't need to be leading too early to be good.
Yeah,
you need to be in the right place and not necessarily leading into that last sort of, well, literally a lap, I think, with these things.
Yeah.
If you're in that leading group.
If it comes down to turn 6 on the last turn, you can still go from first to fifth. So it's a massive mental game, just putting your car in the right position. And to be honest, Patterson's in a pretty good spot there, sitting a little bit back, just watching the action unfold. And, just a bit of encouragement there. Angry encouragement, I think.
Well, I've seen that in cards. That's, look, don't fight with me.
Yeah, let's go
and chase the next group of cars. That's a classic karting one there, rather than he's trying to tell someone off, because if he is, he's behind him and you can't see anyone.
Yeah, exactly. The move's on.
Launches it down the inside of Parachute. To be fair, did not fight that hard to let him do that. He definitely gave him the racing room.
We still got a lot left in the race.
Collins trying to take advantage of it. The 101 of Patterson's there, and you were the one to say, you said to watch out for him.
Yep. He just needs to get that move done and try and get back in the slipstream train.
James Simpson there in the 2. Parrish, will he get an inside run? He's got overlap.
Oh, good run through one.
This is going to be on side by side on the exit of 2. The experience of Brett Parrish.
So Tyler's just going to stick there now behind Brett and just try and push him through. But Patterson, he just watch him in the background. Oh, hang on, we got to.
Oh, a little look to the right from Parrish. There was just that little movement over to go. Oh,
he'll bomb it in there. I was going to say,
bomb.
He'll bomb it in hard.
He bombed it in hard. Look at it bouncing on the rear wheel, trying to get the thing stopped, but he got it stopped. And out of all of that, Parrish has gone back to 3rd in one corner.
Just how fast he can have it. But I tell you what, Tyler Collins, he likes the car stiff. It's always been that really bouncy setup. So it's interesting to see how it works.
I saw some of the coverage from Sydney Motorsport.
Yeah,
Park,
loved it there, didn't it?
But he had a high speed off there. I don't know if you saw that one.
I saw that one.
It was massive. Parrish hasn't had a good start to the weekend. Qualified third, which he was happy about. Actually had a brake line come off in practice 1 and ended up in the gravel at turn 3.
I've had that happen here too, and I can tell you what, it's not a lot of fun, so I can feel for him. He's doing a good job to have the confidence to come back. And
Collins, he's seesawing on the wheel trying to get it stopped and turned into 6, and we've still got 3 laps left to go here. This is definitely not over, mate.
No, this is not over. It's not over at all. And could look a bit further down the pack. Darren sort of dropped back a little bit, Whittington, so he's got a little bit of work to do to try and catch back up again. Verica, interesting to see if the aggravated working together signals worked out for him.
Boylet looks good, like just on turn in there, Tyler got it turned in and there was a little bit of a delay, like it just didn't slip initially, whereas Boylet sort of ran straight through the centre on turn in initially, so maybe Boylet with a little bit of an exit run here.
Oh, yeah, might have the run.
Not got overlap, but Parrish is going to try the Ricky Bobby.
Have a look at that.
The shake and bake.
It's hard here too, because they're so far on the inside. Tyler, it's very hard to see that car if they stay there, so you need to keep your vision up and see what's going on around you, but they're all doing a very good job so far. I don't think
this is great racing.
Yeah, I don't even think there's been any contact yet.
You said it.
Yeah.
You said it.
Now I've done the confidence curve. Sorry, boys.
You said it. Hey, it's XL racing, it happens.
Yeah, everything, mate, anything.
But this is just, at the moment, it's just that classical game of chess where they're just sizing each other up. Like, that was pretty clinical from Boylet. Like, Tyler's pass the previous lap was a big old bomb.
Yeah.
Whereas Boylet actually lined him up out of 2 and had made it early, and Brett followed him through.
Yeah. But I tell you what, look who I said is going to be in the fight now. Caleb Patterson, he's in there.
Jared
with the run.
Nostradamus Hughes.
Don't let me down, Caleb.
Parrish with a little bit
of a bad spot
there
though. Yeah, he's not going to get the move done around the outside there, so he's just going to stick in the toe. This is almost, they're in a bit of struggle streak now. They almost need to work together to try and catch up these 2 cars ahead, because Tyler's smart. He'll try and work with the guy in front to make it work. A little bit further back, Darren using all the exit ripple strip, but could be in a bit of struggle streak here.
Side
3 wide into 1.
Draft. Josh Richards is in there, and he's been battling this season. He dislocated a shoulder.
Oh, did he? Didn't know that.
No,
big
neither
bomb.
did I. And there's not a lot to him, mate. He's about 15 kilos ringing wet.
Geez, that's a good move. Yeah, that's a good move.
Blake Tracy. That was one I said earlier on to watch out for. Blake's been very, very quick with the National Series down south.
Oh, hang on to it. No, that was a good one, actually. I don't think Darren saw that one coming, so really, really good move. And to be honest, Tucker's in a hard spot, because if these boys work together, they're going to catch up to him pretty quickly.
Whittington and Josh have done a lot of laps around this place.
I think you could probably put a blindfold on them and they'd still know where to go.
Josh is younger, Darren's getting older.
Yeah. It's just a number, isn't it?
No, it's just a number. As I said, mate, he looks younger than you do. But no, I caught up with him yesterday and he's enjoying himself. They had an electrical issue at Morgan Park and stopped the car, which was pretty frustrating. As Richard
that was going to end in tears.
Little bit of contact.
Good save there by Blake. Good
Rubbin's
save.
Racing.
Rubbin's
We're all right
racing,
with that.
Mate, nothing wrong with a bit of rubbin.
I reckon you need to go and DSO at one of these races for Brett Peters at Track Attack. To get that experience.
Exactly right.
You'll get 10 different people in the room and 10 different ways of how something happens.
Exactly, but I'll tell you what, this has been quite a tame XL race, I must say. I know I haven't seen it from this point of view for a while.
Again,
but
can I just point out that you just said that?
2 laps to go, sorry.
Yeah, 2 laps to go.
This is a rookie error, isn't it?
Watch this space.
Yeah.
Watch this space.
But Boylet's doing a good job. He's kind of doing what Brett Parrish did at the start and pulling a bit of a gap, but it's hard. Brett's found a little bit of speed at the end of the race, these tyre pressures. Tyre pressures are massive too, actually.
Boylet's thing looks a lot more settled through 1 and 2, although Taylor and Parrish...
Oh, that's a bump draft.
That's definitely a bump draft.
They felt that one in the spine.
Okay. Where you get into them and pick the rear of the car up, that's
fine.
Okay.
There's less friction. It's a bit fun. Oh, a bit of an understeer moment by Boyd, but he's going to have a nice exit. He's going to get the wheel nice and
that's
straight.
trying to get the thing stopped.
Yeah.
Like Tyler was full side to side.
I think he came in about 20 k's faster that time with the Brett Parrish bump draft. But no, it's interesting, and I know
you're leaning forward.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting on my feet.
Like, this is definitely not over Parrish with a little lock up left front.
See, this is when the Brett Parrish knowledge is going to come into play. He's just reading the situation. But once again, Caleb, he's in a spot if something happens here. Oh.
Edward Mitchell and Simpson side by side through 4 and 5. Boylet, Parrish looking for an inside run on Collins.
What are we going into the last lap? Jesus,
Where would you want to be?
It?
Where would you want to be?
Oh, mate, there's no correct answer. There's no you could be Edward Mitchell and you'll still be in for the win, to be fair.
At the moment, we've sort of talked about maybe you don't want to be leading.
That's so. I think
Boylan looks comfortable.
He does look fast, and Patterson, if he can read this well and something happens at the front, no. So I think Boylan...
Parrish down the inside, Tyler Collins sideways. Here's Patterson up on the curve.
No, Boylan's going to run away with this one now. It's a bit of a hard one there. He's put the move on, but now if they catch that back up, they're doing very, very well. So I think this one might go to Boylan.
Look how much time that's translated to. So Parrish has got the pass on Tyler. He's like, I need to go here. I need to go. And out of that, they've lost 6, maybe 8 car lengths to Boylan. They were nose to tail coming out of 6.
It's hard because these things don't have a lot of power, so you need to... If you lose any momentum, you're a little bit screwed.
Collins around the outside.
He loves the late bomb there, doesn't he?
What? That is a part.
I'm fairly sure his rear wheels aren't on the ground when it's braking. It's just, maybe that's a tactic the other boys need to hop onto, but...
Definitely got a very different setup. Boylan on the previous lap had a fair amount. Look at the gap he's got out of that with Parrish going down the inside of Collins.
That's why you got to play it smart, but this is going to be interesting. See if Patterson can capitalise on these boys, and let's see, they're going to get a good run, Parrish and Caleb, on Collins now. Oh, that's a hard place to be unless he's got a good run.
Patterson went with it. Actually, Patterson's going to try and make it 3
He doesn't know which one he wants to do, but Collins is going to send it deep. Yeah, so
Patterson's
going to be hard. Brett to hang on to. Get the run, Brett.
Last lap borders out. Checkered flag is out. Who was the run to the line?
Yeah, this is the final
Boylan does it easily.
Here we go.
Collins and Parrish.
I think Parrish has got it, hasn't he? I taught him that one.
You're taking
I'll take the credit for that. How much did he get it for?
0.03.
Oh, no.
3/100
what have we got? Oh, no, you're joking. He's just...
Simpson, what happened to him in the last lap?
He's just lost so many spots. Oh, that poor bugger.
That
right on the final straight. The heck was that?
He was up there in the top 6. So what's happened to Simpson on the last lap?
He's had some dramas.
So dropped back to 11th. Whittington, Richards 9th and 10th. But Boylan, how big a difference was that challenge on Parrish on the last lap that allowed Boylan to get away by 6 odd car lengths?
Yeah, it's hard because you let that opportunity get in your head where you're like, I've got the move here on this guy, I need to get it done, but it's so hard, one little mistake, one little loss of speed, and the gaps just opened up.
Thank you, Jared Hughes. Matthew Boylan with the victory in the end, 1.6 seconds ahead of Tyler Collins, with Brett Parrish back in third, Caleb Patterson, Edward Mitchell, Toby Waghorn, Kobe Tucker, Blake Tracy, Josh Richards and Taryn Whittington completing your top 10. Back to James Simpson, who had an issue on the last lap, Cade Davey, Brad Verica, Brett Sheriff, Alex Hayes, Luke Rinaldi in the 16th position ahead of the Trappets, Lincoln Evans and Carly Warner. 29 in the field, Mick McLeod in 21st on his return to the class. An entertaining race, not the carnage we expected, Josh.
No, Jared, wrong name, mate, wrong name. No, it wasn't what I was expecting to see, but no, good on the boys and the girls for having a good crack and keeping the racing really clean. It was quite good to see.
Racecraft, that's how to go motor race.
Exactly,
like if you were going to watch a video of an Excel race and you were trying to teach someone how to do things,
this is it.
This is actually probably not a bad race to do.
It's not a bad race to watch, no. So it started off quite interesting on the start, a few guys dropping back with a few problems, but a couple good moves by these guys at the front there. They're really just quite calm, actually. I'm a little bit surprised.
So Boylan got through to the lead sort of earlier in the session, and then
Parrish had a bit of speed at the start, wondering whether he pushed maybe a little bit too hard in his tyres.
And Collins went with, look at the wheel work from Collins. I love the lighter coloured gloves, actually watching them on the wheels.
It's like watching Gordon Ramsay chop an onion. It's just got stuff flying everywhere.
Definitely got the shake and bake pump craft going there. And I think this is the one where Collins fires it down the inside.
It's a late move.
Boylan just about as late on the outside. They actually split Parrish under brakes with that manoeuvre. So Collins in the current number 1 got through to the lead. Boylan followed him through. But it just looked like maybe Tyler was a little bit harder on the tyre and Matt's was a little bit more settled through the high speed stuff.
Yeah, and that's, to be honest, Tyler's normally quite strong to the high speed, so maybe they'll have to go back to the drawing board for, what's this, race 1, so they'll have to go back for race 2. But no, I think a few of these guys actually need to go back to the drawing board and tune up their cars in certain areas, because one of them was strong at the start, one of them was strong in the middle, and another one in the end, so they just need to fine-tune that. But
I think Brett's tyre might have gone off at the end, maybe just a little bit higher on the tyre pressure.
This is lucky by Parrish that he hung on to that, because it's very hard to get that run on the exit. I mean, saved a nice straight wheel, got a little bit of a toe there from Collins. But, yeah, Purple Dinosaurs hung on to third place. But, no, good race, guys. That's very good race.
All right, Boylett with the victory. A very entertaining race with the XLs. Back down onto pit lane with Jared McLean.
Well, I don't know if you heard that, Brett. They're calling you the Purple Dinosaur, mate.
Yeah,
starting from third, finishing from third. How is it out there? It's cloudy conditions.
Cloudy conditions really suited the cars this afternoon, so we had a lot to mumbo. All three of us did at the front, and Patterson was coming through. It was a great battle at the end there, so just adjust the tyres, Bright, and we'll be right for the race this afternoon. So, yeah.
Awesome stuff, mate. Are these things a handful to drive around QR?
Only when you've done it like 20,000 times like I have, they're pretty good. So
great stuff. We're looking forward to the next few races, mate.
No worries. Cool. Thank you. Cheers.
Okay, P2, Tyler Collins. What a battle. I think it was very much Gen X versus Gen Z, and Gen Z came out on top around the outside.
Yeah, Brett said he was going to keep it tame, but he's not a man of his word, clearly. But, yeah, no, it was awesome fun. Round the outside into turn 1, then round the outside into turn 3. I think Brett needs to work on his braking performance, but yeah, no, it was awesome fun.
And fantastic for you in the championship with some good points in race 1.
Yeah, 100%. That's the goal. You know, take it race by race and see who comes off on top at the end of the year.
Well, we look forward to some more action in the next one.
Thanks, appreciate it.
Over here with Matt, your winner in the XLs in race. What are we at now? 1. Congratulations. Sorry, mate. We've got so many categories here. This is a huge event, over 230 entrants. How cool is it to be out here in the XL?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, came out here just so we get some screen time and good competitors.
And a little bit of pressure out there from the guys behind?
Oh, it was a bit, yeah. It was a bit of pressure, yeah, trying to keep up in that front pack, top 3, and then come back for the win.
How do you like the cloudy conditions out there and the grip levels?
I was very gripped up. You could see on the outside of the track it's starting to tear, so I had to keep off that stuff. And, yeah, it was pretty grip, bit of hopping.
Awesome stuff. Looking forward to seeing you keeping it straight and up the pointy end.
Thank you.
Very quietly spoken there, young Mr. Boylett, but, boy, he is certainly very, very fast in the XLs. Great shot over the top of Queensland Raceway. In 42 minutes and 47 seconds, we will be back with our live TV coverage off the back of the live stream for the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec. Lots of action to go through this afternoon. Love you to be a part of it and come and join the action here at Queensland Raceway with our live television coverage. Back soon.
welcome to the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series Round 3 here at Queensland Raceway, the latest battleground for the TA2 Muscle Cars, and one heck of an event. We have over 230 entrants this weekend, making this the largest event in 10 years at Queensland Raceway. It's going to be absolutely massive. We're coming off the back of an incredible round 2 from Morgan Park, and we're coming into the championship for TA2 with Haynes and Sheeny now tied for points in the championship. Matt, this is an incredible setting for one heck of a championship, isn't it?
And it's just gotten better because clouds have come over the circuit this afternoon. So when we qualified a little bit earlier, it was blazing sunshine. That's not great for times. Even though Josh Haynes was the only car to get into the 11s, which is lap record pace, with this cloud cover right now, grit will remain, and we're pretty set for a pretty good race, I reckon. Tom Heyman, he was strong as well. So he's returning to the category after doing some GT4 work. I think you can expect him to be quick as well.
I love the way you talk about it in terms of work. That is unreal. He's coming out there and he's having an absolutely awesome time. In case you haven't checked it out, these are some of the events that we are looking forward to with the Super Series. Here at Round 3 at Queensland Raceway, obviously this weekend for 2 days of thunder, and then we take it across to the Bend. What a track. TA2 going to be racing on the national circuit there. No short circuit for us. Then it's on to Winton in early October before we finish things up for the finale at the One Raceway at the end of October. Today we have so much planned. Race 1 for TA2 Muscle Cars about to come on up. Then we kick on into those pocket rockets, the legend cars. How cool are they? Make sure you lock yourself to your screens for that one. Then it's on into the Formula RX8 division and Super TT and so much more, Matt.
Yeah, one of the great things about this whole weekend is the amount of competitors. As you said, we've got 230 competitors entered for this weekend. It's the biggest race meeting at Queensland Raceway in 10 years, so I'm sure Tony Quinn will be happy about that. In a world right now where it's tough to be able to find those dollars to get that sort of entry and those sorts of numbers on this circuit. And if you look around the circuit, people are here as well. They're on top of the pit lane garages. They're in pit lane. You can see right behind us here on the Hi-Tec Oils grid that we've got a lot of friends and family and crew standing around the TA2 muscle cars. It's a well-represented weekend of racing, and I think we're in for a cracker.
Well, let's talk about one of those members of crew and go and say g'day to Mel. Mel, who have you got down there?
P4 Jared Hughes, driver of all racing cars, Super 2 XL commentator, GT4 this weekend in TA2. How was your qualifying?
Yeah, it was a little bit average, to be honest with you. We probably set it up for an early qualifying run, and obviously with the not safety car, the red flag after the first couple of laps, it probably put our plan out the window a little bit, but that's all right. We've hopefully tuned it up a little bit more. We've got a 12-lap race here, so see what we can work out. We're not too far down the grid, so that's okay.
So I presume you've fixed those changes and are planning on moving forward?
Well, I'd love to say we fixed them, but I'd also like to have an 8-ball that told me everything we did. But that's all right. We've given it the best shot we can. We've gone through the video, the data, everything we can to try and make sure we give ourselves the best opportunity. So I've got the trust of the guys that look after me, so we're just going to give it a go.
Okay, have a good one. Thank
you so much. Cheers, guys.
Out here on the front row, our Kubota pole sitter. Congratulations, Josh Haynes, a 1:11 lap time. Qualifying not without its fair share of, shall we say, off-track incidents for yourself.
Yeah, look, it was a bit of an interesting qualifying. We did one lap, and then the next lap, obviously, our fastest flyer, which it should have been. I managed to have a bit of a wide moment off the front of turn 1 there. So, yeah, it was a bit of a tricky session, but we still came out and set another fire. So, good to be on the front row, good start to the weekend. A lot of quick cars around us, so it's going to be an interesting race, but so good to see so many people turn out. The Herzog Steel Mustang's a weapon. Shout out to Rob, who's watching at home, and yeah, thanks to everyone who's come out. It's great.
We're looking forward to an action-packed weekend from yourself. Best of luck.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Mel, over to you.
Brad Gartner, P3 for race 1. How was your qualifying?
Yeah, it was good. Obviously, lap 1, the tyre, this track like this always takes a bit to come on. So we were planning probably to do our major push lap on lap 2, but unfortunately, car went off. But then the red flag, I think we all went back out and done our fastest laps after the red flag.
So everyone's done a few extra laps than what you probably would have planned on in qualifying because of that. How do you think that's going to affect you in the race?
Yeah, considering everyone done it, I don't think it'd be too much of an effect. But, you know, if one car done 5 laps and the rest of them done 1, you'd definitely notice it. I think now with the red flag, you know, everyone gets treated the same. And, yeah, as I said, we all went out and went faster. So I think it'd be pretty even.
So you're on a winning streak, so let's see if we can continue that.
Yeah, those guys up the front are fast. It'll be hard from P3, but the top four is, I think it's like 2.5 tenths covers all of us. So it's pretty cool. It's close to Hi-Tec Oils. Camaro's fast. Can't thank everyone enough for such a good car, and just can't wait to get after it.
Have a great one.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Here with rookie Des Collier. Your first ever qualifying session. You're on the third row of the grid. Man, how good is it to be here?
Oh, yeah, it's a good feeling, you know. I was a bit scared going to qualifying, but pulling the third row is pretty good, exciting.
Did you make major changes to the car after the conclusion of practice yesterday into qualifying today?
No, not much really. Just put on some greens and then sense it.
How do you find Queensland Raceway?
Oh, it's a home track, you know. Love it. Most practice days here, so it's my favourite track.
Man, the TFH Racing crew are right behind you. They're heckling you from the sidelines. How do you gel with the guys here? This is what happens when you let these guys run the show. Get in here, Des. There's nothing you can do when it's live. You've just got to roll with it. Des, let's ask you the same questions. Rookie qualifying, and you are out here on the third row.
Yep, it's good. Far behind my expectation, I can tell you right now.
How was it out there for quali? Any changes?
We've made 0 changes all weekend, so it's been good.
The guys are never going to let me live this down, mate. What's your plans for the weekend?
Just to finish, mate. Do consistent laps and finish. Finish every race and try and move forward a little bit.
Great stuff, mate. Back to you, Mel.
Okay, Graham Cheney, P5 for this one. How was your interrupted qualifying?
Yeah, no, it was a bit of a different one. We've never done one like that, so it was a bit of a gamble with tyre pressures. But, yeah, we took a gamble, didn't quite get it right, but we were able to get a half-decent lap and get us a P5, which I think that's where we need to be anyhow.
So what are your expectations out of this race?
Just keep it clean, just try and survive the whole race and just stay where we are, try and maybe pick up a spot or two with the guys fighting up the front and, yeah, keep chipping away as we've done for the whole championship.
Yeah, keep banking those championship points.
Yeah, no, that's what it's all about for us. So, yeah, just stay out of trouble and keep going.
Fantastic. Have a good one.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well, the siren is blowing and we are about to get things underway. But first, let's go back and look at the round that was. Round 2 from Morgan Park. It was action-packed with a wet finish there. Let's take a look.
About to go green. Here we go. Look at this. We get the start.
Look at these front two putting the gap down. Brad Gardner in the lead from Josh Haynes in the Herzog Steel Mustang. And look at the onboard vision here. There is no vision, really. But wow. Look at there's the slide from Josh Haynes. The overconfident just bit him a little bit there. Here's the pass to Main. Sends it to the outside. That's allowed Cheney to get sneak under the inside. Oh no! Josh Haynes! He's off the road and he's going to meet the fence. In he goes. He goes deep under brakes. Will Hayden hold him out? Oh, he saw him coming. That was a brilliant move from both of the boys. Can Jackson hold the inside line and keep Haynes to the outside? Contact again as we now head towards turn 5 and 6 T-junction. Brad Gardner, though, will go from pole position to take the win here for the first race this weekend. Oh, we're going to hear the V8 rumble too. The TFH Hi Muscle Cars are underway for race number 2. The big run up over 3 to the left. Oh, look at that. Jackson on the outside. Mark Crutcher through the sweeper at 170 plus k's an hour. Josh Haynes down the inside, down into turn 6, and he's got the pass done. He's got the blowtorch from Jet Johnson all over him. Here we go, he's overcooked it. In through 7, we go down towards 8, side by side through the high-speed sweeper. Look at this, he's made the pass. Oh, it's Dwayne Ramsey fires off the road. Josh Haynes, fires on. He's done a tyre on the right rear. The Hi-Tec Oils Camaro takes the checkered flag at race 2. Brad Gardner, can he go 3 from 3? And here we go. This is on already. He's slow again. He's been turned again through the sweeper underneath the bridge. Does everyone avoid him? Dwayne Ramsey, that was weird. A big lockup. Steve Wilson almost gets one through the door. Oh, Johnson. Brad Gardner is going to take the flag. It is a lights to flag victory. And the noise is on. Here we go. bounce from one side, bounce to the other, get on the throttle. Oh, and it's a little wide. He almost takes the Hi-Tec side with him. This is where Jet's quick. Big lock-up previously in the previous lap here. He's done the over-under. Is there going to be contact between the two? Jeff Johnson just has slight contact with Graham Cheney.
Here we go. And it's floor from floor, a clean sweep. He's going to get the broom out. What a weekend for Brad Gardner as he fights back in this championship after Sydney Motorsport Park, and he will be super happy about this weekend. What's happening? There we go. Does Jeff Johnson get it, maybe? No. I 12 hundredths of a second over the finish line. He's just down on second, and Haynes gets there. A round win before. A clean sweep. Timmy Brooks in his corner, and look how happy the team are.
Back-to-back Queensland rounds, and if the racing was as exciting as it was at Morgan Park a month ago, we are in for an absolute treat. After the opening rounds of the championship, Josh Haynes and Graham Cheney tied on 408 points. Brad Gardner with a storming run after Morgan Park to third on 352. Mark Crutcher in fourth, ahead of Danny Reedy, the best of the rookies. Paul Hadley, Zemaine Ramsey, Connor Roberts in eighth, Michael Coulter in ninth. Unfortunately not here this weekend. Hayden Jackson completing the top number in the top 10. Here's some of the qualifying highlights from earlier on today, and well, Josh Haynes, Matty Mack, was on a flyer. He got the flyer banked. It was in the low 112s. And then
foot slipped off the brake.
Didn't quite go to plan. So he banked a 112.1 on his first flyer. Outlap, one lap. And at the conclusion of this very, very fast opening lap on brand new tyres, stormed down into turn one. And as you said, Matty,
foot slipped off the brake. And he just sent him straight into the turn one gravel trap. And all you need to do, as we see Steve Haynes congratulating the rest of the team there, it's not hard to do. It's very, very easy to do as we look at the clouds over Queensland Raceway. 22 degrees. It didn't feel like 22 degrees on the grid, I'll tell you. 11k an hour winds and a humidity of 59%. It's good when the clouds come over. That's when this place actually provides quite a bit of grip rather than in the bright sunshine that we experience here in Queensland Raceway. This track itself, it's a bit of a mind bender because it looks so easy, Jamie, down into turn one. You've got to get that right and get the run through to turn two. If you mess up the entry into turn two, that's going to compromise your speed all the way down to 3. 4 and 5, good passing opportunity at 4, but that's one of the other great things about this circuit. You can pass at 1 if you're brave enough, 2 if you're brave enough, 3, that's high percentage. 4 and 5, there are lots of passing opportunities at Queensland Raceway.
It is a fantastic circuit. It looks simple. Let's take an opportunity to go and take a hot lap with the man that dominated Morgan Park, Brad Gardner in the Hi-Tec Oils number 22 Camaro.
Hi guys, it's Brad Gardner in the TA2 Muscle Car Chevy Camaro. Come for a lap around Queensland Raceway. Up to 4th gear on the line, check the brakes, down to 3rd gear, big slide through turn 1, click right out to the exit curve. Stay in 3rd gear, turn in late for turn 2. Same again, big slide out to turn 2. Long straight here, up to 4th
Well, Matty Mac, you've done that a few more times around here than myself. There was a couple of moments on that lap that Brad didn't actually look that comfortable.
If he was qualifying that car, he would not have been happy with the way that car was going. He certainly had it over the ripple strips on a number of occasions there, but it does show you how quick these cars are. They're capable of doing 11s and 10s around here. And we also look at the way Brad Gardner, as we ride on board, left foot brakes. So he's getting some temperature into the brake there. That will also get some temperature into the tyre carcass as well. You can left foot brake, you can right foot brake. It depends on what your style is. But this guy had a dominant run at Morgan Park. Not so dominant this weekend. He was third. He's currently third in the series, so he needs to make a winner of it. Jamie, if you cast your mind back 12 months ago, Brad Gardner had a rear brake failure heading into turn 4 at about 170 k's an hour and hit the internal fence there. That was an enormous accident. Took him all year to recover from that, but he's certainly doing a great job in 2024.
Absolutely. Like Morgan Park was the growing of age of Brad Gardner.
Yeah, great.
You talk about the left foot braking, Brad's. I don't know if Brad did any karting, but he's certainly come out of sprint car racing like so many of the drivers are at the moment. So you brake with your left foot. So that's natural, obviously, for Brad. And there are some advantages with left foot braking, depending on what sort of type of car you're in that you're in. So Josh Thomas also carrying an onboard for us here in the TFH Hire number 169. So looking forward to this one, mate. What are your feelings early on in the weekend? The teams all have to keep that tyre, live under the car over the races that we get to see for the rest of the weekend. Who's your pick?
Who's my pick? Well, I think on pace, Josh Haynes is certainly going to be the favourite. I mean, Tom Heyman, I love the way he drives, love the way he races. As we look at your starting grid for the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec, Josh Haynes off pole position from Tom Heyman and Brad Gardner. Jared Hughes returning to the series after a dominant Calder in 2023 in 4th. Graham Chaney in 5th. Des Collier, man of the match in qualifying for mine in P6.
Impressive.
Mark Crutcher, P7. Jason Pride, also the pride of Western Australia this weekend, over in 8th position. 9th is Russell Wright, 10. Mark Bailey, who does a lot of driving in the Trans Am Series. 11th, we'll see Domain Ramsey start from Josh Thomas in 12th. 13th is Connor Roberts. Hayden Jackson, he won't be happy with 14th. He wasn't happy after qualifying. He's got plenty of work to do. Connor Roberts, Paul Hadley, Hollinger, Reedy, Tenkate and Wilson will round out the grid. Safety car lights will be off this time around. You'll see them starting to form up side by side.
That's a great shot.
Turn 5. That's a drone shot here for the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. The track itself is looking absolutely magnificent in the Queensland winter. Very nervous time when you're coming around through here. You could certainly lose the race on the first corner. Jamie, you can lose the whole weekend at the first corner. So you asked about what the mind moment is, the process. It's get through here safely. You don't want to screw your whole weekend by having a moment.
You can't win it in turn 1. You can certainly lose it in turn 1.
Correct. So Josh Haynes, he will keep the whole field under control here, looking for the flag and the lights.
So the lights at 60 kilometres an hour. Heyman looked like he got the ignition jump on the outside, but it's not the preferred entry down into 1.
But Josh Haynes sneaks up the inside. Look at Brad Gardner and Jared Hughes as well. This is where it gets busy into turn 2. Can go side by side, but on cold tyres, the smart play is just to tuck in and start to get settled down. 2 wide at the back there with Hollinger and Thomas. But look at the start from Josh Haynes. He's already got Heyman and Gardner. Hughes there looking a little menacing on the outside of Gardner. Can get it done here. It puts you on the inside for turn 4. Heyman runs a little bit wide, a little understeer on the cold tyres there as Tenkate also slides it off turn 3.
Gardner was sideways. That wasn't understeer, that was oversteer as well. On board now with Brad. He had a couple of goes at getting it off 6. Couldn't quite get the momentum down the inside of Heyman through that sequence. Crutches off. One of the TFH cars, that's Thomas. Hayden Jackson's off. Connor who's not off?
Well, and that's the problem that you get down to turn 4 is that everyone is starting to get a feel for their car, get a little overconfident, and then you lock up on the cold tyres. But Josh Haynes gapping the field by some 0.6 of a second by lap 1 from Heyman, Hughes and Gardner. Graham Cheney, our co-championship leader, currently in 5th position from Domain Ramsey. What a start from Domain. He came off 11th place, so he has already jumped up 5 places.
That's a massive start. That is a massive start for the sprint car racer. And 10K up to 8.
So you would imagine that at that melee at turn 4 there, as cars were diving left, right and centre. It looked as though 10 Kate and perhaps Domain Ramsey were able to slide down the inside. We ride on board the number 69 TFH Mustang. Still a little taily there. That's
Gardner and not Haynes, sorry.
Just looking at the door here of Hayden Jackson as well. He looked like he'd been T-boned, possibly down there at turn 4. A lock up there.
Jared Hughes with a lock up. That's what I was meant to say about 30 seconds ago. It was Jared Hughes with a moment, and then he's locked a break up there as well. So these guys are trying very, very hard in these early laps.
Oh, look at the damage there. Glenn Seaton from Dream Racing, of course, Hall of Famer in Australian motorsport, just having a bit of a wrench on the front left guard to try and pull that back. So the bad luck continues for Hayden Jackson. That is an absolute shocker as Josh Haynes continues to control the field at the front from Heyman Gardner and Hughes. Graham Genie just hanging in there as we go side by side. 10 Kate and Des Collier, the man of the match in qualifying, just coming down the inside, gets the pass done. The 69 of 10 Kate just thinks better of it. He'll roll out of it. He knows it's a long weekend. He's highly experienced within these cars. But Des Collier on debut right now, certainly up inside the top 10. In fact, he is 9th. He's
carrying
8th, I apologise.
Carrying some damage to that right front corner.
Good start from Wilson too. You just went through only his second round as Russell Ryder, the 55, former champion of the TA2 category, 72 years of age.
Wow.
72 years of age and still competitive in this class of racing.
Did you know he used to race powerboats?
I did know he used to race powerboats. There's something just a little inside, just between the two ear holes, and just not wired up quite right with Russell Wright. But what a magnificent effort at 72 years of age, still be punting around and in the top 10 of this championship.
All right, Haynes has just set the fastest lap of the race at a 12.8. Goes through that time at a 13.1. So 12.8, the fastest lap of the race. I think currently the lap record from August 22 set by Nathan Hearn at a 1:12.14 in race conditions. And Melinda Price down on pit lane. I believe you've got Glenn Seaton with you, Mel.
Yeah, here with a not happy looking Glenn Seaton. What happened there? Did you get caught up in somebody else's accident?
Yeah, really it was that way. It's I'm not quite sure what happened over here. I saw Rusty was involved, Russell Wright and someone else, and ended up closing the track off there. And Hayden went a bit around wide to go around him, and then someone come through and drove in the side of it. So brought it in to make sure that there's no mechanical problems. He didn't feel like it felt quite nice. So we've done the best we can to get it out there and get some points.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of damage to the left front there. Hopefully just cosmetic.
It is really. They're only just fiberglass, these things, and they look worse than they are most of the time. But mechanically, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, well, hopefully you can pass a few cars, make a bit of a comeback.
Maybe next race. I don't think it's going to happen in this one, but next race will be all right. Thank you.
Thanks, Mel. And I wonder if that damage to the left front of that matches the damage to the right front corner of the Collier machine. This is Jared Hughes down the inside of Gardner.
Oh, the last of the late breakers. This is the incident actually that was just caught with Mel and Glenn Seaton there. So Crutcher goes around. So does Russell Wright.
Bailey was in
Bailey
there
as well.
So the damage to Jackson's car's already happened. This is Josh Thomas, so this is a rearward shot. There's a fair bit going on here.
Wow.
There's lots going on there.
It's so easy to do too because you've had 2 or 3 corners. You feel the car's pretty good. You've got an opportunity for a pass. That's one of the really good passing areas. Lock up the rear, turn it around, and when you're mid-pack like that, you end up turning square onto the whole field, which nobody likes. A little bit of understeer there for Tom Heyman coming off turn 3. Can't torch these tyres too much, and already just in this first race we're down into certainly Josh Haynes is down into 1 minute 12.8, the rest of the field in 13s and 14s. So that car of Josh Haynes, the Herzog Steel Mustang, absolutely pinned to the QR circuit right now.
You talk about Heyman with understeer. Gardner's definitely battling oversteer. It's very, very sideways off the exit. You can hear that chirp through the tyre, and even there through 6, Hughes had actually looked like he'd got by Gardner earlier on with that incident and behind them, but Gardner got back ahead on board now with Brad.
What you've got to watch, though, as we go on board, you can see the left foot just rolling off the brake now, back onto the throttle. Understeer becomes oversteer. What we mean by understeer is when you turn the car, you turn the wheel, it doesn't want to grip and it starts to shove you to the outside. Often, understeer becomes oversteer, and it's a really strong way to cook your tyres.
Gardner's got exit oversteer on turn 2. That is not ideal.
It's not ideal, but it's how you drive these cars, Jamie. These cars, if you're not on the ragged edge, they don't like it. They need to be almost manhandled, and you've got to be a little bit rough with them, I suppose. The whole sidewall of the tyre will walk as well. So you think that the car is actually sliding, but it's actually the sidewall of the tyre.
Wow.
It's what we want with our Hoosier tyres. They actually drop off grip and they move, and that's what gives us these fantastic shots of cars sliding sideways out of corners. But Josh Haynes, he has this race by the throat at the halfway mark. 6 laps down, 12 to journey. Tom Heyman, Brad Gardner, Jared Hughes and Graham Cheney. Graham, see, this is where Graham is smart. Currently in 5th position in the PH Developments Camaro, and he is just accumulating points, and that's what you've got to do.
So's Brad ahead of him as well, and Josh Haynes out in front. So at the moment, Josh would look to extend that championship lead ever so slightly as we go back down onto pit lane with Mel and Jordan Cox.
Jordan, looks like there's a bit of damage to the number 4 car.
Yeah, a bit disappointing there. We said before the race we're going to have a nice clean start to the weekend, and then turn 4 he just got absolutely jeweled by the bloke behind him. So super disappointing and really frustrating. But hey, that's motorsport sometimes. So yeah, we're just going to nurse it home for this race, and we'll reset for race 2.
Yeah, grab a few championship points and then onwards.
Yeah, just got to score points. You know, there's no point parking it, but there's no point leaning on the car either. So yeah, we'll just we'll write this one off and try again in the next one. Cool.
Thanks, Mel. That's what we did see. We saw Mark had already got around, but we actually didn't see where the contact was from behind, and there was a lot of sort of separation between him and the next car. So there may be more on that post-race.
Looks like it happened quite early into the corner. The teammates here for TFH Hire. We've got young Thomas in the 69 car coming up on Des Collier.
How's
family members too, I think.
Yeah.
So,
well, they've talked about the inter-team battle already throughout the weekend, but
there could be a fair debrief across the kitchen table. A little bit of damage to the 63 car of Collier
right
as
front.
well.
That's why I sort of thought maybe that matched the left front of Hayden Jackson's car, but
it's the dirt track Cowboys.
Jason
Look at
Fry
these two, Jason Fry and Domain Ramsey.
They have raced side by side in wing 410 sprint cars. Watched both of these guys down at Warrnambool in Victoria, and in a wing 410, they're pretty fast, but they're doing a very, very good job here. This is for 6th and 7th, Matty.
And look at the way they're closing in with Josh Thomas and Des Collier as well. Russell Wright, the KG veteran, just in the background as well. But look at Thomas. He wants the family battles. He wants the rights. As Domain Ramsey just pulls to the left-hand side, and both TFH cars affect the pass there. That was pretty cleanly done. Thomas has just got to keep his head and eyes forward now.
That's for 7th and 8th position.
So it's the sheep stations, right? You got to absolutely race for the sheep station.
Is that a poke at the Kiwi commentator?
So Josh Haynes and Tom Heyman, Brad Gardner, your top 3 from Hughes, Cheney and Pride. This is the battle of the race so far, with Russell Wright just sitting back there in 9th position. Look at that. He's got a run on him now. I wonder if young Thomas just missed a gear coming out of 5, but it's all about a braking duel as well. Now, if the 55 crew commercial car can get a good run here, he has an absolute chance to perhaps get closer through 1, closer through 2, and then affect a pass down into 3. He may even do it at turn 1 here. This is brave stuff from Russell Wright if he gets up there, and he does. Look at that. The 72-year-old slots the gap down into turn 1.
Josh was a little bit narrow coming off 6, and it just sucked a little bit of exit speed out of it. Russell carried that momentum with that slightly higher line. And yeah, Russell's won a championship or 2 in the past.
He has. He's raced just about everything that can be raced, and you can see here that probably in the first 6 laps or so, he was pretty gentle on his tyres. I wonder if Thomas was a little harsher on the Hoosier, and he's now gapped Josh Thomas, and he's set sail for Collier now, the second of the TFH Hire Mustangs. So 4th gear as we ride on board, back to 3rd, back to 2nd for Josh Thomas in the 69 machine.
Collier's first ever run. He's an absolute rookie. His first race in a TA2 car here at Queensland Raceway. So he's come out of saloons, I think HQs, and not much else really. I think he did XLs and the RX8s in previous rounds of the Hi-Tec Series round. As we go back down to pit lane with Jared McLean and Todd Hazelwood.
Todd, you're running comms here for Josh Thomas. How's he doing so far?
Mate, he's doing really well. Yeah, Josh is having a good race. He got caught up in that little incident at turn 4 there, just had to take evasive action, went through the grass, lost a few spots, but we're just currently sitting ninth there and a couple laps to go. So really storming effort to go back through the field, make some big bold passes, and yeah, the TFH rocket looks pretty good out there. So we're having good fun.
Great stuff. Thanks, Todd.
No worries. Cheers. Cheers.
Thanks, Jared. The other TFH rocket doesn't look so clean at the front end.
No, that looks like it's been in a bare knuckle pub roll, that one. So that's the 63 car, Des Collier, who just gets a little bit wide now. And a 55 crew car just now starting to stalk. He's just starting to put the blowtorch on Collier, and this is where we'll see how good Collier is, because he is coming on with a switch back from Russell Wright, and he locks that front left and goes off. That's going to give Russell Wright the run.
That's pressure.
That's pressure right there. So the 72-year-old, Collier just coming on, back on in front of Mark Bailey there.
The Camaro, yeah. Last time I saw Bailey run actually was in the Aris production racing car at Morgan Park last year.
Yeah, he stepped up in the Jack's Mustang, so that's good to see. Or is it a Camaro? Sorry, Jack's Camaro, I think it is.
Camaro.
Now look at the gap from Russell Wright. He's been a driver. He's won a championship, a TA2 championship previous, as we look at our Hi-Tec Oil Super Series replay. And Collier just gets the big understeer, then takes half of the splitter, takes the sign as well, gets rid of that, rejoins just in front of Bailey there.
Bailey.
Very close riding up against the ripple strip as you come through there. But have a look at Josh Haynes in the Herzog Steel Mustang. He has absolutely belted the field here. Hayden Jackson just rejoining the circuit and the race in between the front three. But Heyman in P2 from Brad Gardner. Jared Hughes in fourth. Not such a dominant weekend as we saw in the final round of the 23 championship. Jared's not
entirely happy with the race.
Oh, what happened there? What was that? Was that Heyman. A missed gear?
Heyman. That was definitely Heyman. I was just about to say, Heyman.
No.
He's broken something.
Something has had a malfunction in that car. Now, that could just be that the gearbox is perhaps locked between two of the gates, which can sometimes happen if you rush a gear change. He's back on race line. He's trying to stay out of the way, but he is going to park the DiPrinzio concreting number 30 Mustang.
That's smart. He actually pulled it off the end of the Dick Johnson the pit straight wall.
Smart, but heartbreaking for the young man.
Yeah, he was doing
qualified
such a good job.
V2.
I was just about to say, the lead was 2.5 seconds. He'd actually taken 3/10 out of him. I think Josh is pretty comfortable out in front, but he was actually still having some green personal best sectors in 1 and 2 through the run, as Russell Wright now laces his eyes onto the back of Jason Pride, who's up into the 5th position.
Pull it up, Rusty.
That pitch on the right front.
That was so deep under brakes.
How deep?
Russell Wright, that was so deep. That was, as our friend Mark Crompton would say, that was right on the edge of grip.
Well,
as Josh Haynes now it comes around the final bend at turn 6, the flag in sight.
Done it easily.
Race 1 of the TA2 Muscle Car Series.
Dad's happy. Dad's happy.
Mum will be happy. Kylie will be up there. She'll be happy.
Brad Gardner in second. Good points for him. Jared Hughes will jump back up to fourth with the demise of Heyman. Cheney in fourth. And then this battle group, Russell Wright trying to get by Jason Pride on the run down to the line with Thomas Wright in behind.
What a great job.
Todd Hazel will talk about ninth. Thomas has actually improved to 7th. Mark Bailey in 8th, another one of our Western Australian visitors.
And our rookie making his debut this weekend, Des Collier, in the top 10. What an outstanding effort that is. And as I look even further down the field in 10th position, we talked about him in qualifying, Connor Roberts.
Yep.
Again, a rookie. Here's Kylie and Steve, parents of Josh Haynes, celebrating.
Is that the first shot Kylie didn't have her head in her hand?
Head in the hand, yeah, usually. But Connor Roberts, who has been in the top 3 of our championships so far this year, he is a rookie accumulating points. And look at that, he's made it into the top 10 as well. Anthony Tenkate across the line for 11th from John Hollinger. Domain Ramsey, I think he'll be disappointed with that because he was right up in the top 5 there for a little while. As we look at your finishing order, Haynes from Gardner, Hughes and Cheney,
Pride, man of the match so far for me from Western Australia in 5th. Russell Wright in 6th. Josh Thomas, a good drive to 7th. Mark Bailey in the Jax Camaro. He's come home in 8th. Des Collier, another debutant this weekend in 9th, with Connor Roberts, the rookie, in 10th. Anthony Tenkate, the veteran, in the number 69 10K higher Mustang in 11th from John Hollinger. Domain Ramsey in 13th. Danny Reedy 14th. 15th was Steve Wilson, an improvement for him from the last round. Paul Hadley, he'll be disappointed with 16th. But tales of woe from Crutcher, Jackson and Heyman, unfortunately.
Not a great start to the weekend for some of them, but a great start for Josh Haynes, and they've sort of been through the ringer a little bit already today. Went out and went fastest, ran off track in qualifying. They lose the lap because they caused the red flag. Josh went out and then reset the pole with an 11.9. And, championship-wise, advantage Josh Haynes.
Well, what you'll see is that the top 3 in that race, in those finishes, Haynes, Gardner and Hughes, they're the top 3 in our championship, Haynes, Cheney and Gardner. So it's consistency, right? As we look at the Hi-Tec Oils highlights from race 1 of the TFH TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec. It was a strong start from Heyman. I thought he might be able to get round the outside, but Haynes stuck in tight on the right-hand side. Everyone's wiggling.
He had a little moment, though. He had a little moment, but managed to hold it on into turn number 2.
As did Hughes as well, just dropped a wheel there. Very easy to have a lose here. The tyres haven't come up to temperature. We were too wide. This is where it all came unstuck for Crutcher. Just in the background, you'll see the number 4 Crutcher Developments car get spun around, as does a number of cars.
Well,
yep.
Collier was off, he had damage. Jackson was off, he had damage. Roberts had gone right back, just about clear to the back of the field. To salvage a top 10 out of it, that was pretty good. Left front damage to Hayden Jackson's number 81 Challenger. Collier went off, already had some damage from earlier on. Rusty Wright applying the blowtorch.
And look at that, that looks like it's been punched in the face, that Mustang. So the TFH Hire boys are going to be a little busy getting that right.
And then
this was strange. I'll get one of the pit guys to go down and talk to the Heyman crew about what happened. So he's come under power here. He's just started to power up, and then all of a sudden she's gone dead stick. For whatever reason,
out of second.
There was nobody at home in the DePrinzio concreting Mustang, but this is your winner, the number 37 Herzog Steel Mustang in the hands of Josh Haynes. He was dominant. He was dominant in pole. He got pole position, the only man in the 11s, and he had a lights to flag victory. Steve and the family very, very happy on pit lane. He is building a championship as mum and dad just take a little bit of time to hug it out, because last round at Morgan Park it was a little difficult, and we've just found out that there was a broken gearbox for Tom Heyman. And Mel, you've got no doubt a very, very upset Tom Heyman.
Yes, Tom Heyman, devastating end to your race from P2. Do you know what's wrong?
Not too sure, to be honest. Just had a big vibration coming down to the last corner, and lost all drive coming out of the exit. So it's a bit of a shame. The boys will get underneath and have a look what's wrong with it, and hopefully get out for the next race.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed we see you out there for the next one. You'll have a lot of cars in front of you.
Yeah, if we get out, it'll definitely be a fun race, so it should be good. Thank you.
Jared Hughes bringing home 3rd, starting from 4th. Problems there for Heyman. You're saying that's not how you want to take a podium position?
No, to be honest, we didn't deserve that one then. We still haven't got the car in the right windows, so awesome to get 3rd, but feel bad for Tommy. He's doing a good job up there. But now we'll go back to the drawing board again and to see if we can try and get the car a little bit better. Haven't been able to get much success yet, but never know, we'll keep trying.
I got to say, this American Muscle Trucks livery looking absolutely spectacular, debuting this one yesterday. It's good to drive fast and good to look good at the same time.
Yeah, exactly right, but hopefully we can get in front of that one sign or look at even better up there. But having a lot of fun as always with these cars, so looking forward to the next race this afternoon.
Great stuff. Now here with 2nd place, Brad, congratulations, mate. It was rough and tumble there at the front, wasn't it?
Yeah, the start was pretty hectic. Probably put myself in a bit of a not a great position there at turn 3, lap 1, but luckily Jared blew it in a bit hard and we were able to maintain that position. But no, look, Josh is fast. Maybe if we could clear Tom at the start, which we won't have that issue this time. I think we're showing great pace with the car, so tune it up a bit and we'll chase that number 1.
What's the grip levels like out there? Cloudy conditions, but warm temperatures.
Yeah, it's pretty good, really. Like the track's pretty good. We're all here testing last week, and the track's probably a bit slower, but no, for race pace, that was pretty decent. Obviously, our tyres will start going off now, so can't thank the boys enough. The Hi-Tec oil Chevy's fast, and we'll push on.
All right, fantastic stuff. And let's have a chat. He's taken out the Kubota Pole Sitter Award and takes out a race 1 victory. Congratulations, Josh. Fast from the start to the finish.
Yeah, really, really good race. Obviously, I lost a tad bit of confidence in quali after putting it in the sand trap. So the focus was obviously get out there, get a clean start, get through turn 1, and then just head down. So really good race. I saw something happen behind me, so I hope Tommy Heyman's right. But the Herzog Steel Mustang is an absolute weapon. I can't thank all my sponsors enough, my team enough, my friends, my family. It's, feels really good. So we've got 3 more races to go this weekend, so hopefully we can keep it up.
Great stuff, mate. Looking forward to it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, there's a fair bit going on there, Matty Mac.
Well, we said you could not win it at the first race, but you could certainly lose it, and I think we saw quite a bit of carnage down there at turn 4 on the first weekend as some of the locals getting out, doing a bit of tailgating around the circuit, cracking a few beers and having a few snags on the barbie. So, there's a bit of work to be done by a number of teams in pit lane there. Russell Wright, you can see talking to Craig Denyer, our category manager. He had a fantastic race. So I would expect that there'll be a lot of head scratching tonight, a lot of talking. Mel, down in the pits, who you got?
I'm here with Mark Crutcher. Not the race you were hoping for either, a fair bit of action. What happened?
Yeah, a lot of action. Really good start racing with my teammate. That was always a lot of fun. Pretty good position going to turn 4, and I had Rusty behind me. I raced a lot of times with Rusty. He's a bit of a legend. And then I heard this almighty lock up behind me. Someone's come from deep and lost control, I think. I haven't seen the replay. Gave me a pretty solid hit in the side. So, I bent the back wheel. We'll see what other trouble. It pretty well took us out of a pretty good position to a pretty foul one. But, hey, we're at a raceway. It's great fun. It's the first world problem. It's just so great to race these cars. It's just exciting.
So you were having a bit of a heated discussion with Rusty before. He didn't look too happy either. What was that about?
Oh, Rusty was the car behind me. He just said the young fella behind, he said he was out of control. I don't know what he was doing, but you know what? I haven't seen him. I haven't seen the replay yet. I'm sure he didn't mean to do it. Mistakes happen in racing. Yeah, he might have probably made a mistake that he'll regret. But look, that's racing. I've done it myself, so I understand it. Let's get on, have a good time, and if he buys me a beer, we'll be fine.
Fantastic. Very diplomatic of you. We look forward to race 2.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
All right, next up, after a very animated Russell Wright, we have the Legend Cars Australia racing. We saw some fantastic racing back at Morgan Park. Let's have a look at some of the highlights with the Legends.
Well, we're not going to muck around here, are we? Straight into Legend Cars Australia for their race number 3 here at Morgan Park. Now have a look at this. Martin's got Pope all over the back of him. And a big charge down the inside for Pope. Has he look? Puts his nose in there, but no, he's not going to get the move done. Right, head down into 4th. Have a look at them all hard under brake. Sometimes they unload the move from Melbourne by the looks of Martin. Lachlan Ward at the mud. Oh no, he's out on the dirt. Comes across Morgan. Might have made contact with Tate there in the budget entries car, and they go back a few positions.
Oh, there's contact there. That was left front to right rear.
Battles throughout the pack, and well, he's not giving up, boys. He just has a little excursion out on the dirt. Oh, sign Big goes back on today, and that's the Hi-Tec battery sign. Lockie Ward, no surprise there with the speed he's had this weekend.
Does it easily.
Different cars, and look at this, the celebration will be on, and the swerves all over the checkered flag. Race number 4 for the Aussie Legend cars, and they've been absolutely legendary since we've had them as part of the series. Melville's just got a little bit of a gap back. Then Hurricane, Frito, and Duckworth.
Fire is Spicer. Got the park, and then got the grass.
Look at this, final 2 corners. Unless something goes wrong here, he is bringing home 4 wins from 4 races, plus the top qualifier.
He's already celebrating.
Incredible weekend from him. He started off in Sydney strong as well. 5th and final race. Ryan Pring alongside, he's a former national champion. Can he apply the pressure? Contact made there with Pring though, that someone's gone in the back.
Pring continues to slam that inside curve. There's a big puff of concrete dust, or just dust in general, coming up off the inside of that car as he gets up to that curve. Oh, he's out in the marbles up over the top of the hill.
Almost 3 wide. Have a look at Pope down the inside of Frito. It's a huge
Oh, big lock up from the 47 allows Frito back up the inside.
wow. He is on the edge of the track. He is just coming down. Checkered flag is out for the Legend cars. And Lockie Ward.
5 from 5.
Hats off to this man. Give him a big round of applause.
I'm here with the real Des Collier this time. Diesel stepping in as your substitute a little earlier. He did a great job, by the way. But tell me a little bit about what went down in race 1 for you.
First lap, everyone got into it in turn 4. I think someone just tried to dive bomb when the move wasn't on. I think about 4 cars got together, and then I just sort of found a hole and put it in it. That's all we could do in that situation.
Now tell me a little bit about these cars. How hard is it to come back after something like that? Is it a new quarter, or you just bend it out and away you go for the next race?
So we'll put a new front nose cone on it. They might put a new quarter on it, probably just push it down and tape it up, and we'll go again.
All right, best of luck.
Thanks, mate.
In the meantime, let's have a chat to Mel.
I'm here with Tony Ward, category manager for the Legends category. Tony, we were talking before, and you were telling me you've got a terrific system in place here to bring really young drivers, some as young as 14, up through the category and teach them the ropes. Tell us about that.
Yeah, look, we're quite lucky. It's a budget category that is the cars are a 5/8 scale car, so they're close to a go-kart. So the kids that come out of karting, it gives them something to get into that feels similar to a go-kart. Obviously, they've got to work with the suspension, and there's a few little extra things they've got to learn. But we developed a program where we blend the kids in and we give them their own championship, so they're not up against the whole field straight away. The newcomers are in a semi-pro championship. I believe there's 5 kids here today, so we start as young as 14. And the idea is to start teaching them to have a little bit of fun in motorsport. It's not all about winning and how fast you go. It's about a good time with your family, and the young kids learning to be a bit more mechanical and do their work on the cars themselves. And we blend them in over a few race meetings, and then the following year they'll have a crack at the Pro Championship.
Yeah, fantastic. So this must have a few of the masters, elder statesmen, a little bit worried about the future?
Yeah, look, we've got a lot of fast guys that have been around for a while and had a lot of experience in motorsport. So there's obviously the talk of the town is these kids are pretty quick. They're analysing motorsport and they're living and breathing it. So there's no doubt that they're going to be up the front really soon. I think at Eastern Creek, the first meeting out, Lincoln Pope came 7th, I believe, and then in his second meeting he pulled a 2nd in one of the races. So they were wrapped, and the other boys are all in the top 10 straight away. So yeah, I'll give them another couple of meetings. I'm sure you're going to see them on the podium.
Sounds like the chase is on. We look forward to watching. Have a great weekend.
Thank you very much. Look forward to it.
And how do I spell fun? And I'm not a very good speller. Legend Cars Australia. That's how I spell fun, as C17 Globemaster flies across the back of us here at Queensland Raceway, RAAF Amberley, not too far away, the biggest Air Force base in Australia. Starting grid for race number 1, and it is Brendan Horrigan off the pole alongside Robert Hogan. Scott Melville out of 3, followed by Ryan Pring, Darren Bradley, Bruce Duckworth, Shane Tate, Stuart Bond in the 11th position, Scotty Morgan, Ben Goodrich, Chris Spicer. Another very, very good lineup of Legend Cars Australia. On board with Mr. Duckworth, I believe, joined in commentary by Tony Ward. Welcome, Tony. Thank you for jumping in and helping us out. There's not a lot you don't know about these race cars as we're about to go green here.
Yes, no, this is the nervous bit for me. I want to get it through that first corner.
No more parts, no more damage, no more parts, no more damage. All right, so we've got an onboard with Duckworth. A little bit of a messy start as they fan out across QR, which we're so used to seeing with these cars. And we're going to attempt to go 3 wide down through turn number 1 with these fantastic little race cars that just continue to entertain throughout the Hi-Tec Super Series. And out in front it looks like Horrigan, the current number 1 Australia, with the race lead. Tony now has just started taking a breath.
Yes, yeah, I can calm it down a bit now. Yeah, Brendan, last year's national champion.
3 wide down the back straight. That looked like Duckworth on the inside in the 160. Oh, locked it up though. Locked it up. They get through turn number 3. You can see how wide the racetrack is in relation to these relatively narrow race cars. But one thing I can guarantee, we will see some fantastic racing, as we always do with the Legends Cars Australia entries here at Queensland Raceway. Great overhead shot as they work their way through turns 4 and 5. Couple missing this weekend, mate. Lockie, the young fella's not here after dominating Morgan Park.
No, he's gone for a little bit of a trip to Bali. We're missing 4 or 5 of the drivers this week, unfortunately. People booking holidays when there's race meetings on. Jeez.
Ryan Pring with a nice pass up the inside. So dominated at Morgan Park, 5 wins out of 5, and then, I'm going to Bali. Sorry.
Yeah, someone else will go.
Okay.
Well, it's going to make it interesting because, that means there'll be a new championship leader after this weekend. They looks like they're spreading out now, getting into their position. The slipstream's going to be huge at this track for these cars, so you'll find that the smart ones will start to work together.
What are the main differences, say, between here and Morgan Park? Obviously, Morgan Park's got a lot more corners, but it's a mixture of sort of medium and high speed. Here, it's medium and high speed, but there's a lot fewer corners than there are at Morgan Park. So are you relying more on straight line and power down to get it onto the straight and through the corners? Or?
In these cars, it's about the exit. You've got to get that good exit on this car. If you get out a couple of kilometres slower than the guy behind you, well, he's going to be 3 or 4 kilometres faster by the end of the straight. So definitely important to get a good exit. But when you're in a train like this, it's really about what the person in front's doing, and one little mistake and you'll find that they'll be overtaken. He's around.
Bradley in the 72 with a huge lock-up, and he's done the rotation on board with Duckworth, and his eyes will be like saucers after that one as the 72 recovers, drops to the tail of the field. So that was under brakes into 4.
It's a shame for Darren. He qualified 50. That was his best result in qualifying, and he was quite wrapped this weekend. So just that's motorsport, the highs and lows.
Absolutely. So we've talked about the excels with the drafting and that. Like going into the last lap, unless you've got a big lead, would you be better off being in the front or second or third in the queue if you are line astern going down to the line on the last lap?
Yeah, look, there's not a great deal of distance between that last corner and the finish line, but there's definitely enough room. I think at Eastern Creek, Rob Hogan come out of the last corner 4th and won the race. So you could be 3 cars back and still that slipstream will slingshot you through that finish. So.
Robert Hogan now into the race lead, and that battle group is 3 with the 81 of Melville right on the back of that queue, and then Ryan Pring. I'm still trying to get used to Ryan without the green wheels. Nice pass up the inside there from Melville. So Hogan's gone out of the lead back to 3rd.
Yeah, these front guys.
Here's a replay. That was the 72 going around, and I think he did that all by his lonesome. The 39 was close. Bond was very, very close to not get involved in that. That is as much understeer as you'll ever see without the thing actually getting turned and getting into someone else.
Yeah, the cars are they're a handful. I've had a lot of people say they're probably one of the hardest cars to drive. They understeer, they oversteer. There's a lot of throttle control that you need to have with these. So
not dissimilar to a big version of a car.
Pretty much sequential gearbox. A great car to learn on if you're looking to move up into that.
We've talked about it throughout the last 18 months. I think it's a fantastic class to step out of karts. Depending on what you want to do in the future, cost effective. You guys come to the racetrack with all the spare parts and everything. I mean, the thing for me, and I talked about it at Morgan Park, since 1992, over 9,000 of this style of car and the Bandoleros out of Legends in the USA have been built. That's an astonishing number.
They are constantly building. We're in the line non-stop. We've got 6 cars coming next month. We've already put the next order in that we probably won't get till December. So they're constantly building cars. Around the world, it's a huge category.
Here's Harrigan back into the lead. So he was 3rd a lap ago. He's back into the lead. So these cars are raced in 30 different countries, 6 different continents. It's a fairly big one here in Australia. How many cars do you think you've got here in Australia, not only with the tar seal stuff, but with the dirt racing as well?
Yeah, look, we've got over 120 registered this year, and I'd say that'll get close to 150 by next year if all goes well. Yeah, it's definitely a massive category, so it's between Speedway and Asphalt. It's a bit of a handful.
So here with what we're seeing this weekend, everyone's running on a Nankang Legend spec tyre. On the dirt stuff, I think, do they run a Hoosier?
No, on the dirt, we've got our own tyre that we make, a Zestino tyre.
Okay.
It's all a level playing field, it's all controlled. All the tyres are from the same batch, basically in Asphalt and in Speedway. So these, Gordon Leveland looks after us with these tyres, and they're Legend car marked. I think Italy and UK use them as well. So we usually do a run of 1,000 at a time and ship them around the world.
On board here with Bruce Duckworth, and unlike day one at Morgan Park, we can actually see through the front screen of this car, unlike our onboard camera car at a very, very wet Morgan Park a month ago. Sideways, lots of attitude, as Hogan's back into the lead. So again, we talked about it with the XLs. We're just sort of watching this game of chess at the moment, and who's going to be in the best position and what the Americans called moving day, right at the end of the race where you need to be.
Yeah, this is true. You can see these guys working together. Obviously, they are pushing each other a little bit as well to try and keep that gap from the rest of the field.
Well, Hogan had understeer, Horrigan had oversteer there through turn number 3. So with the new cars coming in, obviously with the older generation FJs, 4-cylinders that are going out of production, the new cars come in now with the liquid-cooled 3-cylinder engine.
Yep, the MTA9 fuel-injected 3-cylinder. The Speedway guys will still run the 1250 and 1300 for a while, and they'll still have a life to live over there. But yeah, the asphalt's definitely doing more the water-cooled now. I think there'll be 33 cars I think we've got in now water-cooled in the last year, once the next shipment comes in. Young Lincoln Pope, there he is again. So this is this kid's third race meeting up against these. A lot of these guys have been racing for, I think the Hurricanes have been going for close on 10 years now. Robert Hogan with his experience in karting and racing. You know, young Lincoln Pope doing a fantastic job. And then you've got Aiden, he's one of the new kids as well. He's up to 9th.
How old's Aiden?
Oh, I think Aiden's 15.
Oh, wow, okay.
We've got I think we've got 14 years of age, 15 and a couple of 16-year-olds.
So it's cool that you've got the different age categories in amongst it. So you've got classes within classes and age groups within age groups. So you've got the younger guys, and if they're super fast, they'll be up there playing with these guys. But, you know, young Ryan Pring, he's been super, super fast, and he's still only a youngster.
Yeah, look, Ryan's only, I think he's still 16. Might have turned 17 by now. Super fast and a great kid. Yeah,
what gets me with the American stuff, and because we've sort of been involved in doing commentary with the legends here in Australia, I've been sort of following some of the stuff in America, and you got Kevin Harvick's young guy. He's 11 years of age, winning races and legends in America,
yeah.
and not just on the ovals, because they do the road course stuff and that they call it over there as well. Just 11 years of age, and then you've got Braxton Bush, Kyle Bush's son, who's winning races at 9 years of age in the Bandoleros.
Yep, they all start with Legend Cars there. A lot of people don't realise that Legend Cars own NASCAR. It's the mother company, it's the same company, so you'll notice the logo is exactly the same. So Legend Cars are a feeder into NASCAR over in America.
Ah, fantastic stuff. All right, we've just got a couple of laps left to go here. This is definitely not over. The Horrigan Melville show up in front, and Duckworth's not too far off the back of them. Our onboard camera car in 4th, and this is a good run for Duckworth because he's had a little bit of ups and downs over the last sort of 18 months.
Yeah, look, he's an experienced driver. He's driving that many different cars every weekend. I think he sometimes forgets which car he's in. And look, I think he's pushing 60 now, Bruce, so he's having a good crack there. But it just goes to show, you know, you've got a 60-year-old 3 places in front of a 15-year-old. You know, it's a unique category.
Shane Tate was very, very sideways onto the main straight. All right, Horrigan back into the lead. The lead has changed 6 or 7 times here as we get towards the business end of this first race of the weekend for the Legend Cars Australia here at Queensland Raceway. And it is still Horrigan, Hogan and Melville, although the first 2 have just got a little gap now over Melville. Then a similar gap back to Duckworth just coming into shot there. Then we go back to Ryan Pring, Tate in the 147, Pope in the 47, Shane Morgan, although Morgan and battling here. There's Scotty Morgan, sorry, and the 16 there who carried our onboard camera at Morgan Park. He's battling there side by side with Ben Goodrich in that orange and white number 97. And then the 47 of Pope right in behind them with the bright orange wheels on.
And Aidan Williams behind him. There's 2 of the young kids, Aidan and Lincoln there, keeping up with you know, Scott Morgan and Ben Goodrich, that are 2 experienced drivers.
Well, they've been at the front of the field. That was a big drop off the backside of the exit of turn number 6. Final lap, last lap board is out on the racetrack. Can the reigning Australian champion, Brendan Horrigan, hold on to the race lead? Hogan's right there with him, and you would think there's going to be a couple of opportunities with the straight line here at QR. And here we go, Horrigan with the lead. Hogan in second in the 46. Hogan can't take advantage of the run down to 3. Little bit of exit oversteer for the 1. Hogan, I think, got a better run off the exit. Can he get an inside run to turn number 4? Last lap.
It's going to be interesting, couple of turns to go. These guys are right on each other. I think if you look just a little bit back 4th, 5th and 6th.
Oh, that's
three
right.
wide.
That is well
Here
and
we
truly
go.
on. Pring's in there, Duckworth's in there, Tate's in there on board with
Three
Duckworth.
wide.
3 wide through 4 and 5. I think Pring ran out of racetrack to their outside. Tate and Duckworth. Here's Horrigan out in front with 1 corner left to go. As Tony said earlier on, not a lot of distance between here and the start-finish line. Horrigan got a little bit exit oversteer. Tate's not going to be able, Hogan's not going to be able to take advantage. Horrigan takes the win. And crossing the line in 4th will be Tate from Duckworth and Pring. And I think Pring went into the start of that lap in the 5th spot. So some great racing right through the field. Pope up to 7.
Pope's kept his position there. It's a great run for Lincoln.
Aidan Williams will complete the top 10 race 1 for the Legends here at Queensland Raceway. Lots of racing left to go throughout the weekend, but the number 1 takes the win in race number 1. Good stuff. Thank you, Tony.
Fantastic, thank you.
And not too much damage for you for the parts.
No, happy with that.
Brendan Horrigan with the victory in race number 1 for the Legend Cars Australia. From Robert Hogan, Scott Melville, Shane Tate, Bruce Duckworth, Ryan Pring, Lincoln Pope, Ben Goodrich, Scotty Morgan, young Aidan Williams completing our top 10. Followed by Nathan Frito, it's Chris Spicer, Nathan Locke, Stu Bond, Tim Reed, Darren Bradley, Matthew Bond, Riley Skinner and Asker Sendel in the number 55 machine. So some good stuff there as we go to the Hi-Tec Oils highlights for the Legend Cars Australia. Nice clean start. They went 3 wide straight off the race start, and when they fan out across the track here at QR like that, it is spectacular stuff. Bruce Duckworth had a fantastic run going, carrying our onboard camera and just showing how busy it is down through turn 1 off the race start. The 72 not quite getting it right. Yeah, Darren Bradley with the spin. That was pretty much the only real issue we had during the race. The race lead changed 4 or 5 times between Horrigan and the 46 of Robert Hogan, and they had an entertaining battle. Melville was in there as well at one stage. He dropped a little bit further back, and you could see the lead that the 46 had at the mid-stage of the race.
Yeah, it doesn't take much. One little mistake and they'll be back on you, which is what's happened there.
Then Horrigan went through to the lead. Melville tried to go with him, but Horrigan and the 46 of Hogan managed to get away towards the end of this first race of the weekend. Pring was with them initially, and then he fell back into the clutches of Duckworth and Shane Tate.
Nathan Proto's done a fantastic job to come from last up to 11th. He missed practice and no qualifying.
Horrigan taking the victory here in race number 1 for Legends Car Australia. Not a bad one. That was a good, lots of changes for the race lead. Horrigan taking out the victory in the number 1 machine. Still a little bit of cloud cover over. Actually quite pleasant conditions over here at Queensland Raceway. It's a fantastic layout. Lots of improvements with the racetrack as the drivers get out and get ready to talk to our pit lane reporters down there very, very shortly. I think Rob Hogan will be pretty happy.
Yeah, they should be happy with that. It was a great performance. I think there would have had to have been at least 20 overtakes between those guys up the front, and to do that cleanly and finish 1, 2, I think that's how they started too, was it? 1, 2 and 3 there?
Pretty much. We've got Formula RX8 coming up next here very, very shortly. We'll get some interviews with our top 3 in the Legend cars happening not too far away. Looking forward to lots more racing here this afternoon and tomorrow for day 2 here at Queensland Raceway for the 3rd round of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. And certainly the Legend Cars Australia cars have been a bit of a mainstay as part of that series. Looking forward to the balance of their races throughout the rest of the afternoon. So Lachlan Ward, well, he maintains the championship lead, not contesting the round here this weekend, so that's more than likely going to change heading into later on in the weekend. As we go down onto pit lane with Melinda Price and our podium for Legend Cars Australia.
Well, it looks like you guys are having way too much fun. P3 from P3. Scott, tell us about your race.
Oh, it was hard to keep up with these two, but I'm just glad AF Racing 1, 2 and 3, so that's amazing for us.
There was plenty of overtaking going on.
There was, yes, definitely.
Okay, Robert.
Yep.
P2.
Yeah.
Again, right in the middle of the mix.
Yeah, no.
was really good. Yeah, good racing. Yeah, battling all the way through, so right to the end.
Fantastic. And again, P1 from P1.
I'm just glad to turn a pole into a win, and I'm glad there's no team orders at AF Racing.
Good championship points for the whole team there, so very much looking forward to race 2.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mel. All right, next up we have Formula RX8. Looking forward to seeing them for their first race here this weekend. Some spectacular action from the previous round from Morgan Park. Let's have a look at the highlights from Formula RX8 from Warwick.
TFH Hire Formula RX8 to get underway. Steve Devjack in the 71 will get an early lead. Oh, he's getting familiar with the brown dirt here at the moment.
Lewis is trying hard under brakes. You get to see the back of the car moving around.
He's
trying to get a run. He's going to run out of real estate, but he had a bit of a run going up the hill.
Well, let's get underway. Single file start here. Rob Bowden pulled over. He goes. Look at this. Can he hold on to it? This will be impressive. Look, there's probably more grip out there. Oh, no, not at this point. He is still going. He's way too far.
He's a passenger.
They're not a total slick there. And he gets the car behind. Wow. Lord, no one there. He takes out our first time bingo. Have a look coming into this turn, though.
Okay,
look,
he should be out there. I'm just going to point that out. Payne's got the windows down.
He's got nothing to lose. He can walk, try and get his way back to the pack.
He can't see. He cannot see. Said waves before, but it's literally coming in and out in waves. It's breaking heavier. Oi, here we go.
Oh, is that Terry Lewis?
No, that's 89.
That's the barn. He's going to give it one big throttle down the main straight to finish off. Steve Devjack will get 2 wins from 2 races. He's having a ripper weekend. The rear-wheel drive RX8 spin the wheels and we are underway.
Look, points-wise for the championship, Bowden doesn't need to do anything silly here, although he is going backwards here. And on up as Gaylor's gone. Where has he gone off?
Jeff Connell, the young gun, he's not scared of a lick of flame coming out the back of the yellow express machine. He is right on the back of it. Now Thomas Derwin goes alongside of Arndt. Oh, this one could get tricky.
Oh, this is close. This is close.
Here he goes around. 3 wide. Oh, Barn goes out on the dirt. Here we go. Race leader comes over to take the checkered flag, and Devjack will flash the lights, and it is 4 race wins for Steve Devjack.
Formula RX8 time here at Queensland Raceway. I am joined in commentary fresh off pit lane by Jared McLean. I did call you earlier on, mate.
Sorry that. Mate, come on. It's not even similar.
It's my Alzheimer's.
Don't worry, I got a touch of it too.
How's pit lane?
Pit lane is alive. It is a frenetic vibe down there as we come into Formula RX8. Race number 1, your pole sitter, Brock Payne, here at his home track. Got there with a 124.59. Rob Bowden just off his door. As we are about ready to drop the hammer on this, gridding up for a standing start.
So these cars are based on the 3 production cars rules, all running on the Nankang tyres, 18-inch speedy wheels, stock ECU. So if you have an RX8 sitting in the garage with some 300,000 kilometres, don't worry about it. Go motor racing. Come and join Formula RX8. It is a fantastic series all around Australia. And we've seen, again, with the Hi-Tec Super Series, some amazing racing over the last 18 months with these cars. As we go green, and not for the first time, there is a black TFH car off the front row in Formula RX8. Brock Payne looking to continue with his winning ways. But at the previous round at Morgan Park, it was Devjack that was just absolutely dominant. Steve Devjack in the number 71 Devjack Racing Rotary Motion Machine. And so that'll be a battle to watch. I think Devjack's had some previous history running in supercars a long, long time ago in the left category. So he's got some experience. We've got a couple of gamers out here, mate, that come straight off the gaming, off the PS2. It won't be PS2s, but some of the gaming guys that have been doing a really, really good job. And one of those, Bowden, actually qualified in position 2.
So, first X is down and Payne leading out hard. And he's quick through that first section. Shots on board of the number 4 machine.
Yeah, Jeff Connell. So I think Connell's another one of our, one of the gaming regulars that's come into the championship.
Too wide in some cases there out in the middle of the track.
Oh, you won't see that for the first time. That's going to happen right throughout this race is the 2 black RX-8s out in front. So it's the TFH Hire 33 of Brock Payne. First time this season, this championship with the new TFH colours. That car was in different colours last year. There's the second of the team cars. That is Diesel Thomas, Aaron. Last I'm going to say about that.
Is it though?
Best.
I don't think it will. I think I'm heading up the
setup, mate. I can honestly say I've never seen that before. All right, Bowden in the 15 machine, just hustling down into turn number 1 with lots of attitude. The G-Technic RPMOS Pro Epic Seals machine slots into that second position. Actually, he's gone around Devjack. This should be a good battle, but out in front, Payne's actually got away. Look at the gap.
Payne's managed to nab himself almost a second of clear air
on the opening lap. So fastest lap of the race already for Payne, just on that first flyer off the race start, 31.9810. So Devjack just dominated. There's Justin Lewis in the Yellow Express, number 50. He was a little bit quiet at Morgan Park. He was really super fast at Morgan Park a year ago, and that was sort of the defining we got to know Justin Lewis and how fast he was. Didn't quite have the car underneath him at the previous round of the championship. One of the guys behind the series, and in behind him is Jeff Connell in the number 4. And Jeff is a rookie, just his, I think now 3rd race meeting in this category, and literally had never raced anything before, apart from a gaming chair.
Devjack just trying to show a clean pair of heels back to the number 50 of Lewis.
So all of these cars pretty much identical. Same shop, same tyre, same wheels, same ECU. They run the same air filter and everything. It's all down to the driver, tyre pressures, and maybe some adjustments on shocks, and that's really about it, and that's why it's a really cool, effective way to go motor racing. And you see some great racing right through this field with 18 cars here this weekend at Queensland Raceway for the latest round of the Formula RX-8s.
Look at how much debris is starting to build up on the outside line here.
Well, we got 230 odd cars, so it's any wonder there isn't a little bit of debris already building up on the outside of the race circuit. So what you don't want to do there is be out there where that debris is, because that's just going to be an instant loss of traction. All right, Devjack trying to get to the back of Bowden, and Payne's just extended that lead again. He's actually doubled it. He's out to nearly a 2-second lead.
Yeah, just touching back on Devjack there. He had a purple in Sector 1, goes almost a half a second quicker than Bowden just in that first section. Battle still raging back down in the pack.
Yeah, Lewis and Connell are just working their way forward, just trying to close that gap to Devjack and get on that leading battle group and make it maybe 5 long. And we're very, very early in this race, so only on lap 3 of 10, so they've got some time to get to the front. Don't panic, don't overheat the tyre as we go back and behind Lewis with the 69 of Vanta Diato and the 23 of Diesel Thomas. Thomas with a nice inside run here should get the pass.
Going to be a nail biter.
Be a drag race.
That's right up my alley. Diesel holding down track position. The run down into turn 1. He's across to the inside. Gets it done cleanly.
Nice pass. Very nice pass. So Vanta Giazzo is another one of our gamers that's come into the championship this year for the first time in the JDT colours. Really nice young guy. Diesel Thomas, he hasn't had a lot of experience. He's been racing XLs as well, and I think this is his first season in Formula RX-8, and one of about 20 cars out of the TFH Hire stable, apparently talking to the team at the beginning of the weekend that they are running across various championships around Australia.
Vantagiato is not holding back in the JDT building RX-8. He's trying to stick with Diesel. Big pop of flame there on the shift.
Yep, that's the rotary. We've come to expect that from Formula RX-8. So the leading group of 5 have now got a little bit of separation. And look, Justin Lewis, look how much of a gap he's closed to Devjack. So Lewis and Connell sort of working together to get onto the back of the 3rd place Devjack. And we could very well have a 5-way battle for the lead here as Lewis makes it look easy up the inside of Devjack. I said that Lewis was a little bit quiet at Morgan Park, where Devjack just dominated, and Lewis has got something to bring to the fight here this weekend at QR.
Barely a wheel ahead as he crosses the start-finish stripe.
Very impressive Connell right in behind them. He's got the best seat in the house for this battle, as Payne's only 1.6 seconds ahead of Bowden, so Bowden's actually closed the gap. These three battling together will actually take a little bit of speed out of themselves, so they now need to work together if they can get to Payne and Bowden out in front.
The battle for 10th and 11th between the 75 of Hassan and Vickers in the 35.
Hard to miss the 75 of Hassan. That is a very, very distinctive paint job. I'm going to say vinyl wrap rather than a paint job.
Vinyl wrap's nice and cheap.
Vickers in the 35, Derwent in the 42. So that's 10th, 11th and 12th. 42 of Thomas Derwent. The Moirua Animal Hospital. There's a sponsor you wouldn't normally connect with motor racing. Derwent there in the 42. He made the highlights reel from the previous round at Morgan Park. But yeah, that first of that group of cars, the 35, it's definitely very, very distinctive. This is Connell trying to get the run on Devjack. There's a bit of work going on the wheel there.
Doing absolutely everything he can. Finds himself out wide.
Devjack with a lot more experience. He's raced a lot of cars over a lot of years, whereas Connell is pretty much new to the sport. Straight out of gaming. So that's a fantastic effort. So Lewis now on a bit of a charge going forward. He's got 6 seconds to try and get to the leaders. Payne and Bowden. Bowden's taken another couple of tenths out of Payne's lead. So we go back on board with Jeff Connell in the number 4.
How's that? Blitzes the RPM all the way up to 8,000 on the shift.
See Lewis's car moving around onto the back straight, so that's off the exit of 2. They're definitely working very, very hard. Connell now with a run on Devjack. So definitely did not see this at the previous round of Morgan Park. Devjack, however, the last of the late breakers in the rotary motion number 71. Connell's going to try and live there on the outside with the momentum. That'll give him the inside line if he's got overlap down into 4.
Devjack keeps it out wide.
Payne's just controlling the lead out in front. In fact, he's gone purple, first 2 sectors, so he's really comfortable out in front. Oh, Connell! Oh. Connell's just moved Devjack over. Wow! Total end of the spectrum in what they've done on a racetrack.
Gave him the don't argue.
Yeah, that was the big don't argue from Connell in the 4. So he moves through to the 4th position. Now he's going to start chasing down Justin Lewis. 7 of 10. I don't think these 3 will get to the leaders, as Payne's just bombed in a 24.8 as the fastest lap of the race down on pit lane. Mel, what do you got?
We've got a very stressed, worried, excited Jeff Connell's father, Mark, here watching the battle out there for 4th and 5th place. This is a little bit different to sim racing.
Well, it is, yeah. I get locked out of the room in sim racing, so it's it's a bit different, but he's out there having a go, and he's doing quite well for the time. It's only his 3rd race, so yeah.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job. Are you worried? Are you nervous? You're excited?
All 3. Yeah, it's a mixture.
Okay, back to commentary. Thank you.
Thanks, Mel. I mean, you can't underestimate how big a change. This is his 3rd ever race meeting, and he's up there battling with the leaders. Like, he's doing an outstanding job. Absolutely outstanding job. As we watch this battle group, this is 11th, 12th and 13th with Vickers, Derwent and Thompson.
Great to see the battles happening all through the Formula RX8 pack.
Oh, and we always do,
mate. Where you are.
We always do, mate. It is seriously all the way through the groups, and you will see battles within battles. All right, Payne with a 2.7 advantage. So Payne's just gone, bang, I'm going to throw a lap in here and re-gap the field. Bowden thought he was getting to him, but that gap's extended. Lewis back in 3rd. He's actually lost further ground to the leaders as we watch this battle continue between the 35 of Stacey Vickers in the Autolink colours, the very colourful RX8. Derwent in the 42, Thomas Derwent. And the 79 of Shad Hassan in behind. All right, Lewis. So Connell now going to work on Lewis. This is going to be fun. On board with Connell. We just heard from Dad on pit lane, who doesn't know whether he's nervous or... Can he get him under brakes? Cover there from Lewis. Very narrow on the approach to 3. Connell's going to try and slip up the inside.
Nice defensive drive there from Lewis. He covered all avenues off. Nothing too major in terms of twitching lines or really trying to close him out, but just made that RX-8 so wide.
And it still had momentum down into 4, so it had good exit speed. Connell couldn't take advantage of it. Off the exit there, Justin just planted the number 50 yellow express machine right in the centre of the racetrack. So at that stage, Connell's got to go, do I go to the outside, do I go to the inside? But didn't have enough momentum to do it anyway.
Oh, late dive there. He was super late on the brakes. Connell just trying to close up.
He's got to run. Lewis got a big wiggle mid-corner, and it's taken some exit speed out, or has it? Connell might have actually reacted at the same time because it didn't translate down the other end. Lewis as
Thompson.
Where's he got? Oh, Connell. I think he's just outbraked himself at 1. Or did he get out into the marbles? So that's taken the pressure off. Oh, there's a bit going on here.
It's going on absolutely everywhere there. And he's gone wide, gone off track, out into the marbles, but unsure what led to Lewis going off.
Yeah. Wow, okay. There's a whole heap going on here because Gerwin's back in there. Diesel Thomas is back in now, and Thomas is up into the top 5. So Connell had a moment, Lewis had a moment. This race has just changed dramatically. No difference about out the front. Payne's just dominating this one in the second of the TFH cars. He's just exited stage left. There's Bowden going through 4 on the run to 5. And we've now got like a 3-way battle for 3rd, but it's 3 different race cars from what we saw about 2 laps ago.
Absolutely wild.
So Devjack back down the inside of Thomas through 4 and 5. That's good close racing. Thomas way out off the exit curb. Devjack should be able to take advantage of this as the last lap board should be coming out. Thomas trying to live down there on the inside under brakes. Does a good job to get it stopped and turned. Devjack now on the outside.
And Devjack grabs a fistful of curb on the run up the start-finish straight.
So Connell 3rd. Remembering, I think at the start of that, he was off. It wasn't off track, but he was certainly very, very wide at 1 out in the marbles and lost some time. And then Lewis looked like he went off in 2. So Lewis is back in. He's back in 15th. So he's gone a long way back. Or a little wiggle there for Connell that time. That was through the centre of 2, and that's fairly high speed, Jared.
Yeah, Devjack just fading away into the distance. Thomas and Connell starting to streak away. Big move to the outside. Has he got him under the brakes?
Definitely wasn't a fake, that one, was it?
I'm wondering if brakes going away.
He struggled to get it stopped eventually because he was so wide on the approach to 3. So that's taken a little bit of pressure off Connell. Here is the race leader on the final lap, Brock Payne, in the TFH number 33. He's had a lonely old race out in front. Set the fastest lap of the race at a 24.85 on lap 6. So he's got very, very good pace. And he's going to dominate race number 1 here at Queensland Raceway for the Formula RX8 class. And that lead, which was down to under 2 seconds, has blown out to beyond 5, with Bowden about to cross the line in that second position. Connell, can he hold on to 3rd? That'll be a fantastic result, with 3rd, 4th and 5th changing over the last couple of laps, with Connell sort of having a moment, and then Lewis went off and he's faded back through the field. Connell will take 3rd ahead of Thomas and Devjack, and I think for Diesel Thomas, that'll be one of his best results in the category. Again, with another driver with relatively not a lot of experience.
A couple of moments there at the back end of the race where you just have to start wondering if drivers really struggling with brake fade over duration there.
Definitely a couple of moments it did look like that,
Absolutely.
Jared. Definitely looked like that. The 35 of Vickers crosses the line. He will complete the top 10. 89 goes through of Ivan Bantidiago. Right, so Lewis has stopped out there on track. So he obviously had another drama with it going off. So he is stopped, and I think a DNF. Hard to say what's happened to the Yellow Express number 50. So there was a fair bit going on towards the end of that one. As we go to the results, Brock Payne with the victory, Rob Bowden in second. The gap at the end was 4.5 seconds. Jeff Connell in the third position, followed by Diesel Thomas, Steve Devjack, Ivan Bantiago, Terry Lewis, Ayrton Philippi, Shad Hassan, Stacey Vickers completing the top 10 in that bright number 35. Thomas Derwent, Paul Spiteri, Jamie Canellis, Leslie Reeves, Andrew Thompson, Derek Lack, Justin Lewis, and Martin Welsh. Justin Lewis definitely with some issues during that race and actually stopping on track right at the end after an off, battling inside the top 5 results. Let's have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils highlights. Nice clean start from everyone. Payne led into turn 1, and it was a lead that he would not lose for the entirety of race 1 for Formula RX8 here at QR. Diesel Thomas starting mid-pack, he would work his way through. Nice start from him. But all eyes were on Connell as he started a little bit further back as well and worked his way past the very experienced Devjack and then chased down Justin Lewis. And they would both have moments later on in the race. Devjack and Connell going at it for position. That gave Lewis initially a little bit of breathing space as they all were trying to chase down the leading 2 just up ahead. So here's Lewis going off. Connell had earlier had a moment and run wide. Lewis took advantage of it, then he ran wide at turn number 2 and then dropped back through the field. So it might have been a mechanical issue that subsequently dropped him back because he didn't actually end up in the gravel trap and stopped, but he dropped back out of the top 12 as Connell and Diesel Thomas went at it for position. Connell in that third. So this was third, fourth and fifth with Devjack back there in the 71 in the 5th position. But no one had anything for this car. Brock Payne dominating race number 1 in the TFH higher number 33 RX8. Did it easily, fastest lap of the race. See what he can do for race number 2. Rob Bowden taking out the 2nd place in race number 1, and J-Max run downstairs, and we'll catch up with Jared for the post-race interviews for Formula RX8.
Jeff, a stunning race. There's so many moments out there. You were caught up in a few of them. Tell me, did these suffer from brake fade at the back end of the race length?
Yeah, or at least mine anyway. Yeah, I definitely had a bit of brake fade, and not sure. I either cooked the left rear tyre with 3 or 4 to go, or there was some oil from Lewis in front of me. Either one, because started sliding around heaps on the fast stuff and nearly binned it a few times.
Mate, what's the plan for this weekend? It's a great start, but you want to find yourself up on that top step.
Yeah, the podium was the plan, and just to be closer to the first few guys in the last round. But yeah, it's our 3rd ever race meeting, so we're pretty pumped with that. There's not too much of an in-depth plan when it's your 3rd ever race, so yeah, pretty much winging it and having heaps of fun.
Great stuff, mate.
P2, Rob Bowden. Interesting start for to the race there, you were just telling me.
Yeah, I lost power steering on the warm-up lap there, so I got onto the grid, was panicking a little bit, turned the car off, turned it back on again. Luckily it came back, so I kind of all went through my head a bit at the start there, but Steve got me off the start, and I was quick enough to get back past him, and then just tried to manage the gap to Brock. He's a bit too quick for me today, and yeah, then there was a bunch of oil out there for the last couple of laps, so I made the last couple laps a bit interesting, but yeah, just wanted to say thanks, massive thanks to G-Technic. Phil's out here today, he's a busy man, so I've got to keep him happy. Pro Apex Seals, Car Care Wollongong, and EcoSafe Chemicals and DPO. Massive help for helping us out for this year, so thank you.
Well done, thank you.
Cheers, mate.
And your winner, Brock Payne, over 5 seconds between you and second place. Not a bad effort.
Yeah, no, it was a good race. I definitely had to watch the mirrors a bit there and manage the gap. I don't know what happened to Steve there. I think he might have had an issue. I was looking forward to racing him. But Rob and Jeff had a lot of pace, so definitely had to watch out. But no, we had a good race.
I have to say, with cars that are on such an even keel in terms of parity, the battles that were happening back behind you were absolutely next level. Do you know anything about what's going on back behind you, or you just got your head in the zone, just keep it going?
Yeah, head in the zone, looking forward. I like to have the battles, but every now and then it's nice to have a bit of a gap out the front and have a cruisy race. So no, we enjoyed it, and it's good to see those battles throughout the field.
Great stuff. Thanks for that. A cruisy race. How about it? Brock Payne putting in an absolutely stunning performance there for Formula RX8 and the TFH hire machine. Jamie, you were up there. How was it for you? So much action.
Yeah, mate, there always is. You know, it's what we look forward to with the Formula RX8s over the last 18 months. They've been very, very good, and they're certainly cool to watch around here at Queensland Raceway. Still lots to go on later on throughout the afternoon. We have the Super TT, Australian Stock Cars, Australian Trans Am and Invited up next, and they'll be closely followed by the Replica Tourers. And Mel, down on the pit lane, who you got?
Got Hayden Jackson here. Plenty of work being done to the number 81 after an eventful race one.
Yeah, just got caught up in other people's crashes, really, an unavoidable one, but that's motor racing at the end of the day.
And so not too much damage to the car, hopefully. All good for race 2?
Yeah, we should be fine. It was just a couple of ball joints and do a wheel alignment and fix some panels up and we'll be right to go.
Well, you've got a little bit of work to do now, haven't you?
Yeah, just a little bit. Long way starting from 17th, but we'll push our way forward and see how we go from there.
Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks, Mel. Yeah, Hayden's team with a little bit of work to do after that damage, obviously, from the earlier race with the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series framed by Hi-Tec steel framing. Folks here at QR taking advantage of the camping around the racetrack. A little bit of cloud covers, just cooled the conditions down a little bit. We are sort of early stages of winter here in Queensland, but it's still probably in the 22-23 degree range. Bit of work going on here in the pits for the Jared Hughes Camaro. That looks like a shock change, some adjustments on there going to the Penske shocks on that race car. I know Jared was a little bit happy just with the balance of the race car, so they're looking to try and throw some changes of that car to make it a little bit better for a little bit later on in the afternoon. Jared's very, very busy down there on pit lane.
Well, I'm here with Mark Crutcher, and Mark, I have to say, organised chaos is how I would describe this. Tell me, what goes into a TA2 muscle car in between races?
Oh, today, plenty goes on today because after the accident we had a bent rim. We snapped a Watts link, which helps steer the car. Maybe the rear axle, I'm not sure. So everyone's got their own job and they know what they're doing, but they're the best at it. So we'll get it turned around. But we're trying to prep 4 cars at the same time. 2 of them are okay. Mine and Hughes's need a little bit of work. But, yeah, it is organised chaos. It's like putting all the kids in a room and throwing lollies in the centre. That's what it looks like, but they come out and do a great job.
Well, let's quickly touch on that. You said you broke your Watts linkage. What's going on with Jared Hughes? He had a fantastic result in race 1.
Yeah, he did. Look, Jared's such a good driver. He understands the car totally. It's just not quite performing up to spec for him. He's having difficulty getting some speed out of it. So they're making a few changes, trying to get a bit more air in, that's all, just so that the oil temp stays up. So I think you'll see once they get this done, he'll be even quicker because he's a rare talent and what a great kid too.
I like that. I think maybe you need to teach you guys the value of a Dremel, because using a step bit to open up an intake, that's a pretty backyard way of doing it.
Yeah, that's my teammate, Graham Sheen. He's a bit simple, you know, and this sums up, you know, what's going on here.
How's that? He's watching on. Jared's just going, oh my God. Back to you guys.
Excel.
I'm here with Connor Roberts now. Interesting first race for you. You qualified, started 13th, then went back, then made a fantastic comeback.
Yeah, it was fun to drive from the back. A few cars went off in front of me, so that helped me out a bit. But yeah, it was really good to come through and finish 10th. I'm happy with that.
And plenty of work going on here, but no damage to your car?
No damage. Just, yeah, a few tweaks here and there, and that should be right for the next one.
Hey, so I guess the plan is to keep on moving forward.
That's right. Yeah, see what we can do in the next one. Thank you.
Thanks, Mel. Yeah, so I think Graham Cheney's going to be getting a few barbs from everyone after that, probably highlighting why drivers shouldn't work on race cars. The look on Jared Hughes' face and behind as Graham's taking to his race car with a drill bit. That was a little bit more laughter going up on the hill. All right, next class out on the racetrack, as we're just over an hour away from the second race of the weekend for the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec, is the Super TT category. Now, this is a category that sort of spawned out of Victoria around the Hi-Tec Super Series over the last couple of seasons. Here at Queensland Raceway this weekend, we've got combined classes in amongst. So we've got the Australian Trans Ams, which are just coming off pit lane now with the beautiful Mustangs, Firebirds and Falcons, and even a Mercury Cougar and even a Plymouth Duster. So with the Super TTs, it's sort of a sports sedanish type field, some on treaded tyres, some on a slick tyre. Then we've got the Oz trucks and the NASCAR style cars as well. So they're coming out on track, and as they are, we're going to cross back down onto pit lane with Jared McLean.
Here with Russell Wright, a 6th place finish in race 1 for the TA2 Muscle Cars. How are you feeling coming into race 2?
Oh, pretty good. I'm quite happy with that spot. We're probably lucky to be where we were. Our pace hasn't been all that great at the present. Still getting back into the car and getting used to it. I've driven it for sort of 7 months. But it was unfortunate. There was a little bit of silly driving going on that took Mark Crutcher out. And that was totally unavoidable. But that was sort of 2 cars that may have been in front of me. So starting 6th, I'm sort of happy to keep it there and just consolidate for the weekend.
Great stuff. We're looking forward to it.
You.
Thank you, J-Mac, as we go racing here, just about to go racing here with Super TD combined, invited. We've got a couple of Mark cars out there. We've got an Xfinity Series NASCAR. We've got Oz trucks. We've got Oz NASCARs. We've got the Super TTs and then the Australian Trans Ams. There's even a Dodge Challenger TA2 out in there in the mix. So not too much more diversity than what we've got here as we go 3 wide down off the race straight. Oh, there's contact there between one of the Mark cars and the number 11 RX-7. Oh, that was a moment. Tony Saint and black RX-7 making contact with that. The third of the Mark cars there in the queue. That's Jeff Taunton out in front in the green and yellow machine. Just have a listen to some of these machines out there on the racetrack. If you catch the 4th place Xfinity Mustang of Scotty 9, just listen to this thing. It's carrying so much RPM. We saw Scott towards the end of last season at Sydney Motorsport Park in a genuine road course NASCAR Mustang, and this is an Xfinity spec car as we go on board with car number 41. That's Michael Ricketts back with us in the little Nissan Sentra. And Michael Ricketts, I think it's the first time I've seen Michael in Super TT this year. He contested the whole series last year and I think travelled something like, I think the number I heard was close to 20,000 kilometres around Australia as he contested every round from the bottom of Australia and Victoria all the way up to the Northern Territory up in Darwin, where we ran up there with the TA2s. So this will be a fantastic battle with the Australian Trans Ams. So for us as commentators, Jared joins me back in commentary, mate. This can get a little bit confusing because we've got categories within categories. You've got the Australian Trans Ams, the old school 60s muscle cars. You've got the Super TT, you've got the Oz Truck NASCARs and the Xfinity Mustangs. It doesn't get more diverse than what we're seeing out there on the racetrack right now. Take a breath.
But how good is it for someone like myself that sort of grew up on those PS2s? This is just like a video game. So many different cars out there. It's a stunning run to the start-finish.
You're not that old, man. I had a Nintendo Donkey Kong. Oh, look at this. Side-by-side. Zach Hudson and John Prefontaine in a pair of Mustangs. The Zach Hudson machines just had a total rebuild, formerly raced by the late Brett Curran, who sadly we lost a few years ago due to cancer. And Brett was a very, very fast racer in Australian Trans Am. Speaking of fast, John English, there's just about probably not anyone more experienced as a racer here at QR this weekend than John English. He tried to retire, he sold the car, he came back as the Challenger's off and gone gardening through 4 and 5. That is the number 45 machine. Jeff Stubbs. John English retired, sold the car, bought the car back, ran last year, retired again, is trying to sell the car and he's back here this weekend. He will not retire.
Absolutely not. Watching on the number 8 machine.
Have you seen an Oz truck before?
I have now.
You have now.
They are so cool. Love the fact that it's got a VF front end on it. Fiberglass is an amazing thing.
That's definitely unique to this part of the world. And believe it or not, that category was actually a pre-runner for Peter Robinson, who brought TA2 into the country.
Awesome.
Yeah, so Pete had a lot to do with the Oz trucks running back in the day and raced himself. The 11 there is the Mobile Auto, who's RX-7 of Tony Saint. So Jet Taunton is your race leader running one of those beautiful Mark Mustangs. Then we go back to the 111 Axel Donaldson, and another one of the Mark Mustangs. Third is another one of the Mark cars, but this will be the Mazda example, the 33 of Antonio Basile. So this battle here at the moment, 11 and the 8s with 5th and 6th on track. So we've got, again, combination of Stock Cars Australia, Super TT, Australian Trans Am, and the Oz trucks in that as well. So there's different categories right through. This is Michael Ricketts, who we were just talking about before, mate. He contested the entire championship last year, raced at every circuit, including the Northern Territory up in Darwin. And the number I understand that we heard at the awards evening at the end of last season was something like 20,000 Ks worth of travelling around Australia to contest all of the Super TT racing.
That's dedication.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure he got an award for that dedication, as he's just got passed down the inside by an Oz truck and a TA2 Spec Dodge Challenger.
Why not?
You want to listen to RPM here with Ricketts. This little Nissan screams. Absolutely screams. More diversity. The number 9. Now, I don't think that was, which number 9 is, that's George Kulig. There's multiple number 9s across this field. So that's George Kulig. In what sort of, it's an Oz-spec NASCAR, but it's sort of more modelled on the ARCA, the ARCA sort of style cars, which is like the 4th category in NASCAR, behind NASCAR, Xfinity, trucks, and then the ARCA series. So it's sort of got that look about it. And here's the Xfinity Mustang. Listen to this thing, Jared. That raises the hairs on the back of your neck.
For those of you watching at home, I wish you could be here. The Mark car doing absolutely everything he can.
Well, that's an LS3 shed power plant against a Roush Yates NASCAR. All right, at Xfinity, it'll be 9,000 plus RPM. I'm pretty sure that's not a road course car, that's actually an oval car, because it's got all of the perspex down the side, left-hand side of the car, down onto the rear boot. Unlike, they do have a genuine road course car, NASCAR, that they raced last year in Sydney. So very, very cool cars to have here as part of this. And like, seriously, we've got everything under the sun. Dan Natoli. Now, Dan's been out in the Australian Queensland Production Car Championship this weekend. He won the round on from memory at Morgan Park, and I said to him, why are you doing double duty? And he went, well, I did Super TT in Sydney at the opening round, and I'm actually leading the points. So he's doing double duty in the same car across 2 different categories over the weekend. So he's really, really busy.
The number 33 machine able to claw it back through the turns, but getting onto the straights, just getting blasted away by the number 16 of 9.
So the Mark cars, so those, the Mazda 3, there was a Ford Focus body version as well, though, built here in Queensland on the Gold Coast by Pace Innovations, Paul Seprenick and his team. They've now stepped up and they started making those beautiful Mustangs, and now there's a sports stand version as well. So in the coverage this weekend, we'll see a couple of their newer cars coming out as part of the sports productions and that as well. So we'll keep an eye out for those. There's Jeff Taunton. So that's one of the Mark Mustangs. That's a very, very cool car, and Jeff is obviously a pretty credentialed driver as well, so he's already starting to get through some of the slower lap traffic amongst the other categories. Taunton's best lap has been a 1:10.37.
Unreal.
That's fast.
How's the aero package on this thing?
Very GT3-esque. Very GT3-esque. And I think these cars run as invited cars at the Bathurst 12 Hour with the GT3 cars. So the IRC Innovation Race, they've just done a sports stand version where this style of car is more of an LS3 based car. The sports stands are much more modified in the engine part with a lot more horsepower. And there's a couple of those in New Zealand, a couple of these cars in New Zealand, and many, many here in Australia. And they also run in amongst themselves as a Mark class category around Australia too. So very, very cool car, and built right here in Queensland.
How's this? Even though he's got lap traffic moving out of the way and he's having to hold an inside line, still just blasting along. The lap times are absolutely wild.
Definitely a lot more aero there than the 1967 Mustang Shelby with Zach Hudson, who's leading the Australian Trans Am category with John Prefontaine in behind him. That is just a gorgeous car. Absolutely gorgeous car. That car is way, way older than its driver. Zach would be if he's in his early 20s, if that.
And he's getting monstered by the Nissan.
The mighty Nissan of Michael Ricketts. Oh, Zach Hudson, as we love to see in Australian Trans Am on the Hoosiers, getting the rear bag sort of lit up out of turn number 6. That little Nissan is a very, very quick little race car, trust me. And a very well-travelled race car over the last 12 to 18 months.
You can see the gap really starting to open up now, just putting that big power to the ground.
Patricia Chant in one of the Australian Trans Am Mustangs, number 35. So she's a former championship winner. That's a 5-litre class car. So across Australian Trans Am, there's 5-litre and 6-litre cars, and they have different weights. As the 45 of Stubbs has gone around again in the Challenger. Last time I saw that car, it was racing up in Darwin last year with the TA2s.
Less than ideal situation there after going on a bit of gardening leave a little earlier.
He's struggling to get it fired back up too as some of the Australian Trans Am cars go by. The last one that just went by was a 2-door Falcon. You don't see very often. All right, Taunton out in front. Final lap run for our invited Super TT Australian Trans Am and Oz Trucks. Taunton will take the victory with the fastest lap of the race at a 1:10.37, which is exceedingly quick around this joint. Big gap back to second. It will be Donaldson in the second of the Mark Mustangs, and crossing the line in second now. His best lap of the race of 1:11.7. And in the battle of the Trans Ams, it should be Zach Hudson. This will be Ian Palmer, Alwyn Bishop, battling for position as just trying to figure out. Nine's in there in the Xfinity Mustang as well. Sean English going across the line. Another one of the Australian Trans Am Mustangs. So many different cars across the different classes. Definitely over 30 across the entry list. So that's kept us busy in this one as we go through to the results for the opening race for the Super TTs. Jeff Taunton taking out the win in the Mark Mustang from Axel Donaldson. Scott Nine in the Xfinity Mustang. Antonio Basile in fourth in the third of the Mark cars. Tony St. George Kulig, Corey Gillette in the Nissan, Brett Mitchell, Daniel Stubbs and Burgess. Go back to Dan Natoli in the Audi TT, Robert Marchese in the number 84. Zach Hudson will take out the victory in the Australian Trans Ams from John Prefontaine, and John English in third position. Michael Ricketts in amongst those as well. Hi-Tec Oils highlights for our Super TT invited Australian Trans Am and Oz Trucks. Listen to that sound off the race start. There's a lot of horsepower, and there was some contact there as well. Straight off the run into turn number 1. 45 went off a couple of times. This was the first effort for Daniel Stubbs. Having some issues with the Dodge Challenger TA2 in this first race of the weekend. Not very often you get to see a Nissan Sentra chasing down 600 horsepower of Ford Mustang. Only here in Queensland. Stubbs unfortunately went around for a second time. Thankfully those beautiful Australian Trans Am cars managed to clear him and not get involved in that deal. While out in front, pretty much a GT3 spec Mark Mustang with the big wings and big aero of Jeff Taunton, lapping in the 72nd bracket, taking out the victory here at Queensland Raceway for our first race for the Super TTs invited Australian Trans Ams and Oz Truck category. Entertainment looking forward for the rest of their racing throughout the weekend, and lots of sideways moments as we always see with some of these V8 classes. So they'll peel off back into pit lane. Up next we have the Replica Tourers. We're not too far away for our second race of the weekend for the TA2 Muscle Cars as well. And I just love these shots here at Queensland Raceway. You go back 3 years and we haven't seen a lineup of entries like this at Queensland Raceway for a good decade. Over 230 entries in the pits, and it's a very, very packed pits here at Queensland Raceway, and a newly configured pit area at Queensland Raceway with a lot more garages, as you can see here, right through the middle of the venue and even over the back, with some actually permanent businesses based out of Queensland Raceway now, which day to day is pretty much a constantly working racetrack. Earlier this week I had the Porsche experience here. They've had driver training. In fact, here on Thursday night new drivers in road cars getting taught some of the ways to how to drive a car. Just as simple as that on an open racetrack here at Queensland Raceway. So very cool facility, and a lot of work has gone in over the last 2 or 3 years here, certainly with the involvement of Tony Quinn as Scotty 9 gets out of that beautiful Xfinity Mustang. And you can see that aero fence down the back of the car if you have a look back down towards the rear wing. So pretty sure that car is an oval category car as Mel Price is getting ready down there on pit lane to interview these guys. Takes a lot of time to get the helmets off some of these guys sometimes. Mel, you got Scotty 9 down there with that beautiful Xfinity Mustang.
P3 here, Scott Nin, good drive. You've made up one spot and a Daisy Duke exit from the vehicle.
Yes, yeah, the trusty old NASCARs can't. No good for those guys, but we had a lot of fun out there. We're trying our best. I'd just like to thank all my crew and everyone that's involved. We're just having a ball out here today.
Good to hear, fantastic, well done.
Thank you.
In second place, Axel, congratulations out there. How was the lap traffic out there?
Awesome, mate. They were really awesome to deal with, those bikes. We've got a lot quicker cars than them, and they had to waved us through. Always great. Stayed on the racing line. We went round when we could. But it was hard to catch old Jeffrey, that's for sure. He's on the pedal today.
That Taunton machine is on another level. He had some serious gaps. What's the plan here for the upcoming races? Is there setup changes or just going to go out, get some time behind the wheel and just see how it goes?
I think I'm going to get Jeff a bit of food poisoning going on and we'll be right. We'll set him up, let some tyres down. We'll be right for tomorrow. We'll tune her up and she'll be quick as.
Great stuff. Congratulations.
Cheers.
Jeff, a pretty dominating performance by you then. You've got a big smile, rightly so.
I have got a smile, yes. We have a great friendly relay. We're great mates as well. So, yeah, to beat these young fellas is always really good. Because, yeah, without the ABS, it's a challenge for me. I'm so used to having ABS. So, yeah, it's a real challenge not locking up.
Spoil. Well, great performance by the Mark cars, and by the sounds of things, you better not have any food that he gives you before the next race.
I'm not going to eat anything tonight that he gives me.
Fantastic, well done.
Thank you.
Down here with George Gambino, the man behind Hi-Tec Oils, jumping in with a Super Series, a 6-round series this year. Man, are you as excited as I am for this?
Yeah, I am, Jared, actually, because this is our 3rd round now, so I'm getting really used to the guides and the tracks, and it's really cool. It's a great series at the moment.
Right here this weekend, 2 days of thunder. How cool is it to be part of over 230 entrants barreling around Queensland Raceway over 2 days? This is a huge achievement for yourself and for the track.
Oh, yeah, well, it's great. It's actually 3 days for us because we did a Friday, we're doing Saturday, and tomorrow's another day. So, and we have the drifting tonight, which is even more exciting. The Hi-Tec Drift All-Stars are running. So to combine them all together, it's going to be really cool.
And, of course, looking forward, we're going to some absolutely stunning tracks. We're doing stuff that no other series has done before. What's your standout? What's your highlight that you're looking forward to?
I don't mind. South Australia's going to be, the Bend's going to be interesting because I haven't been there at the new track. So it'll be interesting to see how they go there. And then we've got a few more rounds of drifting and then the Super Series. And, yeah, it's really good for the brand.
Well, the man that never stops, the company that never stops, and the series that never stops. Hi-Tec Oils is where it's at. Jamie, how are you going up there in commentary?
Yeah, all good, mate. All good, fantastic. Looking forward to seeing some more racing from our Replica Tourers, and let's have a look at some of the highlights from our earlier race 1 earlier on in the day. So for the first race, it was the Fat Ass Camaro leading them away. And he had his hands full early. Skeen in the 2nd position. Watch what happens here very, very shortly out of turn number 2, because it is about to absolutely erupt, and he did it all by himself. Here's the moment for the 29. Rotates with 30 other cars in behind, and how nobody hit him, I still can't get my head around. This one the same. That could have been a 10-pin bowling special from Smallwood in the number 7 VL. How that didn't hit anything on the way through actually could have been quite catastrophic. Battles all the way through the field, and then we had the 37 going off with a damaged right front tyre. That was Stuart Walker in the Holden Commodore. Whether he's picked up that damage on a curb or contact with another car, I'm not too sure. As Ian Woodward was running out in front, Roger Pfeiffer and Rex Scholes were having their own private battle for second, going side by side down the back straight here at QR, and they sort of both had some moments late in the race, but Pfeiffer managed to hold on to second with Scholes in third and Ian Woodward taking out the victory in the Sunoco Penske Camaro Replica. So race number 2, and it is Woody off the pole, Roger Pfeiffer from 2. This grid will be lined up from the results of the earlier race. Rex Scholes from 3, Braden Walters from 4, followed by John Robertson, Rob Neal, Hunter Ferguson, Samuel Allen, Daniel Ross and Jordan Walker in the top 10 in the Holden Commodore. So Replica Tourers race number 2. Grid 11 for Tony Rowe, followed by Darren Ludd, Lawrence McKinnon, Danny Turner, Chris Solomon in the 2-litre AE86 Corolla, Taylor Herford, Adrian Burgess, Jeff Gillespie in the Little Escort. Go back to Greg Wilson, Craig Lyon in the Honda Type R, Mark Brennan, Terry Skeen. He'll be on the comeback after those offs in race number 1. Brian Smallwood, Steve Hay, D. Milderton. Steve Hay, unfortunately not making the start here. Broke a crankshaft in his beautiful HDT Replica VK Commodore earlier on in the weekend. Again, joined in commentary here by Scotty McKellar. Scotty, welcome back.
Thank you very much, Jamie.
Here at QR. And any news from down on pit lane from these Replica Tourer teams?
Oh, I've just been in and out of different pit things. I've been trying to pick up on a couple of the cars and what's been going on. So, look, this is going to be a great class. And once you've already said it, a lot of different style of cars in this race. And it was very exciting first race, I must admit. Cloud cover starting to come over now, so conditions will be changing on the track immensely out there from the first race. So things may differ a little out there in this respect, in this race.
So it's not very often you get to see a 1968 Chevy Camaro lining up against an XR6 Turbo Falcon. That'll be your front row.
Yeah, that's great.
And then a late model Mustang up against a VT Commodore from the second row. So Brayden Walters will be happy after coming back from a DNF at Morgan Park. I think his run was 16th to 4th in race number 1. As we're about to go green here with the Replica Tourers Trophy Series race number 2 here at Queensland Raceway. Listen to the thunder, 2 days of thunder here at QR as Ian Woodward wins the start down into turn number 1. Pfeiffer into second, Scholes, Walters. Then it'll be Robinson in the 555 side by side, the new RX-8 who featured at Morgan Park, Daniel Ross. Just maybe lacking a little bit of horsepower here on the big straights at QR compared to some of the other V8 cars around them, and probably making some of the most power as the race leader. That down the back straight. Braden Walters, Robinson's in there. They're side by side under brakes on lap number 1. Walters very, very deep, trying to carry that momentum on that higher line. We go back to the 333 of Hunter Ferguson. Lots of new names in the class this weekend. I think we had 35 entries at the start of the weekend. We've lost a couple. As I said, notably Steve Hay, who initially qualified second, broke a crankshaft, had a harmonic balance failure at Morgan Park in the previous round. If you watched the coverage there, you would have seen a DNF in the final race. It broke a harmonic balancer, and what that's done, Love with some issues. That's carrying some front-end damage to the 24, Darren Love in the little BMW. So what's he managed to collect on the way through? A little bit further back through the field, sort of back in the teens. As we've got, I would say, a safety car. Some cars peeling off into pit lane. Is that a red? Red, that's a red flag.
So obviously there's a little bit of carnage out there, and they'll have to go out, send the pickups and safety cars out, no doubt.
It's not very often you see a red in race conditions, so obviously something's fairly significant has happened out there. So on a red, typically they are supposed to peel off into pit lane. So we've got some of them on pit lane, some of them continuing around on the racetrack. It wasn't the safety car that I saw go out. It was actually one of the recovery vehicles. So just wait and see what's actually going on here to see what has happened. We saw the number 49 BMW, sorry, not the number 49, it was 24 of Darren Love that was parked there on track with some front end damage. So that's where the recovery team is at the moment. I'm wondering if maybe it hadn't started a grass fire. Like it's sort of dry here, but it's not like it's winter, so there's some witness marks from that inside curve, and you can see the drag marks across the track. So something fairly significant's going on here. Let's have a look at the replay. Solomon's in there. The Mazda RX-8's in there. What's the inside with the 24? Oh, it's gone over. It definitely went over. So the Skeen 21 was in there down the inside, and the 24 Love Machines actually got upside down. That would explain the white skid marks on the racetrack as Skeen's actually cut through the infield and dug up the backside of the curb. So the number 24 of Darren Love, oh, look at this. And it skated a long way as well. Well, he was up out of the car, but that was just an awkward one with how that actually went over. It was hard to sort of figure out what had gone on there.
Yes.
So look, he's out of the car. He's okay, but that is the reason for the red, was because the number 24 of Darren Love managed to get inverted. In the meantime, Mal, down on pit lane, I believe you've got Justin Lewis. What happened with him in the last Formula RX-8 race?
Well, we're about to hear all about it. Got off to a good start, Justin, but it didn't end so well.
Yeah, a couple of car problems yesterday. I had my first in qualifying was the car started to work just then. Had a pretty good time, started in fifth, ended up in third, hit the oil, came off the track. I thought there was something wrong with the car, so I thought I'd play it safe. And I turned off on the side of the road and just watched all the cars go by. So I'll be starting from last in the grid tomorrow.
Well, plenty of work to do from there. You said that the track was pretty slippery. There's lots of oil around.
Yeah, there was somebody dropped some oil on one of the corners, and it was just a bit confusing. So I had a pretty big off, but it wasn't one that damaged the car.
Oh well, that's good news. You've got a lot of people to pass in the next race.
Yeah, I know. No, I don't mind that. Gets a bit of airtime for the Courier Academy RX-8. So with a bit of luck, I should punch up towards the end by the end of the day. Thank you very much.
All right, so that explains what happened to Justin Lewis. Is by the looks of it, the Replica Tourers are heading back to the pit area. That potentially concludes that second race. Whether we see them back out again a little bit later, I'm not too sure. So we'll give you an update on what happens there. But obviously with the issue with the red flag is what we're about to see here. So lots of cars battling. You've got the 21 Commodore down the inside and just into the side of the number 24 BMW. And Love just, well, it's gone skating and it went a long way on the roof. So in the shot with the car sitting there, you can see the white sort of marks on the racetrack, which I was sort of trying to figure out where they had come from, and that was the reason why. And there's the shot there. So those white marks are actually from the roof of the BMW after it got inverted, and that is at turn number 4. Just looking at that shot there here at Queensland Raceway. So the run off the third turn, short straight through the infield, and that was the reason for the red flag. And Jared, you're down on pit lane. What do you got for us?
I have one of the wonders of TA2 Muscle Car right here. The gearbox you can see on the right-hand side, no good. We're down here in Tommy Hayman's pits, by the way. The gearbox on the left, that's a fresh one. Where'd you grab that one from?
Well, it's not actually fresh. It's one of the other competitors' practice gearboxes. So, Hayden Jackson lent it to us for the rest of this weekend, and yeah, it means a lot.
Unreal stuff. Great to see the community rallying around. Now tell me, changing a gearbox, the gearbox itself, not so big, doesn't look so heavy. You made it look like easy work coming down pit lane. How hard is it to fit into this TA2 muscle car?
It's not overly hard. Obviously, it's pretty straightforward. There's a lot of room underneath this, but we'll obviously miss the next race. It's quite a lengthy job just pulling everything out and making sure it all lines up. So, yeah, we'll hopefully be out in the morning tomorrow afternoon, 1 o'clock for the next race after that.
Fingers crossed, mate. In the meantime, while Tommy Hayman wrestles his gearbox into the car, let's go and have a chat with Mel.
I've got Thomas Derwent here. An exciting but not a happy ending to your first race in the Formula RX-8?
No, not this morning. I started in 6th place and then I got swamped off the line and then I had major gearbox issues for most of the race. So I lost third gear briefly and then I got a couple more people got past me and I managed to limp it home to 10th place. And then on the cool-down lap, the gearbox basically exploded. I lost first gear, boiled all the oil and pushed it out into the car. So now we're looking for a new gearbox to try and get me back out there tomorrow. So,
well, fingers crossed you find one. We hope to see you out there. Thank you.
All right, so the recovery continues for the number 24 Machine of Love. That the BMW became a WMB, upside down, backwards, however you want to put it. Here's another view from it. So from front on, and just look how far it slides and then gets on the grass. There's a shower of sparks on the roof, and it landed pretty hard, but thankfully he was able to get up out of the car and out of the way. But that is the reason for the red flag in the Replica Tourers. Wow. That is spectacular.
And Chris Solomon there was probably the lucky one out of that because he was right in amongst it. And
think he
somehow...
wasn't the only one, to be fair there, Scotty. I think there was a few more probably having some thankful wishes after that deal. So, all right, we'll get the track cleared and try and figure out what we've got. The TA2s aren't too far away. They're just over half an hour away, 32 minutes, 40-odd seconds. So the second race of the weekend here at Queensland Raceway for the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec. Just over half an hour away. So if they don't restart this race, we'll go to production sport cars, then TA2. And Jared continuing to work hard down on pit lane.
Yeah, I am indeed down here with Graham Cheney. Graham, you're in a great position in the championship. Tell me, coming into this weekend, how are you feeling?
Oh, feeling pretty good, yeah. I don't mind this track. We haven't done any testing here, which is a bit of a bugger, but yeah, we're around some good guys, so it's going to be good.
The guys up front today, they are really, really hooking out there. How are you feeling out there? You were okay in practice, good in qualifying. What's your rating so far?
Yeah, we had good pace at the start of that race. I was sort of like could and Ellie made a couple of moves there, and I saw Jared and Brad having a good dice there, so I thought I'll just stick my nose out of it for a little bit, see what happens, and then I had a big gap from behind, so it was basically save tyres for the races tomorrow as well, because we do have to do a lot of laps still this meeting.
How do you rate your tyre degradation over the course of the weekend? Now, I know 6 tyres, 4 of them are allowed to be green as of this morning. You bring in 2 roaded tyres from last event. How is everything looking after that first race?
We should be in pretty good shape, just because, I basically got to cruise around by myself and just control my lap times, no sliding, just really looked after them. So we should be pretty good. Car's not probably 100%, so we're probably a little bit hard on tyres, but I think we should be good.
Well, what we'll do, we'll get you to hop out of the way because we're going to go and see one of the other really cool things about TA2 muscle cars. Drivers are just super happy to let members of the public jump in. Young fella enjoying himself and finding out what it's like to be in the hot seat. In the meantime, Mel, what have you got?
We've got Leslie Reeves down here in just his second round in the Formula RX8, and you just got pipped on the line there.
Yeah. Canella's got me right on the line because I'm having gearbox troubles at the moment, so 3 to 4 is quite slow, so... he got me right on the line there, and it was a lot of fun the whole race. I made a mistake just a couple laps beforehand, thought the checkered flag come out, so I started slowing down, and then he caught me up. So, it was good fun.
Fantastic. And what do you think of these cars to drive?
Oh, they're awesome fun. They're great. Really love how they handle and how they drive, so, they're great fun.
Okay, so keep the right foot down until you see the checkered flag next time.
Yeah, it's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mal. Yeah, it's so cool to see a lot of new drivers coming into the sport through different categories, some of them not even coming through the traditional veins of motorsport through karting and things like that, and jumping into some of these cars. So we're just under half an hour away from race 2 for the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec. Josh Haynes winning race number 1. Couple of little dramas pit side as we've just seen them from Jared and the team. And Jared, you got more down there, mate?
I do. I never stop once I get started in pit lane. I've got Steve White, series manager here for the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. Super Series, it really sells the entire aim of the game here. You guys are putting on an incredible show. 6 rounds. We spoke to George Gambino a little earlier. How much fun do you get to have at these events?
Well, I think we have a little bit of fun, but it's all serious business till we start the race meeting. And look, the race meeting itself, we've got such a good team, and like an event like this, working with the Queensland Raceway team, with Josh, and all of his team here at Queensland Raceway makes it very easy for us. And obviously it's a great event for them, it's a great event for us, and we just love working in motorsport. I mean, this is our round 3, and obviously 6 rounds this year. And look, next year's looking great already. We're already planning for next year, so our support from Hi-Tec Oils and all of our subsidiary sponsors, we're sanctioned by AASA, and the group that we bring along, and there's only 10 of us travel to these events, and we bolt on really to every event that we go to or every circuit that we go to. But I've got to say, everybody's accommodating, everybody wants to make it happen. Queensland in particular has a magnificent and really strong motorsport scene. So to be honest, when it's -2 in Victoria and you're up here in beautiful 21 degrees, it's not a bad place to come during winter for to this time of the year. So look, the series is growing. We couldn't be any happier 18 months into really when it was born. And again, support from people like George, Hi-Tec Oils, Hi-Tec Batteries, and all of the categories that our main categories that come with us: TA2, Formula RX8, Legend Cars, Australian XL Championship, Australian Super TT Championship, QTCC's here this weekend with Replica Tourers, all these other categories that join on. And they're the local guys that get an opportunity to race nationally. So it's exciting for them. It's exciting for us to see them have a good time. But obviously it's all about delivering a great event and making sure that everybody has fun.
I'll ask you the same question that I asked George. Which track are you most excited to bring the Super Series to?
Oh, look, it's a really hard question, that one, because every track's got its different nuance, its different exciting facility. Look, home for us is Winton, so we would always say Winton's great to run at because we know it. We're going to the Bend next. We've been over there and looked, and it's been an exciting facility there. But look, all of the tracks are great, and this year's just something for everyone, So looking forward to the rest of the year.
Fantastic stuff. Steve White, on behalf of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series, putting in a great job here over 2 massive days. Mel, the grind never stops. Where have you found yourself?
Still talking to the Mazda people here. I've got Stephen Deviak, who started in P3 but had a little bit of car trouble in that first race.
Yeah, started P3, and for the first half of the lap it was going quite well, and then suffered just a little bit of a... We're not sure what it is yet, but... yeah, I was suffering straight line speed, but in saying that, it was good because it got me battling with a few other competitors, and we had some really, really fun, close racing, at my expense, of course. But Terry's working on finding out what the problem might be, and these things happen, I guess. It was a bit frustrating, but I still had an absolute ball of a time, and it's such a great category. Everybody's really friendly and competitive, and absolutely love it.
Well, let's hope you find those missing horsepowers for the next race.
Definitely. It's motorsport. Things like this happen, and you just got to deal with it when it does. But, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mal. So, yeah, talking about what we've got coming up with the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. Next round for us is at the Shell V-Power Motorsport Park at the Bend in South Australia. I'm really looking forward to that because I've been through there and had a look at the venue, and obviously they've got a state-of-the-art drag strip there as well. So really looking forward to that. Let's have a look at some highlights with the Hi-Tec Oils highlights. Race 1 for the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Cars, framed by Hi-Tec Steel Framing. So Josh Haynes won the start. Heyman tried to stay with him. Haynes had a little wiggle down there on the inside. Couldn't quite get the momentum for Heyman on the outside, and Haynes took over the lead through 2, and it was a lead he would never surrender. As Brad Gardner spent a lot of the race pretty sideways initially, Hughes managed to get by him, but watch him behind here. You'll see Mark Crutcher come through back a shot going backwards. The Jack's number 12 was backwards. Thomas had gone off. Des Collier had gone off. Connor Roberts had gone off. Hayden Jackson had gone off with contact. He came into pit lane with some damage to the left front corner, and the team's been working pretty hard to get that rectified. Des Collier with a fantastic run through the race. Unfortunately went off through turns 4 and 5. He already had some damage to the right front corner after that earlier clash. Rejoined there. There might have been a little bit of contact there with the Jacks number 12 of Bailey. As the leaders were sort of going at it, and that was Hayden Jackson going a lap down after his problems to pit earlier on to check with the issues. Heyman here, well, it just lost drive. We've seen in the pits they are changing gearboxes, but more than likely will not take the race to start. And that put Brad Gardner back up into second with Haynes leading. and Jared Hughes up into the third spot. But look, take nothing away from the number 37 Herzog Steel Mustang and Josh Haynes. He dominated the first race, looked pretty comfortable doing it as well. He poled, he won the first race, so he's batting 100 at the moment. Dad Steve was looking on and pretty happy after a little bit of an up and down day. He poled, but he actually put it into the gravel at turn 1 and came back out and then had to put it back on pole because they lost the lap in qualifying, having caused a red light. So there was a bit going on in there in that first race for the TA2s here at QR. Back on the racetrack now, and it should be our production sports cars. That's a category that has raced around various racetracks around Australia, and again, the word diversity comes up when we talk Super Series, and there's lots of different race cars out there amongst this category. So this is their second race of the weekend, coming off the back of a 45-minute race earlier on in the day. Danny Studdard, you want to see this race car, the brand new IRC GT Camaro. He will start off the pole. He won race 1 earlier on in the day. Darren Berry, Steve Burridge, Glenn Ebert, Kevin Vitilago, Nathan Halstead, Hugo Godson, back to Scott Dean out of 11. Matty McKeldin, you may have heard of him, my co-commentator in TA2. He's out there in his little Kubota Mazda MX-5. He won his class in the first race earlier on in the day. There is some serious race cars in amongst this category. There's the brand new IRC GT off the pole, Danny Studdard. Now that's the Camaro fronted car. That's chassis 9 out of the IRC workshop again. Out of Brisbane here on the Gold Coast with Pace Innovations, and a GT3 spec Camaro on the outside, and you have got to hear this thing to believe it. And that's Darren Berry in the number 77. So that is a GT3 spec Camaro, and they just thunder. The exhaust on them on each side out of the pretty much exits behind the front guard, and they're no more than about 1.5 feet long. Scotty, I don't know if you've had a chance to hear this.
I have. I've been drooling over it all morning.
It's mega, absolutely mega. Then you've got an Audi, a Supra, you've got a GT3R GT3 spec Porsche, Nissan Skyline GDR 35, Porsche Cup cars. There's a 22 spec Porsche Cup car out there as well. But yeah, Daddy started out in front with this brand new IRC GT. Talking to the team, they've got a brand new Mustang actually on display here at the track that's down there. That's chassis number 10, and that's a left-hand drive car. That's off to America very shortly. So I know there's some race cars in New Zealand now. This one's about to go to America. So some of these IRC/Mark cars previously are now starting to race all over the world.
That's absolutely awesome. And you're talking about Daniel Studdard. He's absolutely on pace today. He was quickest in all practices yesterday. Just goes to show this new car is definitely handling nice around Queensland Raceway.
Lamborghini Gallardo, so that's Richard Gartner. That car's previously raced in the GT3 category, and Richard has raced this car in GT3 actually as well. He's had a couple of little dramas throughout the weekend. You've got the Janetta in behind, the number 55 Porsche of Chris Batista. That's the blue and black car on screen there at the moment. So Batista's back in about the 15th position. There should be a Matty McKeldin somewhere around there in a little Mazda MX-5, which is a very different race car to some of these Porsche Cup cars out there. So again, lots of diversity. Talking about Danny Stoddard, who's leading out. Actually met Danny back in New Zealand. He was a regular Targa New Zealand campaigner over there. So I hadn't seen Danny for a little while, so I walked up to him and he started laughing. So I think the last conversation we had with Danny over there was trying to organise driver signings for him at Targa events, which were non-existent, but we just tried to line them up for Danny anyway. You got to love the Lamborghini Gallardo. That's
very nice.
V10 GT3 spec. That's one of the earlier cars now as they've moved on to the Hurricanes, and just the whole car is very different as the TA2s are getting ready in the background down here on pit lane. There's Batista going through. Just ahead of him will be the Chris Crow. That's the 82 Kevin Vadilago, another one of the former Porsche Cup cars. They just scream these things. They're actually like the 22 Cup car of Hennig that's been going around. That thing is obnoxiously loud.
These two on screen now have been in this battle from the flag drop, and it's going to be interesting to see how they finish up. It's been quite a battle between the two Porsches. Here he goes, has a bit of a look down the inside. down there and does it nicely. So moving up one more spot there for Godson.
So Gardner and the Lamborghini's now in the 6th position. So you got Danny started out in front, the Berry Camaro in 2nd. So Danny's fastest lap of the race has been a 1:11.9390. So you've got little Janetta here, number 750, Mark Cottrell. And Mark's been one of the mainstays behind the category. And that car's been around in production sports for a long, long time. Little Janetta G55. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm pretty sure they're Ford V6 powered. So he's been a regular. There's heading in the number 11 machine. So pretty sure that is a 22 spec Porsche GT3 Cup car. So one of the later model cars in the category. And man, that thing is loud. Seriously loud. Number 51 GTR, Hugo Godson. GTR 35. Oh, how cool's that? He's got the front rotors glowing. So it's a little bit darker out there with a little bit of cloud cover. That is a great shot. Watching that car under brakes into turn number 3. Chased by another Porsche Cup car. He's going to launch it up the inside. 55 of Vallejo. Gets that pass done and dusted. I wonder if the Skyline's maybe not just starting to overheat those front brakes now, because it is very, very bright under brakes. And while this is going on, Jared's down on pit lane with what I've been told is a very special guest.
I am indeed. Robbie Farr wandering around the TA2 Muscle Car pits. Tell me, mate, what are you doing here?
Oh, look, they got some a lot of old speedway guys now getting involved with the TA2s. And, Jason Pride, Danny Reedy, Domain Ramsey, good mates of mine. And I only live 50 minutes down the road, so it made sense to come out. Been with George Gambino over the years with Hi-Tec and stuff. So there's a lot of friends out here, and too close to home not to come say hello.
Now, you mentioned that there's a lot of speedway guys in these TA2 muscle cars. What do you reckon? If a seat popped up, you might be able to jump in?
Oh, look, mate, it's a fantastic class. Bang for buck. But this class is amazing, and they do such a good job with the category. So maybe one day we'll jump in and have a go.
I reckon we'll hold you to that. Robbie Farr out here at Queensland Raceway. Great to have you here, mate. Enjoy your weekend.
Will do, mate. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. Yeah, Robbie Farr, absolute legend. I got to meet Robbie in New Zealand. He raced at Western Springs Speedway when I was commentating over there, and still says hello to me to this day. And here's a little rumour. I may or may not have heard that he had some seat time in the TA2 two-seater in the last couple of weeks. And there is a little bit of a rumour in the background that we might see Robbie Farr in one of these cars at some stage. I would love to see him in these cars. He has had a relationship with Hi-Tec Oils in the past with the sprint car racing, and one of the only guys just about in Australia that's won an Australian midget title in sprint cars. I would love to see Robbie Farr in one of those TA class cars. So
I reckon so
watch
too.
This space.
Yeah, he is very, very good speedway. It would be sensational because he'd have that drifting sideways action.
Well, you look what the guys are doing here currently. Danny Reedy and Domain and those guys, and Jason Pride out of Western Australia. They're doing a very, very good job making that transition off the dirt. So, look, I for one would love to see Robbie as the racing continues here at QR with our production sports car. Just a couple of couple of laps left to go. Love the Supra. Have not seen any of those out on the racetrack. This is Glenn Ebert in one of the brand new Toyota Supras. That is a cool looking car. And again, it's not very often you're going to see a Lamborghini Gallardo and a Toyota Supra battling for position on the same racetrack with a Porsche GT3R just up ahead.
Well, I had the opportunity to speak with Glenn Ebert yesterday. He's the co-owner of Zeus, and he's really enjoying this new car. He said it's a little bit difficult for the setup yesterday. Obviously, he has now got that setup pretty well sorted, and he's right up the pointy end now, which is good. Good to see.
Don't know if they've done a GT3 version of the new Supra. We've probably seen more of those drifting around the world, to be perfectly honest, with different engine combinations in them. So really cool to see one here in production sports at Queensland Raceway. But look, take nothing away. I just love the Lamborghinis. The new Hurricanes are a spectacular race car, but those V10 Gallardos are still a wonderful, wonderful race car. and you've got the Audis in amongst there as well, and we've got one of the R8s out there, Steve Burridge out there in the Audi R8 LMS. It's one of the earlier cars. It has a different rear wing configuration to some of the later model LMS Ultras, which had the overhung sort of rear wing rather than the traditional underhung mounted rear wing. But Burridge currently in the 3rd position, chasing down Danny Studdard and the Berry Camaro. Studdard still with the fastest lap of the race at 11.79, and he's got a 10-second advantage up the road. As Henning's starting to go forward now in the number 11 GT3 Cup car. This battle out here on track the 71. The Chicani Motorsport machine of Nathan Halstead. So that's an earlier GT3 Type R Porsche. It's a lot quieter than the Cup cars because that'll be, I'm pretty sure that's turbocharged. So the final lap, last lap board is out on the racetrack for our Production Sports TA2. Not too far away. Here is the sinister looking chassis number 9 IRC Camaro. Not a lot of Camaro in it apart from some beautifully CNC front grille inserts. But yeah, it looks really cool. Danny Studdard will take out the victory in Prod Sports number 2. His second win of the weekend, having won the first 45-minute race earlier on this morning. The Orion Boats number 77. Camaro of Darren Berry will cross the line in second. That car has raced previously in the Australian GT3 Championship, and those Camaros are wonderful beasts and they sound unreal. The Burridge Audi will cross the line in third. Trying to keep an eye on where our mate Matty Matts ended up. He won his class earlier on. He was 15th at the start of the previous lap, so we'll see how he finishes here. Because from here, he is going to rush up and join us in commentary for the second race of the weekend in TA2.
Yeah, be busy.
As the GTR 35 crosses the line, I think they might have a little brake drama going on with how lit up those front rotors were, especially. Some of the class battles further down, because we do have 86s and Mazda MX-5s in amongst the category as well.
Well, that's Carissa Clark. She's only another new driver, as you probably know. Her personal best around here is a 28.7. She picked it up in the last race. It's still constant. She's out there having a ball. Lovely lady to deal with.
She finished in the 17th position. Results, Production Sports Cars race number 2. Daniel Studdard taking out the victory in the IRC Camaro from Darren Berry for Camaro 1-2. Steve Burridge in the Audi in third ahead of Nathan Halstead. Richard Gartner in the Lambo, Glenn Abbott, Wayne Henning, David Vallejo, Kevin Vadalago. Paul Gregory in the 11th position ahead of Scott Dean, Mark Cottrell in the Janetta, Chris Crow in the orange Corvette, Matty Mack, I'm pretty sure he's won his class in the little Kubota Mazda MX-5 in 15th ahead of Chris Badista, Carissa Clark, Paul Holland, Chris Whitaker and Simon McLean. TA2 not too far away for their second race of the weekend here on day 1 of 2 days of thunder here at Queensland Raceway. Hi-Tec Oils highlights. Serious amount of horsepower on the grid for this one. A serious amount of horsepower. That front row is probably, would be conservatively 1,200 horsepower, I'm thinking. And there were battles right through. Porsches versus GTRs. We had Camaros versus Camaros. Lamborghinis versus Porsches. Supra versus Porsches. It was all on right across this field. It's a pretty cool lineup here this weekend with the Production Sports category. All the way from a 2022 Cup car to the earlier 997 Cup cars, which are still very, very quick. The earlier Lamborghini Gallardo GT3 battling with a beautiful little Supra. The first time I've seen this car here at Queensland Raceway. And very, very quick and very cool to be a part of it. But out in front, Danny Studdard in this brand new IRC chassis number 9 would take the victory for a Camaro 1-2. A silhouette Camaro number 1 crossing the line with the GT3 spec of Berry in second. TA2 times are coming. Matty Mack fresh out of the race car and he does not smell very good, to be perfectly honest.
He's not even sweating either. Hey, look, thanks, Jamie. I'll be catching you later. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Scotty. All right, 9.5 minutes away. TF Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series. Framed by Hi-Tec. We are not too far away. I'll just let Matty Mack catch his breath. You've done well, mate. You didn't get caught speeding on pit lane. Fans enjoying the action. some cloud cover, which I don't know that was forecast so much, but like it's actually quite pleasant out there. It's not burning hot. If there's one thing guaranteed about Queensland Raceway in the past, if it's sunny and hot, it can get very, very uncomfortable. Probably more uncomfortable in the past because there wasn't a lot of shade around the venue, but now we've got these wonderful new pit lane garages and the areas above the garages, some shade out there around turns 1 and 2 as well, and some of the people parked up around the bank enjoying the action from the viewing from their cars. So there's some of the new additions here at Queensland Raceway, which really does look spectacular. And to Tony Quinn and his team, they've done just an amazing job over the last sort of 3 or so years. And one of 4 racetracks that Quinny actually has on both sides of the Tasman, Highlands Motorsport Park. Some of the Australian TA2 teams went over and raced over there, Hampton Downs and Taupo Motorsport Park. Earlier on in the weekend, I had an opportunity to catch up with the TFH Hire team and managed to grab a word with Brett and Josh Thomas.
Brett and Josh Thomas. I was going to say welcome to Queensland Raceway, but I don't really need to do that because this is your guys' home track. But hey, welcome here anyway. It's going to be a massive, massive weekend here with the TA2 series. And Brett, with your involvement now, obviously you've stepped up from being a team owner and running multiple race cars to now actually being involved as one of the naming rights sponsors of TA2 for the series. How did that come about?
But we got approached by obviously Pete Robertson from TA2 Muscle Car. Obviously I've had a long relationship with Cam Sendell. I've known Cam for over 30 years, so we just looked at the opportunities. We've sponsored a lot of different demographics over the years. We thought it was time to try motorsport and something that's close to our heart that we enjoy. So that was just a good fit.
I know your background from speedway racing across both sides of the Tasman. Now you're running on tarmac. What was the change in sort of direction going from the dirt? And you're still involved in the sponsorship, obviously, but with your race team concentrating on the tarmac stuff.
Yeah, look, speedway is always in my heart. I mean, I love the dirt racing. How circuit racing came about was Josh and I both lost my dad, his grandfather, about 1.5 years ago. We were sitting on the lounge and it was unexpected, and we thought, what are we going to do? We need to do something. So we decided to build some memories and take some photos. So that's how we got into circuit race.
And Josh, for you, your background getting into the sport is not the traditional, as we've seen with Hainsey and Jared Hughes, going through kart sport, maybe a feeder category like Excels into the class. You've jumped straight in the deep end, coming straight into TA2. And before that, you told me you'd raced stadium tracks?
Yeah, so to be honest with you, I come from no experience. The only experience I really have in racing is obviously Dad's dirt background, but even for me, I've probably only done 5 or 10 laps in a midget ever and maybe 2 laps in a sprint car, so pretty much nothing. When we were discussing what we were going to start racing, my first thing was, let me get a sprint car, a midget, and he said not a chance, obviously because he had his accident and stuff like that. And then he goes, what about that stadium truck that I did at the Gold Coast? So I don't know if it's probably equal, if not more dangerous, doing the stadium truck, but went straight over to America 2 weeks later and raced a Long Beach GP in California, and that was it. Basically got the bug and I was hooked from there.
And then back into Australia, straight into the seat of one of these wonderful TA2 cars.
Yeah, to be honest, it was kind of, it's always been not only a dad thing, but a family thing. We don't really do things in half. And part of the Trans Am TA2 jumping to the top level is, that's definitely it's Dad's fault, but I'm not complaining for sure.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing your progress throughout the weekend, and 3, maybe 4 cars in the garage this weekend, and there's other categories around us with TFH and Blazon. Guys, thanks for being a part of it, and have a great rest of the weekend. We'll look forward to seeing you there.
Great catching up there with the TFH team, and Matty Mack rejoins us in commentary, fresh out of the Kubota MX-5. How'd that go for you, mate?
Yeah, that was good. That was another class win, so that was a bit of fun, battling there with Chris Batista. But I can tell you one thing, it ain't as grippy as what it was earlier today.
Hey.
So times were certainly down.
All right.
That could either be from me having too much lunch or not enough grip on the tyres, but times certainly were down a little.
Look, it's definitely cooled down. I'd be surprised if it was actually after 20 degrees. Like it might be sub 20 out there at the moment as these cars are lined up on the grid for race number 2. Brett Gardner looking relatively composed sitting there in the cockpit of the Hi-Tec Oils Camaro?
Well, they have to be, don't they? Because if you look at the top three on the grid here, they're the top three in our championship, Josh Haynes, Graham Cheney and Brad Gardner. So it's all to play for those boys. And we're only on Saturday. So we've still got Sunday to go. Another 2 races tomorrow for the TA2, TFH TA2 Muscle Cars framed by Hi-Tec. So, again, it's not that you don't want to win a race, and it's not like you're going to not give it 100%, but you always just have to be a little mindful. Just have a little thing in the back of your mind going, we're only halfway through.
Every time I walk past Josh Haynes, all I say to him is points, points, points.
Yeah, absolutely, and they were very, very happy after that race. The car's performing beautifully. So for him to be so dominant in that race, I think bodes well for him for the rest of the weekend. Having said that, Brad Gardner probably a little bit frustrated where he is. He just needs a little bit more pace in that car. But this is race 2. Probably the bigger concerns out of race 1 were the altercations. And we had a couple of penalties, or we had a penalty handed out there for the Jack's entry, the Jack's tyres entry.
Was Bailey and Crutcher?
So he went to the back of the grid.
Yep.
And unfortunately, we're going to be missing Tom Heyman.
Yeah, we caught up with that a little bit earlier on. They were changing gearboxes and have run out of time to get that changed over, which has actually come from one of the other teams.
Yeah, of course. And just sending our Cheerios to one of his crew members who got burnt with a little bit of gearbox oil. So
that's not fun.
He spent a bit of time with the doctor.
The field lined up behind the Hyundai safety car and the Hi-Tec Ram. It's a
tough looking rig.
Big piece, isn't it?
It is a big
piece.
So the boys will just now be taking their time to get a little bit of tyre walks into the tyres, understand what sort of chariot they've got underneath them. So they'll be doing big brake stops, big acceleration, a little sliding of the tyre, but that left and right, that just grains the tyre across the surface of the track to try and generate some heat.
If it has got a little bit cooler from, say, the first race earlier on today, which was around sort of 1:30 p.m, tyre pressure's up? And if so, would you know sort of how much they've gone up if they have?
Oh, look, you would only probably put it up a pound or 2. Okay. It's not that much colder.
Yep.
It was just, I don't know whether the previous categories that have been racing this afternoon have put a bit of dirt down or what the scenario was.
Well, there's the roof of a BMW down to turn 4.
I did see that come back on the flatbed truck with a little bit of grass. Look at this. Is that Gardner? Just getting ready on the outside. We had a screen freeze there for a second. I thought poor old bad luck had come knocking on Gardner's
just about pulling out of his chair. All right, we are about to go racing. On board with Josh Thomas in the TFH number 169.
So they drag the brake and they have the car in first gear, and you're just sort of dragging the brake to be able to A, generate heat, and also, too, not cannon into the guy in front of you.
Just 60 kilometres an hour down to the start. They've actually taken that back a bit. It used to be 80, down to 60. On board here with Danny Reedy this time. As we're about to go green, lights to go out, and we go racing at Queensland Raceway.
Gardner, what a great start on the outside. Just like race 1, we'll see if Haynes can hang tough on the inside. He's done so. Look at Hughes also on the inside. Graham Cheney going around the outside. We may be going 2 by 2 through turn 2 on lap 1. And there it goes. Hanging tough around the outside goes Graham Cheney. And he's
still there.
He's still there side by side with Hughes. And look at the ever smart Russell Wright down the inside as well. Now, if he can get right onto the back of Hughes, he might be able to go underneath Cheney. But Cheney's made it stick down into 3.
Around the outside of turn 2. And like Jared Hughes, we know is super, super fast. I think they've made some wholesale changes to that car between races 1 and 2.
This is where we saw all the damage from race 1, those cold tyres. Can we get the passes affected cleanly this time? Crutcher down the inside of the number 4 Crutcher Developments Mustang. He gets that pass done on Danny Reedy, and this time we're all the way through. Josh Haynes from Gardner, Cheney and Hughes. Russell Wright is your top 5. Collier again having another solid start to his race in P6 with Josh Thomas as well, as we go side by side with Jermaine Ramsey.
Crutcher from P16 to 8th on the opening lap.
And that's all confidence in braking.
Wow.
Crutcher is a magnificent last of the late
Jordan
braking.
Cox screaming at him on the radio.
Absolutely.
What a start from Crutcher.
And also from the number 12 Jack's car as well, because he started from the rear of the grid. So he's come up.
That was, I think... Was that Collier or was that Josh? It was Josh Thomas in the 169. Massive. In fact, the 2 TFH cars which you just about cannot tell apart, are running together.
Remember the golden rule, boys. Do not hit your teammate. Make it smart. Get round there. Josh goes underneath the number 63, and there's Crutcher as well. Just letting the car float to the outside. Watch for Crutcher down here under brakes in the number 4 yellow Mustang. He is a demon braker, but he thinks better of it this time around. Now, there's a big lock-up from the 69
Collier.
car.
That was Collier.
That was Collier.
And look how much time it cost him in behind. Thomas actually gapped him by about 4 car lengths. Right, to Main Ramsey. He's...
there it is.
Well, there's
Look at
Crutcher.
Crutcher. There's the late braking down the inside. The disc brakes glow red as he gets the pass made on the number 63 of Collier.
Where did that come from? That was from the car park. That's how deep that path came from.
He's gone a little bit late into the deep, and that may have affected his run down into turn 1 because Collier just had a little bit more pace coming off 6 down into the main straight. So we ride on board with Danny Reedy. Had a sensational race a little bit earlier. He's come from the speedway side of things. So Crutcher still gets the pass done. As Collier flirted with the outside of the circuit. And you don't want to be there like Hayden Jackson in the background there too. He's gutted. He had such a difficult race 1. If he didn't have bad luck, he wouldn't have any luck at all. So Hayden Jackson looking to make some places up through this race and just gather some points for his championship as the Jax car again makes contact with the number 21 Challenger of Hayden Jackson. So Mark Bailey now, what can he do? Jackson's down the inside. He's going to go defensive.
Oh, another lock-up. That was that was actually... It was Collier. And off. And off. So that was Collier and behind Clutcher. So that's in the 8th position.
Pride will now have a run at him down between 5 and 6.
Geez, this opening couple of laps has been frenetic, Matty.
Well, what happens here is because if you've had a difficult first race, as we saw that, you need to make up spots now. You need to get back up the grid. Someone like Hayden Jackson said to me, I just don't want to be down the back. I don't want to be in the middle. I need to be running up with the guys in front. But right now, he's got his mirrors full of Bailey. And gets it turned in, gets the car squirrely as well, but the number 12 Jax car is sticking right with him as we go towards turn number 2. The pressures will now be coming up in the tyres, so we'll start to see some decent lap times now. And if we look at those lap times, I said earlier that the track has slowed a little. Josh Haynes now in a commanding lead, but only at a 1:13.06, so he's dropped about a second in pace from that first race earlier this afternoon. Hayden Jackson, the Maitland Glass Challenger, playing defensive game from the number 12 Jax entry. Jax Auto entry.
Ramsey's off.
Main Ramsey. He had such a confident qualifying session earlier today in a strong race 1, but looks like maybe down towards exit of turn 3, he was rejoining the circuit there.
Broken the splitter by the looks of it. Sort of the right front was definitely hanging down. I was just about to say, so Haynes did a 12.8 in race number 1. And here's a replay.
A replay of Domain Ramsey perhaps just locked it up too deep, went into the turn 3 marbles and then suddenly becomes a front end loader full of sand, and that will rip your splitter off if you go in there too hard. Looks like he's just made that back on, but now, as I said, the pressures were coming up. Josh Haynes just popping in a couple of purple sectors for this race number 2 of the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec steel framing, and a commanding lead, 1.6 seconds.
These cars, mate, are moving around a lot more than what we saw in race number 1.
Yeah,
a lot more.
Here we go. Look at this, under attack. Jackson from Bailey. Look at him go round the outside. It's a braking duel. The 81 Maitland Glass Challenger playing defensive from Bailey, who's going to try and hang tough round the outside. Can't get the move done. And this is also playing into the hands of Connor Roberts, who is saying in that helmet, you guys mess up just that one little bit, and I'm going to have those positions. That's a great battle brewing in the background here. So you've got Anthony 10K, you've got Jackson Bailey and Connor Roberts.
Cheney still ahead of Jared Hughes. And then you got Rusty Wright in 5th.
He was dirty after the first race. He was very, very displeased with some of the racing antics of some of the other drivers. So he's been around. He knows it. He's 72 years of age, ladies and gentlemen, and in the top 5 of a national TA2 racing program. Absolutely outstanding. But 10K now just got ahead of Bailey. but Bailey sneaks it back down the inside. The number 69 Mustang goes for the crossover, can't get it done.
He got so much curb on the bottom of one, and Hayden Jackson did exactly the same thing, and it actually rocked the car over half a car width as they just, both of them got a whole heap of curb down there into one.
And what that tells me is that they're not looking up hard enough through the road. As Connor Roberts now sneaks down the inside of Anthony Tenkate in the 69 Mustang. The 10K higher. Hayden Jackson overcooks it, rocks, locked up those rears. That has allowed Bailey back through. What a ding-dong battle this is. And Connor Roberts now in the other red Challenger. He's buying into the argument as well as we're 6 laps down. We're halfway of this 12-lap journey of race 2 of the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series.
Haynes out in front. He's got a 1.8 second advantage over Gartner with Cheney back in third. Here's the replay.
The rears. Watch the rears, and there they go.
Locking
up the rears.
Yeah, just locked up the rears, and that's allowed Bailey to slip up the inside in the Jax Camaro, who was in the wars in race number 1. Big difference coming from a four-wheel drive Toyota Yaris production car to a TA2 Camaro.
Somewhat. 525 horsepower, rear-wheel drive, big, sleek Hoosier tyres. Not a huge amount of aero, so how you or how the car performs underneath you is often determined by what your right foot is doing. It's Hughes now. Sizes up the back of our championship leader, Graham Cheney. Can he get down the inside? It looks as though Cheney's just got a little bit more braking confidence as we head into 3. Russell Wright, he's just hanging tough. He's just watching. He's just waiting for an opportunity to perhaps sneak up a position or two, but Josh Haynes right now with 7 laps down, a commanding lead, 1.8 seconds over Gartner, Cheney, Hughes, Wright is your top 5. Josh Thomas having a great run in the TFH Hire car.
That's a good run, very good run.
Fantastic run here. Mark Crutcher in P7, Collier still in the top 8, or top 9 actually.
Thomas is dropping down the order. Thomas is gone. He's in the gravel somewhere. I was just watching the monitors and seeing the number 169 drop down the order, and he is parked somewhere. What I was about to say before all that went on, and there is Thomas. So he's actually, no, he's not in the gravel. Is that?
No, he's in the crossover.
One of the crossovers.
Between 3 and 4.
I think you're right there, mate. That's not in the gravel. I thought it was gravel. In the gravel based off the onboard shot.
Look at Hughes, picks up the inside right and just puts it a little sideways. That's going to affect his run.
Remembering here that Hughes is Cheney's teammate.
So, you got to beat your teammate.
Well,
you've got to get in there. The first person you want to beat in any racing is your teammate.
Jared's not in the points.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Jared is a young man on the go.
Oh, absolutely.
He's in Super 2. He's talented. He's contracted to Chevrolet. The kid wants to make a career in motorsport. So Graham Cheney, Russell Wright, Josh Haynes, Bragg, he doesn't care.
Cheney under brakes. Cheney under brakes with a big moment into 4. It had a big wiggle in the back of the car. Hughes not able to take advantage and just sitting there laying back and waiting as Rusty Wright just going, this is cool. And I'm enjoying this.
It's at this part of the a race where you're thinking to yourself, oh, I've got an opportunity here, or should I just sit? What should I do? Because what happens with these Hoosier tyres, if you push them too hard, you do lose the grip, but you can back off just for a lap or 2, maybe 3, and the grip actually comes back to you as Russell Wright now starting to get the nose of the 55 Crew commercial car pointed right in. So he's got some turn in that car. But Brad Gartner, he's picking up pace. He's right now in P2 to the tune of 1.5 seconds.
Fastest lap of the race.
He's just picked up 3/10 out of Josh Haynes. So the eyes forward for Gartner towards Haynes. And you can see now that Hughes is just all in the mirrors of Graham Cheney, waiting for Graham to make perhaps some kind of mistake and that he can capitalise.
If he does that, he can get away with it. Rusty Wright in that battle group of 3rd, 4th and 5th is actually the fastest of the 3 cars.
Yeah, because you don't want to, at the moment, you try not to race each other. You've got 3 laps left. What you're trying to do is work together to try and close the gap. I get the feeling that Hughes, he's one of the Norwell crew. He's one of Paul Morris's proteges. He's a smart kid. He knows how to race. So he'll also be looking at what he can do with points as we cross down to pit lane with Jared. What do you got for us, Jared?
Yeah, super quick chat with Todd Hazelwood, the Josh Thomas TFH car, unfortunately losing the gearbox. A box full of neutrals there for the young fella. So sad times down in Team TFH.
Right, that explains that.
The thing with these gearboxes, right, there seems to be failures in these gearboxes, but I'll absolutely tell you right here and right now, if you're too aggressive with the gearbox, more often than not, you can hurt it. These cars, whilst are fantastic and built to do fantastic speed, you do need to be very clear and precise about how you change gear. As an example, last year, I went through the whole year, we didn't do a box. So I know that Anthony Tenkate has never done a gearbox. So you just need to be a little careful about how you drive these things. And if you're a little bit rough on that gearbox, it will fail. As we ride on board with Brad Gardner, watch that left foot. He'll go to the brake in just a second. Does the safety tap, puts it down on the nose, blips the throttle twice into second gear. He'll go through 4, 5, pick up third, and head down towards turn 6 as the laps start to close down on this race 2 of the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec Steel Racing. And Josh Haynes has got his hands around the throat of this race. He's not allowed that push from Brad Gardner, who did pick up 0.2 of a second and still holds the quickest lap of the race at a 1:13. Josh is just controlling the pace here.
Well, they're not mucking around. They both just PB'd the second sector split, so they're still lapping pretty quick. So Haynes went 13.3. Gardner went 13.17. So there's only 0.2 in outright speed. Gardner was actually faster.
Connor Roberts looks like he's also overtaken Hayden Jackson. So another good run. Top 10 result now for Connor Roberts. He was close in our championship. Up until last round, he had his first race DNF at race 2 of the championship. But this is where we start to get serious with the championship, because we're at halfway, right? So we're halfway through this weekend. We're halfway through our championship. Now you've got to be a little bit careful. If we see one car through turn, I'd say that's on between turn 1 and turn 2, may have just overcooked it. Yep, there it is. So he's either dropped the wheel and spun it around.
15.
This may actually call for the safety car as we're one lap from the end. They may even call this a little earlier as we look at the Hi-Tec Oils replay. Yep, he's just turned it on himself. Really?
I was watching
Domain
Ramsey,
all
who
locked up.
Look, he was all locked up as well. So they're going to check and flag this race, I think, one lap early potentially to not bring out that safety car. And Josh Haynes, 2 from 2. And pole, he's still batting 100.
Pridey from Western Australia, he will get across the line just ahead of Bailey. That's a great race. And
that's the battle for Western Australia.
Jason Fry coming in top 7 in only his second TA2 race here on the East Coast. So while the boys were cautious in areas, they weren't mucking around there. They were into it, Jamie.
There was a fair amount going on during that one, but
I'll tell you what's going to happen now. Sorry to interrupt. I'll tell you what's going to happen now. The boys are going to go back to the garage. They're going to work out what the heck they're going to do from a tyre perspective for race 3 and race 4 tomorrow. 2 more races as Domain Ramsey pulls to the infield in the CNH Trucking number 71 Camaro. He'll be gutted with that. He doesn't like scratching cars. He doesn't like making errors. He didn't make an error there as we look at your finishing, your top 10 finishes for race 2 of the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car. It was Josh Haynes from Brad Gardner, Graham Cheney and Jared Hughes in P4. Russell Wright, the evergreen 72-year-old Russell Wright, still in the top 5 from Crutcher Pride Bailey. Hollinger, good result from John Hollinger, and Connor Roberts rounds out your top 10. Hayden Jackson, probably not the race that he wanted. Des Collier 12. 13th was Anthony Tenkate. Steve Wilson continuing to bank points in 14. Paul Hadley, Ramsey Reedy, Joshua Thomas and Tom Heyman. Joshua Thomas, he'll be gutted with another DNF there. It just needs to be a little discussion, I think, about perhaps technique from, and he's a young driver, as we watch our Hi-Tec Oils highlights of race 2 of the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series. What a start from Gardner. He almost got round the outside.
I thought he got him.
Just tucked it in. That opened the door for Hughes as well when we went side by side with Cheney through turn 2. This was the TFH battle.
Oh, that is such a great shot with the attitude of those race cars coming out of turn 2.
You know you're alive when you go through turn 2 in a TA2 car. Let me give you the strong tip. Domain Ramsey just tipping it off, locking up those rears, heading into turn 3. Was able to make it back to the race, but you need to be very careful. This was a great scrap for Hayden Jackson. Just overcooked it down into turn 3, and Bailey got by. Connor Roberts in the red Challenger, though, he picked up all the chocolates by passing both of them. That was Josh Thomas, unfortunately, with that issue in the TFH Mustang. And this was a great battle throughout the whole race. Cheney from Hughes and Russell Wright just driving a calm race, did Russell, in the number 55 Crew Commercial Mustang. And that was, unfortunately, the results for the Desert Palms number 5 car heading off with Danny Reedy heading off into turn 1. So we've got to call a lap early, but starting to get a little dark here too, Jamie. So I think the boys who only have stickers for headlights will be quite happy to just jam them back into their garages.
Just 1 second, the difference between Haynes and Gartner. We are back down to pit lane with Jared McLean.
Graham Cheney coming home in 3rd place. Good to get onto the box on day 1. Bit of work tomorrow, you think?
Oh, we definitely got a bit of work tomorrow if they're like that. Jared definitely made me work for that one.
How aware were you the whole time that you were out there that he was right behind?
Oh yeah, I was really aware. He was filling up all the mirrors, and I knew I had to get in front of him because I know he's got the pace, and just had to keep him there. But he made me work for it.
How's the car been handling today?
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's going pretty good. A few little things we need to keep on to, but other than that, it's going really good, I think. So yeah, we've got definitely good pace around the outside turn 1 and 2. And that's where I drove around the outside of Jared.
Couple of gearbox malfunctions. How would you rate your gentleness on the transmission in this thing?
Mate, always got to look after your machinery, and that's what these young blokes have got to probably start learning. You got to look after what's under you. So come from bikes, that's what you had to do.
Great stuff, mate. Best of luck for tomorrow. We'll see you in the morning.
Cheers, thanks.
Let's move on. 2nd place. You've got a pair of runner-up positions in the races here. Brad Gartner, tell me, does the team have much work to do tonight?
Yeah, always. Good old saying, second sucks. So we've got work to do. I think later on in the race, we got fast lap of the race and then a couple purple sectors there at the end. So starting off, it's me at the start, just probably take too long to get a full confidence. So it's a hard thing to just go out there and break at the 150 straight away. So we need to build that because other than that, fast car on track after lap 4 nearly every lap. So we just need to do something about that, tune it up. The boys are good. They know what they're doing, so we'll get there.
How critical is your tyre situation halfway through the race distance here for the weekend? How are you feeling going into tomorrow on the rubber?
Yeah, these cars, it's definitely topic. Like, it's the number 1 topic. Everyone's who's got what after qualifying. I think we're in a good spot. We probably ragged it. It was good. We were fast just then, but cloud cover, the track was fast. So we didn't have to rag it to get that number. It was just cool to run behind Josh. But he's fast, and we've got a good team, so we'll get the Hi-Tec or Chevy fast tomorrow and go again.
All right, we'll cut and have a chat to Mel. Mel, what have you found?
Down here with Des Collier, not a great race too for TFH. I guess you saw your teammate there sitting on the side of the road, but you were started 8th, got up to 7th, did some lawn mowing. It was all happening. You got grass everywhere.
Yep, it was a bit of fun. Just missed my mark a little bit there and ran off wide. Did it 2 laps in a row, so it's all part of the learning. We'll get there bit by bit. And yeah, hopefully towards the end of the race tomorrow, we should be there.
Well, for someone that's just making their debut in this category today, you must be pretty happy with how fast you've been so far.
Yeah, we've exceeded our expectations, so we're just having fun now, just doing laps.
Fantastic. Thanks. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Josh Haynes taking out 2 from 2. Dare I say it, is it a little bit too early? Could you be going for another clean sweep?
Definitely very early days. We've still got 2 long races tomorrow, so it's all a tyre game. It was good to play that game in that one to look after our tyres because we've got 2 long races tomorrow. So car feels good. Team's done an awesome job. Herzog's still Mustang's a weapon. Thank you to everyone, and yeah, it was a good race.
Everything's still feeling good in terms of your inventory on the car, nothing here particularly old. We've found that there's a couple of malfunctions that have purely been placed down to component fatigue and going that little bit past the service interval. Everything good on the Herzog Mustang?
Yeah, that's it, and that's what Waltec's so good for. Every bit on this car has got an hour, so when it's run out of time or it's done enough Ks, it'll be fixed. So they're pretty on top of it for now at least, and yeah, we've had a good start to the weekend, so hopefully we can keep that going.
Best of luck.
Thank you very much. Thanks everyone at home.
Thank you, Jared. Another entertaining race from the TFH Hire TA2 Muscle Car Series, framed by Hi-Tec steel framing. Lots more to look forward to tomorrow. So championship points, Josh Haynes with the 2 wins has a little bit of a points break. They went into the round tied on 408 points apiece. Haynes 528, Cheney 514, Brad Gartner closing up that gap a little bit, 464 to Graham Cheney. Mark Crutcher, outstanding run in that second race. P4 ahead of Paul Hadley. Connor Roberts, Danny Reedy, Domain Ramsey, Hayden Jackson and Michael Coulter completing your top 10 currently. Back down onto pit lane with Melinda Price.
John Hollinger, you managed to stay out of trouble in that race and make up a couple of positions.
Yeah, I did that, yeah. It was good. Yeah, I hit somebody, but they went off in the grass and came back on, so I couldn't avoid them. So, yeah, all good.
Okay, so what's your plan for tomorrow?
Try and do better.
Fantastic. Well, yeah, stay out of trouble, stay on the black stuff. That's a good start.
Yep, sounds good. Thank you.
Well, what an incredible 2 races of TA2 muscle cars. Matt, you're up there with a bird's eye view of the whole thing. It was frenetic down here as Josh Haynes fires it up. 2 wins, the young gun looking strong.
He's building a championship, right? And that's how you do it. You've got to finish these races. You've got to get the points. We saw Josh Thomas in there pull to the inside with an issue. We saw Tom Heyman have an issue in race 1 there. As Graham Cheney said, you've got to work with what you've got underneath you, and Josh is doing that beautifully at the moment. He had that race by the throat. So I look forward to seeing what's happening tomorrow. We'll have tyre bank issues. That'll be the discussion for tomorrow's races. But so far, so good. Gartner, nice and consistent again, banking points as well, because he needs that for his championship. I tell you who impressed me, though, Russell Wright, 72 years of age and still running around on the back of a Super 2 driver in Hughes. So fantastic effort for him.
Yeah, Cheney coming through for P3 in that race too, able to stem the flow of bleeding for the points. But I have to say, young Jared Hughes, an incredible run there, still coming through for 4th place in race 2. He's one to watch out for.
He's smart, right? As I said in commentary, he is one of the Paul Morris Norwell Motorplex gang, so he knows how to put a race together. This is a new car for him. He's not driven this car before. It's a different car to what he drove in the final race at Calder Park last year. So he's still learning that car. But again, he's in the top 3, he's in the top 4, he's gathering points. We'd love to see him in the championship full time.
Absolutely. It is a racked and stacked field. A lot of rookies out here as well. Varying degrees of success over the course of the day. But let's cast our eyes forward to tomorrow. We're predicting something very similar with the forecast. But again, we talk about tyres. What's the game plan here?
You just have to have been careful in your first and your second race that you didn't torch your tyre bank. You just need to be a little careful that you've just left a little bit of juice in the tyres. We have 6 tyres allocated to us at a TA2 round. So what the guys may do now probably is put their worst set of tyres on for race 3, which is great for us because that means they'll slide around and they'll do those sorts of things. And then you bolt on the freshies for the last race when you really need the pace to consolidate your weekend. So that's probably where I see what the boys are going to do tomorrow. But again, you know, we started today with it was really nice and hot and warm today, and then this afternoon, now it's a little overcast and cloudy. So we'll see what tomorrow brings, but I'd imagine they'll have greens on as much or their best set of tyres for that 4th race tomorrow afternoon.
Well, that was race 2 for the TA2 muscle cars. Let's go and check in with Mel.
Jason Pride, quite a consistent day from you. You've made the journey over from the West Coast to come and race here today, and you're consistently moving forward.
Yeah, it's been an awesome first day for us at Queensland Raceway. We're pretty happy. If you told us last night we'd have 2 results in the top 10, we'd be pretty happy. And obviously that first race was good and lost a couple of spots at the start in that last one, but it's all just learning and understanding how everyone races over here. But we're having a blast, and yeah, big thanks to Cody who's come over to help us out, and obviously the Waltech team. They've put us, given us a really good car to race with.
And what do you think of the Queensland Raceway circuit?
Yeah, it's awesome. I've never been here before, but I love the facility. I can't believe how many cars are racing here this weekend and how they just keep the program. Everything's on time, and yeah, it's a credit to everyone involved.
Oh, thank you. Have a great day tomorrow.
Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Mel. Yeah, Jason Pride doing an outstanding job as we head into our next race. Coming off the pit lane should be our Legend Cars Australia second race of the weekend. And we'll have a look at a bit of a wait there while we get those guys out on track, and a few lights out there. Tony Ward joining me in commentary for the Legends. Mate, anything to report from your guys after race number 1?
Yeah, no, look, nothing really major to report, which is good. There's obviously been a few setup changes with a few of them. Some of the fast guys there that didn't get where they thought they would. They've changed some springs and a bit of tyre pressure changing, but nothing major.
And that's pretty much like with the springs and that. How many different spring options do you have to? Have you got like a selection, or are you limited to 3 different ones?
No, the springs is pretty open, so they can go anywhere from about 125 pounds up to about 300, depending on how they brake and how heavy the driver is and The shocks are controlled, but the springs are open.
Yep.
So there's only really your caster, your camber, your springs that you can change. The rest is controlled.
So camber front to rear, which is something I'm always interested in. Are you able to run the rear axle cambered at all?
No,
just in the front?
So the rear is fixed.
Yep.
Yeah, the width of the rear is fixed as well. We've got limits to how wide you can put the front end. That varies between drivers, obviously, but the camber's, camber and caster is pretty much open. You get as much as you can in there if you need it.
And like in the whole balance across those changes, how critical are tyre pressures?
Yeah, look, these things, the cars are all, they move around all over the place. They're a real handful. So getting that tyre pressure right is crucial. We run a cheaper tyre. It costs $600 for a whole set of tyres, and 2 sets will last you a whole year. So, they're not a race spec tyre as such. So, yeah, you've got to get that right.
So they're more of a high-performance road tyre?
Yeah,
okay.
Soft high-performance road
Looked like we had someone starting out of pit lane there. Who's in the black and gold car?
Nathan. Don't know why he was starting out of pit lane.
Nathan Frito?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. So, as you can see, the light's actually starting to take effect here at Queensland Raceway, with a couple of races left to go here this afternoon for the Legends and the Australian XL. So this is race number 2, lined up behind the Hyundai safety car at Queensland Raceway. So looking forward to another fantastic race, like we saw in race number 1. So for you, Tony, not too bad to not have to report too much going on in the pits other than set-up changes and not too many spare parts having to come out of the truck.
No, look, I'd be happy if I didn't sell anything on a weekend and they all put the cars back on the trailers in one piece. But yeah, we're a pretty good category. We haven't had anything major.
Starting grid for race number 2. Brendan Horrigan, race 1 winner, starts off the pole alongside Robert Hogan. Scott Melville from 3. Shane Tate from 4. Bruce Duckworth with her onboard camera out of position 5. Ryan Pring, Lincoln Probe. Ben Goodrich, Scotty Morgan and Aidan Williams. Aidan Williams with a fantastic run in race number 1. Nathan Frito looks like he may be starting out of pit lane. Chris Spicer out of 12. Nathan Locke. So we'll keep an eye and see if Nathan does come out of pit lane, as they are lined up 2 abreast. Race number 2 for the Legend Cars Australia. Round number 3. Round number 3 with the Hi-Tec Super Series. Love having them here. Really, really fun to watch, and I might have to give Tony a nudge to maybe try and get some seat time sometime during the season. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
We can work something out.
All right, the 46 with a fantastic start on the outside. Robert Hogan got the job done, and yes, gets it stuck as Duckworth launched it down the inside into one to the inside of Ryan Pring. The distinctive grey 333, not with the green wheels anymore, and this is on side by side through turn number 2. 147 on the inside, Pring to the outside. Oh, there was a couple of little moments there. That was hold your breath stuff, and it is still on down the main straight. 147. Shane Tate in that blue machine. Pring to his outside in the 333 grey. Tate launches it down into 3. How good a shot is this with Duckworth? Locking gears. How many speeds in the ship?
So the new cars have got 6 speed, yep.
And the earlier cars are
5.
5. Okay, so that's the other difference between the newer generation 3 cylinders and the earlier 4s. And sort of both engines around that sort of 130 horsepower mark, give or take?
Pretty close in. I think the air-cooled drop off a little bit on a hot day sort of thing, and the water-cooled keep going. That's what major difference.
And with the new 3 cylinders, they also have a little bit of a weight brake advantage as well.
That's true, about 30 kilos.
Duckworth super sideways through the final corner onto the front straight, carrying our onboard camera. That's a cool shot. Listen to them blast. They sound like buzzy little bees, but they're pretty serious little race cars. Like, they're certainly not a novelty.
Oh, no. Look, I think they're pushing 200 down this straight now.
200?
Yeah, I think we're doing 189 in practice, so in the tow, these boys will be hitting 200.
Oh, wow. That is not mucking around in a relatively small car. And are they 5/8? Sort of,
yeah, 5/8.
They're of that scale from a full-size car.
Yeah.
As we go to a replay here. This is on board with Duckworth.
Oh, what's he done?
That's not the racetrack, Brucey. That's a little bit of a wide run out of turn number 5, and he certainly had the wheel going there to get it straightened back up. He did well to recover that and not fire back across the other side of the racetrack.
Yeah, he's had a lot of experience, Bruce, so he would have known what to do there. It's unfortunate.
Definitely his hands
He's
full
lost
there.
a couple of spots.
So Hogan's still out in front. He got the initial jump at the start. Melville threw it down the inside, but Horrigan picked him back off the exit, and Tate went back through as well. So Melville very, very late on the brakes and just struggled to get it turned in as we're back on board with a very, very busy Bruce Duckworth. There's some good racing in the opening laps here, and we've got a 5-way battle for the lead, then a little bit of a gap back to Pope in the 47. Then Duckworth trying to sort of recover. He lost a little bit of time with that off at turn number 5. Morgan's back there in that bright red number 16 as well. Melville down the inside of Tate goes back into position 3. Tate might have crossed him back over now. Can he get the inside run to 2? Oh, Duckworth's up again.
He's having a bit of go in the grass there. I think he might be getting confused between his speedway car and his asphalt car.
So that's the 97 of Goodridge just in front of him. A side-by-side battle for the lead. Horrigan back into the front. So the 46 won the start. Robert Hogan. Horrigan back into the lead. I thought the one was a little bit quiet in the previous round at Morgan Park.
Yeah, he didn't have a good run at Morgan Park. He was struggling with his setup. And, he found it towards the end, but I think it was a little bit too late. But this just goes to show, you know, you can have somebody. I think Shane Tate won the Australian title last year, and you know it's a competitive field.
I think Morgan might have had a little off there. He was just recovering back there. He was inside the top 10, but he's actually dropped out of that, so he might have had a little off over the backside of the circuit. So it is the one leading this race. Still very, very early days. Big lock up there from Hogan, the right front. How much can you get away with that with locking up these tyres?
Yeah, look, I don't like it. No tyre likes to get locked up. No, so that wasn't too bad in the scheme of things. Jeez, look at this.
Jeez, he's got an exit run there. Hogan back down the inside of Horrigan. Melville there in third, and this freight train continues at Queensland Raceway with the Legend Cars Australia. Duckworth's had a very, very busy race. Wow!
That's what happened to Scotty
the
Morgan.
Speedway boys call that a slide job. That's a classic slider, not so much in a circuit car, but that certainly explains what happened as we go 3 wide. 3 wide. It's not the first time we've said that with Legends over the last 18 months, but yeah, that certainly explains what happened to the 16. So we get excited and everyone starts leaning forward in the commentary chairs. Fantastic racing out in front, and like, who's going to win it? You just don't know.
And that's what's
3
awesome
wide into
about
4.
this category.
3 wide into 4, and Melville comes out into the lead. He's not going to, because Horrigan's going to pick his pocket down the inside at 5, and they're going to go side by side off the exit. Melville, I think, with a little bit of an exit run, and that gives him the inside line to turn number 6. This is on like Donkey Kong.
We've got 5 cars in it now. 6, here comes Lincoln Pope.
Pope's in there making it a 6-way battle for the lead, and some of those that were struggling a little bit in the first race are well and truly part of this battle for race number 2.
Oh, sensational racing. Sensational.
Horrigan down the inside. Melville there, lined up 2 by 2, 2 deep, 2.5 deep. Oh,
no!
Horrigan's gone.
Oh, no!
Pope off with him. Pring's involved. Melville's involved. And that was the one. It looked like he did that by himself. And that is well and truly buried. Wow. How your fortunes can change in one corner, and that will not get out of there. And who is leading this race? The 147 of Tate.
That's changed it up a bit.
I would not have picked that.
It looks like he's just had a bit of a slide, and everyone's tried to avoid him and ended up in the kiddie litter.
So off the front straight, the 47's carrying some damage. That shouldn't be sitting at that angle.
Yep, he's clipped somebody there.
Wow. Okay, what's happened? Inside car. No contact. No. The number 1 just gets him too hot and loses the rear, and everyone else scatters.
Yep.
Everyone else scatters. Melville's gone around. Pring's gone around. The 90 is... No, that's not Woodridge. That's the... Who else was in there? 47 of Pope. So that brings out the Hyundai safety car. Something you don't see very often, the reigning number 1.
No, it's unlike Brendan.
Like that.
Yeah, it's unlike Brendan, and that's a real shame for those guys up the front. That's looks like nobody was hurt, but yeah, that's a real shame for those guys. They were racing fantastic too.
That was building up to a huge finale to the finish. So Robert Hogan in the 46 takes over the race lead from the 147 of Shane Tate. Goodrich, now he was probably in about 7th or 8th before that. He is now 3rd in the 97. Ben Goodrich. Duckworth, our onboard camera cars, managed to survive the carnage and he's 4th. And Aidan Williams is 5th in the number 95.
Yep. He's the quiet achiever, Aidan. He's been driving fantastic since he's joined the category. It's his 3rd race in. He doesn't say much, but he's always there. He's a smart driver and he's obviously banking the points.
So Lincoln Pope's definitely got some damage there. And
yeah.
There's I don't know if that's... hasn't tagged an oil tank or something like that, because it looked like there was some fluid down maybe on the racetrack. So
could have been the radiator if he's punctured the radiator. That might have dropped the...
That's one of the 3-cylinder water-cooled cars? Okay.
Yeah.
So Pring's carrying a rear bumper.
Lost his bumper.
So there'll be maybe a few visits to the parts trailer after Tony. Sorry, mate.
I don't necessarily want to, but look, everyone's okay by the looks of it. It was just one of those unfortunate slides, and
yeah, unfortunately for the number 1, got it all wrong coming off turn number 1, and it's just rotated, and those in behind just scattered left, right. A couple of them made the right decisions, a couple of them didn't, and at least 4 or 5 cars involved in that deal. So we're still behind the Hyundai safety car. So on board with Duckworth, so he's up into 4th in the number 168, and Williams in behind him in 5th in the 95. Up into 6th now goes the 95 of Riley Skinner. Safety car, definitely out on the racetrack. Then we go back to the 55 of Asker Sendel. A lot of stuff down there on the racetrack after that as the one gets back on track. So yeah, look, no one even near him. That was a weird one. Just lost the rear and got on the throttle, and for the rest of them in behind, really nowhere to go, because once you get turned into one, you are committed to that line.
There was nothing anyone could do there. I think they all did a fantastic job to dodge as good as they did.
That could have been a lot worse than it was.
Yeah, it definitely could have been.
All right, so Asker Sendel up into the 7th position. Then we go back to the 72 of Darren Bradley. I think Darren will be pretty happy with that, because he actually had a spin in the first race. So he's come from fairly deep in this second race to be up inside the top 10. Then we go back to the 27 of Nathan Locke.
This is Nathan's first race with us this weekend too.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah.
So he's inside the top 10 in race number 2. I know
with that.
He's definitely gained by that incident. And up into the 10 goes the number 33 of Chris Spicer. So that's had a dramatic change to this lineup as they continue around.
So there might be red flag in it.
I'm going to suggest that is the case. Good call, Mr. Ward. You've done this before.
Yeah.
Right, so it looks like a red flag. And what will they do here? Well, that was building up to be such a fantastic finish.
Yeah,
well, we can look forward to the rest of the races throughout the weekend.
This is true. We've got 2 more tomorrow.
If they build up as good as that one was going to go, we will be in for some fantastic racing with the Legend Cars Australia team. So after that slight bit of drama and safety car, and now a red flag concluding this one, we will have the Australian XLs up next to conclude day number 1 of 2 days of thunder here at Queensland Raceway. So just waiting to get confirmation if they are actually going to restart this one or not. I'm thinking possibly the fact that they've stopped them actually on the main straight rather than putting them into the pits, Tony.
Yes. I've never seen this before.
Motor race, we say that a lot.
They might be waiting for the truck to get out of the way, or... But they do look good. Let's be honest. They're a good-looking little car.
You have to say that.
Oh, so you're driving them down the highway on the trailer. You get a few looks, let me tell you.
Oh, they're such a cool different thing, and the different body style. How many different? There's 9 or 10 different body styles.
Yeah, look, they're limiting it now. So we're down to the sedan or the coupe in a Chev or a 37 Chev or a 34 Ford. So it's limited a little bit now, but they were running Dodges, Pontiacs. All sorts. We can still get those parts and guards and front grills. The main bodies are the same now in existence.
as the man behind the series, what's your favourite body shape?
I'm partial to the coupe, you know, and I like the 34 front with the grille surround. It's just got that old school look, you know, about it.
All right, it looks like we're going to go back racing here, so it might
be doing a one-lap dash or something here.
A green-white checker, we used to call it back in the day before they brought the lights out. So it might be a one-lap dash to the end. Hey, that's cool. We're going to see a conclusion to this race.
At least they get a bit more track time.
Which for me as the commentator I'm looking forward to, because this is going to be well and truly on if it's a one-lap sprint to the finish.
When they got, 10 laps to do, then they're a bit calm, but with one lap, I don't know what's going to happen here.
I'm just having flashbacks of Sydney Motorsport Park end of last year.
Oh, yeah.
It was more than about 3 or 4 of them facing the wrong direction up over the backside of the circuit. We won't talk about that any further. Now, Nathan Preto, where did Nathan end up? Because it looked like he started out of pit lane. He's managed to get back up to 14th by the looks of it. Some of the lap scoring's actually just correcting.
Doing 11th, maybe? Yeah, great driver, Nathan. He's busy with work and he couldn't get up here for practice. He couldn't at Morgan Park either, and he started from the back and he works his way through. But as he says, it's more fun, a bit more of a challenge. And
some of the drivers love going through traffic.
Yeah,
they don't care about the result. Just having a good old elbows up battle with the other drivers.
Yeah.
A lot of them get that out of it, where they're actually a lot happier than, we got second or third. Yeah, that's cool. Did you have a good race? No, that's cooler.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a real racer for me.
Yeah, when they come in, they've got a smile on their face no matter where they come, and notice that was unreal. We really enjoyed it. You know you're doing something right.
All right, so just waiting to see if the lights are out on the safety car. You can't quite see out of Duckworth's. Yeah, lights are out on the safety car on the Hyundai i30N. It is a very, very cool car. Did some laps in that down at Calder Park at the end of last season's championship. Very, very quick road car. And does a fantastic job as our safety car, with thanks to Hyundai with the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. We are going racing, and we think it might be 2, it might be 1, but it's got 2 laps on the lap scoring, so not quite a green-white checker. It'll be a 2-lap dash to the end, as it's definitely getting a little bit darker.
Just put final lap up.
It just changed.
Changed again. This is it.
It did keep us guessing. So a last lap dash. Hogan out in front.
I wouldn't want to have Shane Tate behind me, let me tell you.
All right, there's the call from Tony Ward. He doesn't want Tatey behind him. Duckworth could be on for a podium here with our onboard camera. Here's Tate down the inside. You picked it, Tony Ward. You absolutely picked it. But Hogan's going to try around the outside under brakes.
He's not giving up.
You can hear the Nankang screaming through turn number 3. On board with Duckworth. He's in a battle here for third with Goodrich, who was probably midfield before that deal with the leader going off. Robert Hogan looking to hold on for the victory here with this last lap dash. Tate all over him. Got a great run out of turn number 5. Hogan's protecting the inside. Tate's going to have to go the long way around to turn number 6. He's got him under brakes, but can he get around the outside and keep the momentum up? This is going to be a drag race. This is going to be a drag race. Hogan to the inside.
Oh, this is going to be close.
This is going to be close. There's nothing in it. Tate by 0.01 of a second. 1/100th of a second. I didn't think he got the momentum on the outside. Hogan, I thought, just got a little bit of a gap, but maybe that little bit of slight side draft came into it.
It worked.
0.01 of a second, with Goodrich in third, just 0.7 behind that, and Duckworth only 0.2 behind in fourth position on board with Duckworth now. That was a cool finish.
That was cool.
Very cool finish. I'll give you that one, Tony. You picked it.
I picked it.
I wouldn't want Tate behind me.
No, he knows what he's doing. So look, Rob's a fantastic driver. Anyone could have won up the front there. That's as we said. But yeah, Shane's got a lot of experience.
Very, very close. Shane Tate taking victory here in race number 2 for Legend Cars Australia at Queensland Raceway from Robert Hogan by, look at that, 0.01, 1/100th of a second. Ben Goodrich in third, Bruce Duckworth in fourth ahead of Riley Skinner, Asker Stendhal, Darren Bradley, Nathan Preto from the back of the field, from pit lane to 8th, Williams in 9th, Chris Spicer completing the top 10 back to Nathan Locke. Scotty Morgan, who had some moments in that one, Timothy Reed, Stuart Bond, Ryan Pring, Matthew Bond, Brendan Harrigan, Scotty Melville and Lincoln Pope, some of those drivers involved in that incident that brought out the red flag. Cool stuff there from the legends. Let's have a look at the Hi-Tec Oils highlights. It was a good race. Very, very good race. Hogan got the initial jump. Harrigan tried to follow him through as again they fan out across the racetrack. Duckworth got a good start. Some great shots from our onboard camera with Brian Pring initially to his left. Tate up ahead in the 147. Early on they went 3 wide. Under brakes down into turn number 3. Melville on the inside. Harrigan through the middle, and Harrigan came out with the race lead, although Hogan actually drove around him there, and it was a drag race down towards turn number 4. Still Melville, Harrigan, Hogan, and I think about now is where unfortunately it went wrong for the leader, and nowhere to go for those following. A little bit of contact and some damage for those. Brought out the Hyundai safety car initially and then a red flag. And thankfully, as the one was retrieved out of the gravel, we went back racing with a 1-lap dash to the checkered flag. Hogan on the inside, Tate on the outside. Initially, I thought Hogan had got the exit drive and he gave Tate racing room on his outside. Tate with a little bit of a side draft advantage and to the line. 1/100th of a second was the difference, and the win going to Tate in the 147. I think you'll be pretty happy with that. Thank you very, very much, Tony Ward, for helping us out. Look forward to catching up with you again tomorrow with the Legends cars and the championship points update. Shane Tate through into the lead. In fact, this will be... Oh, yeah, no, this is championship points. 108.2, Ryan Pring second, 107.9, Robert Hogan, 103.4, Brendan Harrigan, 1026. Going into the round, it was Lachlan Ward. No Lachlan Ward here this weekend. Duckworth in 6, Scotty Melville, Scott Morgan, Brendan Goodridge and Lincoln Pope. Your top 10 on points going into 3 races tomorrow?
2 races tomorrow.
2 races
on telly tomorrow, so...
All right, down on pit lane, back down there, Melinda Price. She's going to know she's been busy on day number 1 here at Queensland Raceway.
So Ben Goodridge started about 8th position in that race, and I'm going to call it doing the Bradbury there.
Oh, that was amazing. I can't believe it. I'm just lucky to get through that incident. It's just a shame that I've ended up this way because of it, but I'll take it.
Yeah, it's always good to be on the podium.
Yeah, it's been a while since I have, so I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Rob Hogan bringing home second place. It was an action-packed race out there. Tell me from your perspective, what was going on?
Oh, it's just a tough race. Like, yeah, it's a slipstream means so much here. So when you get in front, you're a bit of a sit and duck. But yeah, it's hard. These boys all fight hard, so it's good racing.
These are a fantastic formula to go racing in. What's the turnaround look like overnight for you?
Basically park the car and go to the pub and have a few beers and then come back and drive it tomorrow.
Sounds good. My kind of racing.
Thanks, mate.
So Shane Tate, you managed to stay out of trouble in that one. What an exciting race, and ended up on the top step.
Yeah, I think I got a bit of luck then with all the guys spinning off in front of me, so just in the right place at the right time for that. But thanks to my son, just trying to make sure my head's in the right place, coming out and just drove the race.
Yeah, well, luck comes in good forms and bad forms. You've got to take the good today.
Oh, absolutely. I'll take it when I can.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mel. And yeah, certainly a very, very entertaining finish at the end of that one for the Legends. So looking forward to their races for tomorrow, day 2 here at Queensland Raceway for the 2 days of thunder. Back down onto pit lane with Jared McLean.
Here with Domain Ramsey and an unfortunate DNF. Possible clutch or gearbox issues. Had to park the car out in the infield.
Yeah, the rear end locked up going into 5 there, or 4. Yeah, we're not sure what it is, so we're pulling the gearbox and the clutch out. We were going to change them after this meeting for a bit of preventative maintenance, but it's beaten us.
That's unfortunate. The guys got a big job out here tonight, or should it be pretty smooth sailing?
I think it's fairly quick. Everything that we're doing with this class, we're learning. So tonight's the first gearbox change, so we'll probably don't take too long.
The Camaro, mate, it was looking good until that last race there. But what's the plans for tomorrow? Let's say you get these repairs done. What's your goal?
We just got to finish some races. The first one we got stuck in 3rd gear. Still finished, but we dropped back a fair few spots, and then obviously we didn't finish. So just want to move forward and get some points and finish for the championship. Yeah.
Well, Domain Ramsey looking to redeem himself on day 2 here at Queensland Raceway. Back to you guys in commentary.
Thank you, Jared. All right, the XL's about to come out on track for our final race. Day 1, 2 days of thunder. And let's have a look at the highlights from race number 1 earlier on today. There was some cool stuff going on here. I had Jared Hughes in commentary. That was cool. First time he'd ever been there in commentary with us. So, as usual, and like the legends, the XLs never disappoint, and they really, but they're actually probably a little bit on the quiet side, to be perfectly honest, for the majority of the race. A couple of little issues early, but Brett Parrish, Matthew Boylett and Tyler Collins were really going at it for the race lead in the first race, with Simpson, some of the others not too far behind. Caleb Patterson was one of those in the mix as well, as Parrish, Boylett and Collins out in front just really went at it. Lots of wheel input there from Tyler Collins, the reigning One Australia, in the 3rd position. And we had a bit of good old-fashioned NASCAR bump drafting going on, which is a QR staple here for XLs with this category. A huge dive bomb there from Tyler Collins, and Boylett pretty much did the same thing on the outside as they split Brett Parrish under brakes down into turn number 3. Patterson was sort of coming into the equation. Simpson not too far in behind as well. And it continued on. There was just so many lead changes, more bump drafting going on. Brett Parrish this time on Boylett, Collins trying to get a run down the outside. This is pretty much just the story of the race for race 1 for the Australian XLs here at Queensland Raceway. So Boylett got a little bit of an advantage as Tyler Collins and Parrish started tying each other up. And with them battling and Patterson in the mix, it allowed Boylett to actually get away in the number 80 Fuchs Oils machine. And Brett Parrish to the outside of Patterson on the run down the line. So Boylett taking victory in race number 1 from Tyler Collins, and Parrish just on the line from Patterson by just a couple of hundredths of a second. So on board with the number 96 machine, Brad Verica. He will be carrying our onboard for our final race of the afternoon here at Queensland Raceway. Starting grid for race number 2. Matthew Boylett starting out of grid position 1 in the number 80 machine. Tyler Collins, reigning champ, in 2nd. Brett Parrish, Caleb Patterson, Edward Mitchell, Toby Waghorn, Cody Tucker, Blake Tracy, Joshua Richards, Darren Whittington, starting out of the top 10 positions, with the results from race number 1 setting the grid for race number 2. James Simpson out of 11, Kay Davey from 12, Brad Verica from 13, Brett Sheriff from 14, and Alex Haig starting out of position 15 for this one, with a very big field of cars for the Australian XL Series. This is the 2nd round of the championship. 29 cars to take the grid for race number 2 here this afternoon. Joined in commentary by Melinda Price. Hello, Melinda. How are you?
Hello. Yeah, very happy to be here. Thank you. Last race of the day. Never a dull moment in the world of Hyundai XL.
Now, I know you from having raced V8 Supercars previously. You did come back and actually race XLs here at Queensland Raceway in the last couple of years. Got back out of the seat and now you're racing Radicals, but you have had some seat time in these cars.
Yeah, definitely. I built up a little XL myself. It was actually the first car that I'd built that was my very own, and fantastic to drive. Had a lot of fun. Had diced with a lot of these people. Watched the back of a lot of these cars as well. Some of these young kids are super fast.
Absolutely, they're super fast. But you enjoyed your time while you were racing the XLs?
Yeah, I loved it. And I must add that some of the old kids are super fast as well.
Yes, we've talked about Brett Parrish. Jared Hughes is going to get a payback on that one from race number 1. It was cool having Jared up here. He'd never actually commentated before, so he's just jumped into it and thrown a couple of grenades at a couple of the drivers he knows in the category. And he's probably done a lot. Well, he was saying he's done a lot of driver training with probably up to 50% of some of the young drivers in this category.
Yeah,
with his experience out at Norwell. So we're about to go green here. Boylett off the pole. Tyler Collins from 2. Brett Parrish from 3. And Brett Parrish had a sort of a tough start to the weekend with a brake line issue that saw him buried in the turn 3 gravel. Then they had a harness issue or an electrical issue in practice as well. He's managed to salvage 3rd out of the first race, but certainly for me looked to be gaining a lot of time out of that last sector, because that's where he looked to be losing a lot of time in that last third of the track.
Yeah, I think there's often something going on, but he always seems to be there at the end of the race, right up the front.
Former championship winner with the Track Attack series here is Tyler Collins. The bump drafting started already. Collins with the initial advantage down on the back straight for the first time, on board with Brad Verica, who's a little bit further back, just outside the top 10 at the moment. Lights taking effect. You've just come up off pit lane. How dark is it down there as Verica's got his hands full?
It's definitely gotten a lot darker just in the last few minutes. It does happen pretty quickly, and it's also actually, there's been a big drop in the temperature too, so that'll be affecting their tyre pressures.
There's no such thing as dusk here in Queensland. It just goes from light to dark like that, doesn't it? All right, on board with Brad Verica here. So that's Whittington just up ahead in the 333. Now, James Simpson in the number 2. He went backwards a little bit in the first race. Not too sure why in the SP2 colours. Very, very well presented car. In fact, the 2 SP2 tool cars are running nose to tail there, and one of the Racing Together cars in there, 116.
Yeah, he looked to be limping home at the end of the first race, and I'm not sure what happened either, but we could probably expect him to be moving forward.
So Kay Davey in the Racing Together 116. So he's currently in the 10th position, battling there with Simpson. Collins, your race leader. Patterson in second, Boylan, Parrish. And we've got the 8 peeling off into pit lane. That'll be Kent Quinn. He'll be going no further in this one. Side by side through turn number 1. That was the second of the Racing Together cars. Edward Mitchell there in the 169 in 7th. So there's a big lineup here in the early stages of the second race for the XLs here at QR. There is a lot of bump drafting going on right through this field. Collins continues to lead. He's got the headlights on. Patterson into second in the 101. Back on board with Verica. That's Davey just up ahead. So this is 11th, 12th and 13th.
Oh, a little bit of how you going in the rear vision mirror.
Wasn't so much of a follow me, let's work forward and go forward. That wasn't so much of a universal one. I don't know if that was a reverse fist or a forward fist or what was going on there. All right, things just settle down a little bit.
Famous last word.
Sense of a lull. All right, the 00's got an issue. That's Alex Haig. So I'm pretty sure Alex was in the top 10. In fact, he was just outside the 10 in the first race. So Alex has got an issue in the 00. See where he ends up, and hopefully it doesn't bring out the Hyundai safety car. There is nothing in it. That battle for the lead is nose to tail. Race 1 repeated, although Brett Parrish now back in the 4th position, and Caleb Patterson's right there in the mix in the roof space number 101. Haig, is that one of the crossover areas of the track? I think that is, so that should be okay where he's parked.
Yeah, I don't think that's a very dangerous location. Hopefully the racing can continue. Actually, there's been a yellow flags.
Yeah,
there we go.
Safety car. I saw one, I think about the 5th place car was actually weaving down in the background, which typically you wouldn't do in race conditions this far into the race. So the Hyundai safety car has been dispatched.
I was just about to comment on how good it had been to do so many laps of live racing without a safety car.
We've had a couple today. The notable one was the BMW upside down in one of the earlier categories. That was a bizarre one to watch, actually. But all right, so we've got the safety car out there. The Hyundai i30N is out there on track, so that'll just settle things down a little bit. We're only a couple of laps into this one, so there's still a lot left to go. And it is for the All-Corp 00 of Alex Haig that's parked out there. That looks to be at about turn 4. So it wasn't on one of the crossovers.
It's been quite a popular corner for incidents today down at turn 4. I think there was some oil spilled earlier on in the day on the track, and a lot of people have been commenting on different patches of the track that are super slippery.
There has been in various places, even through practice here yesterday, a couple of issues with race cars and some material down on track. Now that looked like Josh Richards potentially peeling off into pit lane, was it? Definitely one of the blue and white cars. It was either that or maybe Darren Whittington. And I think Whittington's out there, so it might have been, or was it one of the SP Tools cars? We'll have to wait to see there, but certainly someone was peeling off into pit lane. All right, shouldn't take too long for the recovery of that car from turn number 4. On board with Brad Verica. He certainly had his hands full earlier on in this race with, I think, one of the Racing Together cars up the inside, and they were side by side at this part of the racetrack down onto the back straight. And you can see those lights definitely taking effect, so it is quite dark out there around Queensland Raceway. As we're sort of heading towards the conclusion of an exciting day of racing here for day 1 of 2 days of thunder.
Absolutely, there's been non-stop action and such close racing in just about every category.
How's pit lane gone for you?
I don't
Dropping
think I've
in the
taken.
deep end?
Yeah, I don't think I've taken a breath since 9 o'clock this morning.
Yes, well, I won't tell you where I'll be going at the conclusion of this race, but I will be going there very, very quickly.
Oh, I might need a lift.
I'll just leave it to your imagination. All right, still behind the Hyundai safety car, headlight sign for Tyler Collins, wearing the number 1. He won the Australian XL Series, which was part of the Hi-Tec Super Series last season, as Alex Hay gets towed off in the number 00. Prestige Worldwide on the door. Here's a fantastic movie. Right, how many laps is this going to leave it with? I think they're on lap 3 of 10 scheduled, so we should still have at least 6 or 7 laps left to go at the end of this one. Tyler Collins, Caleb Patterson, Matthew Boylett, Brett Parrish. Lights look like they're out on the safety car because they are bump drafting on the run down to the flag. Okay, I'm going to say I've actually never seen that before.
I was standing on the pits for the first race and hard to tell whether someone's getting a slipstream or pushing the car in front down the straight.
Yeah, the idea as we go back to green here is with the bump drafting, don't hit the car that hard in front of you that it picks up the rear of the car in front of you off the ground. That's a little bit too hard. As Caleb Patterson to the inside and he climbs the curbs. Collins is going to try and live there on the outside, and Boylett's tucked up right up underneath Patterson. They've gone side by side through one. Patterson gets the overlap and through to the lead. Collins back to 3rd. Back on board with Verica back in the 10th position. And I think Verica's managed to get by Davey. That might in fact be for 9th with one of the SP Tools cars in front, and they're 3 wide down the back straight. Parrish on the inside, Boylett in the middle, Collins on the outside. Little bit of contact, Boylett got sideways. This is off. This race has just erupted.
And all the balls have gone out of the window today. I think there's been corners where you don't want to be on the outside, where we've watched so many overtakes around the outside that it's...
Toby Waghorn, he's come from outside the top 6, and oh, look at this. 2 and 3 wide into 4. Oh man, this is hold your breath stuff, because we're trying to go 3 wide around some of the toughest corners in Australian motorsport. It might be a little racetrack, but boy oh boy has it got some character in places.
And it's brilliant to see, you know, that these guys can go 3 and 4 wide and, you know, not have contact that results in someone going off. Just a little bit of, you know, good car control.
So it is the 101 out in front. Caleb Patterson got by Tyler Collins off the restart with the safety car. Lap 6 of 10.
Little bit of a gap in front.
Davies got back ahead of Verica, and Edward Mitchell's in there in the 169. One of the SP Tools cars. That's the 3 of Kobe Tucker. Man, this is well and truly on. Like, one way, actually, let's probably go 2 back through to about 12.
Oh, hello.
Little bit of exit bump draft off for 2, and Verica's got nowhere to go. Literally, he's got nowhere to go. He can't go to the outside because the 3's parked there. He's got no one on the inside because there's grass down there. Oh, hold on to it, Brad. Hold on to it. There's a lock-up from Mitchell. There's a lock-up from Mitchell ahead of him. You don't know where to look at the moment. In the meantime, Patterson's clearing off out in front. Whittington's right in the middle of that battle. He's got the 2 of Simpson in behind him. They're battling for 13th and 14th. Woo. Boylett now starting to make some ground. He's so very, very quiet. He's a very, very shy young man. Put the race helmet on that kid. Man, he's fast.
And you just would not guess if you speak to him. I introduced myself yesterday and I didn't think he was going to say a word, but boy, he's
3 wide. 195 now comes into the equation. Blake Tracy, I think he's one of the Victorians, and Brett Parrish has got some. Oh, there was contact off the exit. That was the 1-1. Was that the 116 of Davey? I think, down the inside of Parrish. Parrish has got shuffled back to 7. He was in the top 4 before that restart. It is Davey in the 116 who was battling there for 10th and 11th with Verica, our onboard camera car, as Parrish and the Racing Together 116 are really going at it. Paul Mel's sitting beside me. She doesn't know where to look because there is so much going on. You said to me at the start of the weekend, I'm not very technical with these cars. I said, you do not have time to talk about technical with these race cars, as Boylett's got the bump draft on. Boylett with the bump draft, applying the blowtorch to the back of Caleb Patterson's number 101.
And of course we've got the people here that are competing in the national championship, and then the local people as well that aren't, so there's races within races.
Yeah, so we've got the XL Track Attack here as well, but it is a national series round with some of the drivers from down south as part of it. 29 entries for the weekend, which, believe it or not, is actually probably on the lower number entry-wise for XLs. When you were probably racing, we were entries probably up to 40 cars.
Oh, absolutely. Everywhere there was an absolute swarm of XLs. But good that a lot of people from down south have made the trip up and are sure to be enjoying this.
Well, it's such a cool racetrack, and it is something we are definitely spoiled. And look, my background's New Zealand. We've got some cool racetracks over there, but there's just not enough of them. Here, they are everywhere, and some just amazing facilities. And I love what the team have done here with QR over the last 3 years. The transition from what it was is certainly a lot different to what we see now, as we're going side by side, XLs at QR, right back through this field. It's still Caleb Patterson out in front, but you just think that Boylett in second continues to look very, very dangerous, and he's set the fastest lap of the race at a 1:30.39 and is applying the blowtorch again. Lights are on, bump draft taking effect. Tyler Collins has got dropped off with Waghorn in behind him. They're back down the road by a couple of seconds as just a couple of laps left to go here.
0.1 of a second.
5:14 Brett Sheriff, and the 38 there battling for position, Michael Smith. And where are they? They're sort of back down. That's in that 10th, 11th, sort of 13th, 12th and 13th positions. You just don't know where to look. There's so many battles going on through the field. Verica, the 514's now in the mix in front of our onboard camera car. So this is 10th and 11th. Parrish was side by side through 4. Oh, the 514 got sideways and got more than sideways. Ended up off track through 4 and 5. That was our onboard camera car disappearing out into the dust, and we got more going off.
They won't need to mow the grass around here for a while, will they?
Not much grass left out there with how many cars do tend to go off, and you can see the tyre tracks through the dirt and the grass here at QR. So there was a fair bit going on there back there, sort of that 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th position, as Waghorn's got to run to the inside of Tyler Collins now. Collins is right up over the blend line into the pits. Probably not a place you want to be on entry to 1, so he's got dropped back to 4. Patterson continuing to hold on to the lead here from Boylett. Just a couple of laps left to go.
And I think a lot of people do use that curb on the exit to 1, but certainly probably didn't mean to hang it over that far.
I've been here at drivers' briefings before, and they say if you get up over that green line on the entry, which is the pit lane blend off, typically there'll be a penalty, so you've got to be really mindful on it. Plus the front leading edge of that green is actually quite high. If you hit that, boy, do you feel it. And I've been involved with a car that just about took the left front shock out of it and hit it that hard, and also got penalised for exceeding track limits.
Well, you could see how much it unsettled that car. Certainly wasn't the fastest way to...
Boylett down the inside. He takes over the race lead. Patterson with a little lock up to the outside through 4 and 5. Patterson trying to come back at him. He's going to run out of racetrack. He just gave it a dab on the brakes, but it gives him the inside line back up into 6.
Fastest lap by Boylett on that last lap. Had the lead, but maybe not for very long.
Patterson holds on to it. Boylett with momentum. Now, the last lap board should come out as they drag race down the front straight. 1 to go. 1 to go. Boylett to the outside. You'd think Patterson's got that favoured inside line. It's now Boylett using all of the racetrack on entry to 1, trying to get the crossover exit. In dirt speak, we'd call that the exit slider, but he's got the run. He's got the run. Patterson, can he survive there on the outside? They're giving each other racing room. That's what we like to see. It is going to be a good old-fashioned drag race down the back straight. In behind them, Waghorn covering Collins for third. Side by side, Patterson with a little straight line advantage, but he's on the outside on the run to 3. Boylan to the inside, looking for 2 wins from 2 starts.
Brett Parrish seems to be dropping back down slowly. Not sure if he might have some damage or something.
Well, he sort of got dropped back off that last restart. I think he may have actually worked his way back up to 6. He was as far back as 8th.
He was 9th when I said that.
Yeah,
obviously.
Yeah, so he's managed to get back up. All right, here's Boylan to the inside. Again, Patterson with a little lock-up, trying to go side by side. They did this on the last lap. Oh, there was a little bit of contact. I think Boylan might have just rolled over a little bit to cover, and Patterson was already there. Patterson tucked up underneath the rear wing of the Fuchs number 80, goes to the outside. Who's going to win the second race for the XLs here from Queensland Raceway? I think Boylan, a little bit of contact off his Patterson trying to get the run, but I think Boylan's done enough. What a fantastic race. And in behind, Waghorn and Collins.
Another
side by side.
Wow.
Waghorn down the inside by 3/100ths of a second. There was just 2/10ths at the line between Boylan and Patterson. That's what we know and have got to love about XL racing. I thought the first race was a little bit on the quiet side. It was still a fantastic race. And as I said to Jared Hughes, that's probably a race you would put up in front of the other drivers and anyone coming into the category and go, this is how we go motor racing. That one on a slightly different version, but some fantastic racing and really nothing to have to talk about from a judicial point of view, especially with the battles up front. That was fantastic.
Yeah, really good, clean racing by everybody. And, the whole field is spread out hardly at all. Fastest lap on the last lap of the race. Exciting stuff.
Tyler Collins in 4. So Matthew Boyle at 2 wins from 2 starts. Caleb Patterson just shy at the line by 2/10ths. Toby Waghorn got into 3rd, just 3/100ths clear of Tyler Collins back and forth. Kay Davey in 5th, Brett Parrish in 6th, followed by Blake Tracy, Edward Mitchell, Kobe Tucker, Brad Verica. He had a very, very eventful race with our onboard camera to 10th. James Simpson in 11th, Josh Trappett in 12th, Luke Rinaldi in 13th, Pat Trappett in 14th, Tony Grizzly in the 15th position. That was seriously a really, really cool motor race to be involved in, and congratulations to all of those drivers out there for putting on one heck of a show. The Hi-Tec Oils highlights, and yep, there's going to be a few in this one. Patterson got a fantastic start from the second row. Parrish not so much, as Tyler Collins and Matt Boyle went at it for the opening run down to turn number 1. Attempting to go 3 wide down there, all those blue cars in the mix, a couple of the SP Tool Team cars. As things sort of settled down initially, it was Tyler Collins with the early race lead, chased by Caleb Patterson, with Boyle back in 3rd, Parrish in 4th. Then the Hyundai safety car came out for the 00 of Alex Haig. That meant a restart. And things really changed after this one, because Patterson got the initial jump off the restart. Tyler Collins trying to stay there on the outside with Boyle and Parrish in the mix. So Parrish was 4th off the restart. He actually fell back as far as 9th place not long after this, as he was battling with some of the cars around him. Now, the 84 of Waghorn, he ended up in a battle up the front. He was back in that group with Parrish. So he made a lot of forward motion going through to get to the leaders to be in contention for the race. There was some side-by-side contact there with Davey and Parrish out of turn number 6. The 514 got sideways and ended up off track, and I think Brad Verica might have actually followed him as well there at one stage, and then a couple of them behind with just dust and cars everywhere. That was really the only sort of big moment of the race that they might have to have a look at with the DSO afterwards. But out in front, Patterson and Boyle, fantastic racing. They were pretty much side by side through all of the corners for the last 2 laps. Little touch off the exit of the final corner, but it was Boyle taking the victory. 2 wins from 2 starts by 0.2 of a second, and then the battle down to the line. Collins on the inside from Patterson on the outside, who got it by 3/100ths of a second. And from commentary down onto pit lane, Mel.
Toby, fantastic. You've made the trip up here from Victoria. and ended up P3 in the second race today. Great effort.
Yeah, I'm very happy with it. The field's very tough this weekend, all within a second, so it's awesome fun.
And have you raced at this track before? What do you think of it?
No, my first time, but first impressions, it's a really good track. It's really, yeah, it's one of them up there, I reckon. Sydney, yeah, it's good.
You must be enjoying a little bit of sunshine and warmth as well, coming from Victoria.
Yeah, it's hot as up here. I'm used to the -4 back at home. Sweat my balls off.
Have a great day tomorrow.
Cheers, thank you.
Caleb, congratulations, second place. And just talking off air, mate, you left nothing on the table. That was hard fought.
Yeah, that was crazy. I think we ran side by side for about like 3 laps. So, yeah, left nothing on the table. Couple of door-to-door action, but that's XL racing and we love it, so that's why we do it.
He's a tough guy to match, isn't he? Where did he get you?
Oh, it's hard to say. I think we were pretty evenly matched, but he definitely gets a better run off the corner, so we'll tune up the old girl and get at it tomorrow.
Best of luck.
Thank you, mate.
Matthew, 2 from 2 today. Doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, no, pretty good result. Yeah, battling the paddo for half that race. Yeah, just pushing on.
I don't think there was a sheet of paper between the two of you for the last couple of laps.
It was definitely Rubbin's race and, yeah, outside suicide, I guess.
Yeah, brilliant drive by both of you. Well done.
Thank you.
It was absolutely some fantastic racing from the XL category, and look, we've just come to expect it, especially here at Queensland Raceway. Some fantastic racing from some of our young and up-and-coming stars in motorsport, from not just here in Queensland, from states from all over Australia. So I'm really looking forward to seeing these youngsters race again here tomorrow. Towards the end of day one here at Queensland Raceway, the first day of 2 days of thunder and the third round of the Hi-Tec Oil Super Series. We've got lots more racing in action to bring you here tomorrow from Queensland Raceway. Jared McLean back down on pit lane. What do you got, buddy?
It's been an incredible day, Matt. I think you can agree. We've seen some incredible highs and lows. Let's talk about the highs and wrap things up today.
Well, I think Josh Haynes, for one, he's clearly got this TA2 championship by the throat now. He's being consistent, he's driving fast, he's not making too many mistakes, and that's what you have to do to win this such a tight championship. So Brad Gardner he lucked into that sort of second place on the podium today. He's got to stay committed and he's got to stay consistent as well. You just have to finish races in the TA2 championship to be in the top 3 to 4 at the end of the year when we visit One Raceway.
And of course, with the highs come the lows, and I think I'm pretty safe to say the lows were the mechanical failures that we saw. Heyman going out with a gearbox. We saw Domain with a potential clutch and gearbox. We still haven't dialed in exactly what's going on there. There's a few that are falling victim to some parts failures.
If I can be honest with you, exactly what Graham Cheney said, you've got to understand what you've got underneath you. It's not the gearbox. It's not the mechanicals, and it's more technique, rushing gears, perhaps not using a clutch, not using and blipping the throttle enough when you do your gear change. It's an easy thing to get sucked in to do, but if you do it properly, you shouldn't do any gearboxes. As I said in commentary, Anthony Tenkate, who's been racing these cars for 1 million years, he's never done a gearbox. So it's not a weakness in the car. It's probably more than anything a weakness in technique. And also, you've got to make sure you maintain these gearboxes. Once you do that, you won't have an issue.
It has been an incredibly stacked day of racing here on day one at round 3 of the Hi-Tec Oils Super Series. It's going to be awesome tomorrow. Hard Charger award tomorrow. Not necessarily someone who's going to take it all out, but who do you think there's the most possibility of improving?
At this stage, probably for the Hard Charger award, probably Tom Heyman, because he's going to be coming with a new gearbox and he's going to come from the back, and we know the pace that he's got in his racing and the way he races, so I'd expect big things for him tomorrow. He'll also have a little bit better tyre life because he didn't finish one of the races that he did in race 1 this morning, so I expect those guys to be good. You know, Dwayne Ramsey, you just mentioned it, he's doing some work on the car behind us here. He's upset, he is annoyed at himself, so we'll see how we go with that tomorrow.
It's going to be an absolutely incredible day. Make sure you join us as we come to you live from 1 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll see you then.